IBM also says uncertainty could force clients to pause work with the firm. ServiceNow emerging as a winner despite economic volatility, and we await Alphabet earnings tonight.
And on the trade front, Beijing is not budging when it comes to President Trump's softer tone on trade. China denying that the two countries are even talking, with the Ministry of Commerce saying, quote, the U.S. should respond to rational voices in the international community and within its own borders and thoroughly remove all unilateral tariffs imposed on China if it really wants to solve the problem. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has the latest from the White House. And Tyler, just tell us where we stand right now, because obviously there's been a ton of mixed messages when it comes from the administration, and now China saying they're not even talking.
Yeah, hey, Katie, a lot of mixed messages, particularly from this White House, and that new reporting this morning that Beijing is now asking the U.S. to remove all unilateral tariffs, something that the Treasury Secretary told reporters yesterday. It's just really not on the table at this point. And then China's Commerce Ministry saying that those talks actually aren't happening at all, and any recent reports about developments actually are groundless. That comes after just yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump, when asked if he is actively involved in negotiations with China, he said, quote, everything is active, then went on to reiterate he thinks that the 145% levy on Chinese imports is very high and amounts to a trade embargo, and that ultimately that number could come down. But at the same time saying that if a deal with Beijing isn't reached, that would be okay because the U.S. will set what he called a, quote, fair price. He went on to suggest that this White House might release revised tariff rates for countries, including China, in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And when we are talking about those other countries, we know, for example, Japan has been prioritized in these talks. New reporting from Bloomberg News this morning indicates that Japan will push back on the U.S. if it asks them to curb their own trade with China. To be clear, Japanese officials tell Bloomberg News that that ask has not been made yet, but we do know it's something that this White House is mulling.
All right, Tyler, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall there, reporting live from the White House. The Trump administration also weighing changes to auto tariffs, more changes in a potential relief to car makers. You can see that General Motors and Stellantis shares are up in the pre-market. The White House may eliminate the so-called stacking of levies on cars and certain parts. Executives have warned the White House that current levels would deal a severe blow to profits and jobs. David Welch joins us now. And David, can you explain these incredibly complicated, always changing tariff rules on autos?
Jeg skal ta oss og sjekke. Greit, ha det.
Morning, Matt. There's a lot of things being kicked around, but what we're hearing is they might get rid of two things. One would be this stacking of tariffs, which is
utviklingslag
tariffs not only on the parts, but the steel as well. And then there's another part of the proposal, which is cut the tariffs on USMCA compliant parts. So what they already talked about putting in place is tariff on the vehicles coming in from Mexico, for example. If they are USMCA compliant, that is, they have enough parts content, they can still get off the border with a much lower tariff, actually no tariff. But we would still place tariffs on the non-U.S. content in those vehicles. They may also get rid of that, which that would be a big boon for Detroit because General Motors and Stellantis specifically make a lot of vehicles, and they also have a lot of Mexican parts content on those coming up. If they just lowered that from 25 to say 10% or something like that. That would relieve a lot of the burden on, say, Chevy and Ram.
Hvorfor tror folk vi skal ned? Hva fikk oss til å gå opp igjen?
It's all fluid right now. We don't know, but it does look like the administration is at least considering some proposals that would reduce the tariff burden on vehicles.
Fluid is a good way to describe this situation. We appreciate you staying on top of it. That is Bloomberg's David Welch joining us from Detroit. Meanwhile, on the earnings front, Procter & Gamble cut its annual sales and profit outlook. You also have Pepsi cutting its full-year guidance, but Dr. Pepper reaffirmed its 2025 guidance for steady growth. Let's discuss all of it now with Barclays analyst Lauren Lieberman. And I want to start with the big guys. Pepsi and Procter & Gamble lowering their guidance. Does that imply that there could be higher prices in the offing as they try to protect their margins?
So I would say both companies are not going to rely on pricing as the way to solve this. In fact, if anything, what's been challenging is that the consumer's under pressure. And so what you're seeing is consumption slow down and raising prices. We know elasticity happens, and that could only put things under further pressure. I think where we may see pricing later in the year would be in response to tariffs. One thing that P&G just talked about on their conference call is they expect to see an annualized impact of 1 to 1.5 billion on their cost structure from tariffs, and pricing will have to be part of the mitigation plans to deal with that.
Lauren, what are the biggest inputs that are manufactured overseas that these companies have to import? Is it likely, yesterday we talked with somebody who runs a frozen yogurt company, he said paper packaging is what he needs the most. Is it likely that those things end up being produced in America?
So all of our companies have been, frankly, fairly vague about what it is that they're importing. Kimberly-Clark reported yesterday they also had a bigger than expected impact from tariffs.
Imports
of finished goods from China. So we don't know a lot, frankly. Raw and commodities and packaging is certainly part of it, but there's also an impact.
Alex finished
goods imports that happen from China. As for whether or not we get a shift to the U.S., frankly, I think companies are going to be more likely to look at alternative sources of supply outside the U.S. than committing significant amounts of capital to U.S. production when there's invisibility in terms of longevity of policy change.
That's the thing, and also it was interesting to hear the Whirlpool CEO say on their earnings call this morning that 20% tariffs will not move factories from China. I know that's not exactly in your wheelhouse, Lauren, but I want to go back to pricing and what you were saying, that we could see some of these companies take pricing actions maybe in the second half of the year in response to tariffs. Some interesting news from Unilever and Nestle over in Europe, basically posting better than expected sales because they've raised prices. I hear what you're saying, that the consumer is stretched here, though. And if we were to see some pricing actions from these companies, how sticky are those increases?
So pricing has been incredibly sticky. I mean, we had massive pricing, as you well know, right, across the last couple of years in some of these categories. I mean, Frito-Lay at Pepsi, they took pricing up, mid-20s to 30% over a several-year period, and volumes held in flat for a long time and then have been declining for the last 12 plus months. So the room that there is to take more pricing, frankly, it feels very limited. KDP, I know we're trying to stick with the big guys in the conversation, but KDP, I mean, at-home coffee is a cost savings versus away-from-home coffee. However, when you have to buy in a multi-serve format, so you buy a box of multiple pods of coffee, it's a higher dollar outlay at the store, right? So they're talking about so-called price tag architecture. How do we bring down that dollar outlay at the store in order to increase frequency of purchase? So the companies, it's challenging. I mean, P&G talked about the massive amounts of innovation coming to market, and they will price with that innovation. That's the best case scenario, when you can price with news, not just price on what exists on the shelf.
It is a shock when you're at Costco buying a box of those pods and they're like $40. Ask about any benefits, not to harp on Whirlpool too much, but they have said that tariffs will benefit them in that these low-cost producers from Asia won't be competing in the market at a price point that beats them. Is that the case for any of the companies you covered? Does P&G or Keurig Dr. Pepper benefit at all from tariffs, protectionist tariffs, holding competition out or holding prices up?
I mean, I think the only category I can quickly jump to is diapers, and this is getting very specific. But there has been a significant uptick in imports from China into the U.S. diaper market under kind of cute new branding, some exclusive brands at Walmart and at Target, and those other brands have been taking share. So that's one spot I could point to. At the same time, both Procter and Kimberly have significant quality upgrade that they've already been planning to make and been working on for some time in the Pampers and Huggies brands. But that's one category I could highlight pretty specifically.
All right, great to have you on the show. Hope we can get you in the studio soon. Barclays analyst Lauren Lieberman there talking to us about some of the effects of tariffs on these companies and earnings from Procter & Gamble and Keurig Dr. Pepper. Some more movers on our radar today. Texas Instruments gives a robust forecast on a demand rebound. You can see those shares are up 10% in the pre-market. Merck expects to lose $200 million to already announced tariffs in 2025. but says it also has a better outlook now, or at least is holding the outlook stable. You can see the shares up 1% in the pre-market, and Bristol-Myers boosts its outlook as older drugs drive sales beat, but those shares are down 1.2%.
Yeah, there you have it. A lot of interesting moves. You take it into the broader market, though. I will say the S&P 500 pretty much unchanged in the pre-market right now, Matt Miller, which is interesting because we were down somewhat significantly just a couple hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a changing market, right? But I was looking at futures today and saying, I don't know if it's a futures down day as much as it's a halt the rally day, right? We're not rising as much as we were. You can see S&P futures right now up, but only 0.04%. NASDAQ futures up 0.2%.
All right, later this hour, I'm pleased to say we're going to be speaking to one of those companies. We're going to speak to ServiceNow CEO Bill McDermott. Stay tuned for that.
Det var veldig godt svar. Jeg skjønte det.
Jeg skjønte det også. Marginen går vel, ikke sant, når jeg har place.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Når du driver sånn trading i evighet, hvorfor tør du ikke begynne å trene litt ordentlig?
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
Det er ikke da store summene da. Hva blir bildet?
It's hard to come up with that.
It's the vast responsibilities, the need to be engaged in different topics.
It's remembering which audience I'm
speaking to
in that context.
The job is not just being the executive of the finance function, it's being an executive.
Kanskje du skal forklare her hvordan du gjør det?
It's prioritization.
Complete the sentence. The hardest part of being the CFO is
telling people no, it's hard, it's the right thing to do.
Kan du si hvordan du gjør med kortene?
Ja. Da putter du, eller du
Da skal du gjøre det uten å stamme.
Ja.
Du skal si det sånn at alle skjønner fort. Ikke masse frembakke.
Hvis du har 10 000 kroner inn på kontoen, så går du inn på copytrading.
Først så finner du navnet.
Så søker du opp for eksempel Dr. Botox. Da får du opp statistikker på venstre og follow på høyre. Da kan du også gå inn på statistikk før du follow personen. Når du trykker follow, så putter du inn det beløpet du ønsker fra hovedkontoen. Om du vil putte 50% eller om du vil putte 100%. Og så trykker du follow. Og da går traden, når du tar en trade, så går den automatisk.
Du bør det. Da skal jeg si det veldig kort. Alexander Langversjon. Du trykker follow på Dr. Botox. Så kommer det opp et vindu, så skriver du beløpet du vil følge meg med der. Så trykker du bare på follow, og da er det copy.
Da er det copy.
Da går det automatisk. Ja. Søker du det.
Men hvis du i senere tid...
Nå drar du det vanskeligere.
Nei, for det er veldig, veldig, veldig viktig. For det at hvis du i senere tid vil putte inn for eksempel 10 000 kroner mer, eller 20 000 kroner mer, så holder det ikke bare med å putte det inn på hovedkontoen. Du må putte det inn på hovedkontoen, så gå inn på copy-tradinga, altså den ruta som heter Dr. Botox, og så må du trykke på skrivepennen for å endre beløpet du vil copy-trade med.
Så du fyller på beløpet?
Ja.
Edit?
Ja.
Okay. Så du må ikke unfollow og follow på nytt?
Nei, det må du ikke gjøre.
Det sa du i går.
Ja, men det er feil.
Det er feil?
Ja.
Okay.
Det går $10.
Da sa Jeanette, tusen takk, da er jeg med.
Ja. Det går $10 hver gang du følger en copytrader. Du Du får heller ikke følt Dr. Botox med flere kontoer.
Går det ikke?
Nei. Heller.
Det var litt dumt da.
Men det blir sikkert på den nye.
Ja, vi får oppdatering av plattformen. Det begynte med det i 21. Det var nå for 3 dager siden, så vi får oppdateringer nå fortløpende. Nå må vi høre på nyheter frem til USA åpner. USA åpner opp på kort der. Jeg følger med på nyhetene hele tiden. Så hvis jeg bare sitter og ser rar ut, så er det fordi jeg hører på nyhetene. Jeg kan si dere hva som har skjedd i dag. Kina har gått ut og sagt at de har ikke noen avtale med Trump om noen ting. Som vi sa i går. Så den oppturen vi har hatt nå i 2 dager, den er bare kortvarig.
There's a really interesting quote in our write-up, this coming from an advisor over at Clearstead Advisors, saying that basically the devastation in big tech stocks such as Alphabet has been so severe, there's actually some room for error.
I don't know. Alex skal sitte her og prate.
Nei, det går bra.
Jeg må på dass. Du kan svare. De skriver der, og så kan du snakke om det.
Jeg prøver å gjette.
Du kan ikke spise det.
Hvor skriver du?
Nei, du kan ikke skrive. De skriver der, og så kan du svare i den.
Ja, det skjønner jeg.
But to still advertise on Google Ads, but there are Chinese advertisers, Temu, Shein. If they're barred from doing business here, why would they be spending on ads? And that's where
altså, det som er at det har jo forhold til hva Joachim har på konto, og dere har på konto, det spiller ikke noen rolle. Så på en måte, altså, du må putte på mer penger for å på en måte tjene mer, da, for å si sånn.
It's not going to make up for their profitability.
And
look, they have announced an acquisition of Wiz, $33 billion. So
when you look at the
overall free cash flow for the year, they're spending $75 billion in capex for AI data.
Ja, det kommer nå. På neste, det er jeg ganske sikker på. For det burde vært ja, det burde vært prosent at du velger prosenter selv eller kontrakter.
Trump's trade war or tough talk. I noticed yesterday the EU took Google for $500 million and $200 million from Meta, and everyone's like, whew, thank goodness it was only that much.
Yeah, no, maybe regulatory stuff takes a backseat, although we don't know what will happen to the Chrome decision, the
det veldig mye. Det han programmerer som sitter med alt sammen.
Look, these companies have got almost 55%
men det blir veldig mye forbedringer. Det blir lettere å få inn penger, det blir lettere, eller bedre oversikt på charten og alt sammen, så det systemet der sitter Nils med. Appen tror jeg kanskje var neste uke eller noe.
And I think in the case of Alphabet, clearly,
iOS
revenue is there both from the advertisers as well as the revenue they generate outside the US.
All right, Mandeep, great preview of what to expect a little bit after the bell today. That is Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. Alphabet shares, for those keeping track, down 18% year to date. Now we have some other earnings movers on our radars. Let's talk about American Airlines withdrawing its full-year earnings outlook. Just a little bit resilience here, though. You can see only down about 0.4%. Chipotle also cut its 2025 outlook after quarterly sales declined, and ServiceNow results guidance showing economic resilience. You can see shares up 9.5%. The market overall, though, the S&P 500 pretty much
Stian, jeg skal ta det spørsmålet der til Nils. Skal ta oss til... Nei, programmereren, som jeg sa. Skal ta det spørsmålet videre, for det var veldig interessant. Jeg er helt enig.
Nils er han ene som har ansvar for IT i Norge. Han er norsk. Da som jeg satt 4 på Koptredeng med trener Max Loss. I dag skal jeg øke subscriptionen med at innsatsen er 4 000. Jeg har ingen plass på Max Loss på det. Fy faen, skjønte ikke jeg noen ting.
Nei, det er I forhold til at de kan øke også risikoen og prosenter I stedet for.
Jeg tror det tryggeste hvis dere ikke setter noen max loss eller noe sånt nå, for jeg treder veldig forsiktig, og det veldig mange som ikke kan være med på svingningene hvis ikke det tåler bevegelse på konto. De som setter for tight stop-loss, de kommer til å gå minus hele tiden. Det sånn generelt trading generelt. Hvis du setter en for tight stop-loss, du kan gjøre så til det aksjer skal kjøre en dekk på opp eller ned. Hvis du skal trade markedet sånn som det gjør, så må du tåle svingninger, og så må du få rett til down the road.
Completely stop. And this is the pulse of a weekday only on Bloomberg.
Jeg tror du skal ha maksloss.
Trenger ikke å ha på det her topp.
Så ikke ha på noen ting?
Nei.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Jeg ønsker jeg var flinkere på sånne PC her, altså jeg kan jo ingenting.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
Jeg har lært en ting, så holder at jeg kan trading, og så kan du gjøre det andre.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Jeg har ikke vært lært ikke noe på 100 år her. Har jeg aldri strøm på telefonen. Discord. Nå mener jeg for et international følger også, så mye snakker engelsk, det blir litt sånn rart da. The dinner was really good, Sahar. Sahar er stolt til å lage nudler til oss.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. And we're here where the action starts in Sydney. And in Tokyo,
hvordan lagde de nudlene, Sahar?
Global Trading Day begins. The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Hva tenker du shortene skal ned? Nei, jeg tenker jeg skal gå short for at det skal gå opp.
Well, we saw more
Jeg tenker at
commentary from Wall
nå skal vi
Street
gå short,
strategists
og så skal
this
vi gå
morning.
opp.
Deutsche Bank's Binky Chadha, one of the biggest bulls on U.S. stocks, he cut his year-end target on
Oppe
the
på 8
S&P
minutter.
500 to 6150 from 7,000. Still significantly higher than current levels, but it's the direction of travel that is concerning here. Meanwhile, you also had Christopher Wood over at Jefferies believing that the U.S. stock market has reached its peak. Let's discuss all of that with Manulife. John Hancock, co-chief investment strategist, Emily Rowland joining us now. So Emily, let's talk about U.S. exceptionalism. There's a lot of passionate views on both ends here. Some saying that, yes, we've peaked, basically. We in the rearview mirror when it comes to the U.S. dominating these financial markets. Others saying that those fears are way overblown. Where do you fall on that debate?
Certainly markets and sentiment surveys are telling you that. You look, for example, at the Bank of America Fund Manager Survey, which says that sentiment on U.S. assets is the lowest in about 30 years. Meanwhile, you look at the fundamental and the economic data, and the U.S. is still doing better on a relative basis. Just looking at 2025 earnings growth estimates, we're still around 11% in the U.S., and every day, EFA and Europe indices continue to move lower, where the analysts are now looking for about 4% earnings growth in Europe. Meanwhile, economic data are still coming in modestly better in the U.S. We look at things like PMIs as really timely reads on the health of an underlying economy. And the composite PMI in the U.S. is outpacing Europe and, in fact, beat expectations over the course of the past week. So the economic and earnings trends are favoring the U.S., while the sentiment trends, the capital flows are massively favoring Europe right now. We would probably fade that and focus more on earnings and economic trends.
Are you expecting, when I hear people say we're waiting still for retailers to post earnings, I think immediately of the pull forward in demand. Are you expecting us to see a lot of that this earnings season?
Yes, we are, and it is feeling backward looking, you know, and we think, you know, you look at things like durable goods orders this morning just absolutely accelerating, and really that was likely based on a pull forward in demand. Same thing when we looked at retail sales data last week. So I think everybody's sort of throwing out their backward-looking data and looking for guidance for many of these companies, and there's just been such a wide band. Even some companies just not offering forward guidance given the political uncertainty surrounding tariffs. So we'll be watching for whatever type of forward guidance we can get from those retailers. But for now, things look pretty solid.
I'm glad you brought up durable goods, because that was a doozy coming in. Preliminary numbers for March at 9.2% increase there. The survey had been for 2%, so clearly a pull forward, like you say. I want to wrap politics into all of this, because we talked about that Binky Chadha call.
Hvis jeg har 50% på 30.000, så det 15.000 kroner. Hvis du har 50% på 500 kroner, så det 250 kroner.
in approval ratings. After the initial honeymoon period, approval ratings tend to align with what is happening in the economy. And Emily, I'm curious to get your thoughts there because we've seen so much back and forth when it comes to the trade policies of this administration. When do we start to see some stability? Does it come from approval ratings?
Yeah, it does feel like we sort of maybe got to peak political uncertainty, and there's a little bit of relief on that front, given the fact that it appears that negotiations may start to play out here. We try to minimize politics and making investment decisions. I know that seems almost ridiculous right now, given how much of an influence politics are having, but we were, looking back at the decisions that we made in 17 and 18, and we did look at overweighting international equities at the time. There was a lot of excitement and positive sentiment about the pro-cyclical pro-business policies that the Trump administration had planned to implement, and that outperformance did occur, but it only lasted for a couple of quarters. We look longer term from that, and again, going back to earnings, going back to fundamental trends,
må vel vente til åpningen hans, for det kommer til å være første kvarter til åpning, og så kommer det til å gå alle veier.
And she is staying with us through the open, and it looks pretty quiet right now, Matt.
It looks pretty quiet right now. We know how volatile these markets are, and we know that anything can change on one tweet or one proof. President Trump out this morning tweeting about how he's brought down the price of eggs, brought down the price of fuel, a couple of debatable issues there. In terms of futures, we do see green arrows. More with Emily Rowland on the other side of this break.
Det var jo pluss i stad, jeg vet du, men jeg gadd jo faen ikke ta. Ja, men jeg tror at det skal mye mer ned. Jeg gikk ikke ta gevinst her. For det midt på en breakout. Hvis den bryter ned da, så får jeg masse gevinst. Hæ? Hva er det for noe?
Ja, de strekene er posisjonene.
Å, så jævla kult.
Ja, det er jævlig genialt.
Jeg har ikke det på min. Da får jeg pro-versjonen. Pro-versjonen er litt annerledes.
Nei, du kan bare gå på trading view, og så får du det automatisk. Da kan du kjøre, da kan du dra stopplåsen.
På frontlocket?
Ja. Da kan du dra stopplåsen opp og ned, der du vil ha den og...
Jo, men jeg har den på frontlocket.
Ja.
Ja, men jeg har pro-versjon, så jeg viser bare alt samlet som er. Jeg får ikke hver og en.
Det er pro-versjon, ja også.
Du har to forskjellige versjoner. Ikke konto med to versjoner. For oss er det bare samlet. Du har ikke samlet.
We're micro-investors. So as micro-investors looking to invest capital, whether it's in private equity or in direct lending, what we're looking for are opportunities to deploy capital at attractive risk return. When we wake up in the morning, we don't seek to avoid risk. We seek to price it correctly. And so in an environment like this, for sure, if you're looking at a portfolio company opportunity, when you think of the value creation plan, you're factoring in now the uncertainty, which undoubtedly will impact the extent to which you're going to pay for that asset. Now, in our existing companies, in our existing portfolio, the vast majority of services and services companies don't have basically the input issues. But I will say that when we look and we roll up all this data for all of our portfolio companies, and it's quite rich. It's just down now below 1 million employees globally around the world. We're 2,300 at Carlyle itself. But in our portfolio companies, we roll up this data every month. For example, the inventory component of PMI was up about 4 points. That's not really news that anybody probably would have focused on. But we could see that happening months ago.
I know.
So immediately, when it looked like the new administration was going to come in and there was the possibility of tariffs, you could see purchasing managers immediately mobilizing to start bringing goods in.
Reversal after that.
Because of the uncertainty factor.
US tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Åpner opp nå.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We are seeing futures now pointed up across the board, even after China came out, rebuffed Trump's statement that they were in talks and said the U.S. needs to lower tariffs completely before they will get into discussions. So we have 0.2% now on the S&P.
Arne, det mange på frontbroker som driver med copytrading.
Investors more bullish going into this session than they were
Bare, har bare en ting å si til deg. Pass på marginene dine.
We've got Volunteers of America ringing the opening bell. Good for them. And down on the NASDAQ market site.
Og de andre som har sånn crazy margin, de som har sånn crazy avkastning der, de må tape annenhver trade. De setter alle hestene på en trade, og så bommer de, og så det er sånn 50-50. Så hvis du skal følge sånne, så må du ha mye marginer.
If I had a dime for how many times uncertainty had been said on earnings call, I would have at least 3 because you had Chipotle and PepsiCo pulling their outlooks this morning. American Air also pulling its 2025 guidance entirely. I'm getting closer and closer to $1. You take a look at what's happening to these stocks in the pre-market. You actually have, or rather the open, you can see that Chipotle higher a little bit, PepsiCo down a little bit, American Air a little bit higher. It just feels like everyone's tired, Matt.
Yeah, I will say Southwest called out uncertainty. Alaska Air called out uncertainty. America Air called out uncertainty. Pepsi, uncertainty. CMG, Chipotle, uncertainty. IBM, Texas Instruments, Masco, Sonic. I could go on and on and on. And across the board, executives have no idea what's going to happen. And that's not great for business. That's not great for earnings. Bloomberg's Alex Semenova has been following the S&P 500 earnings broadly for us. So how are things looking, Alex?
So the results themselves for this quarter are pretty solid. If you look at the numbers, 78% of firms surprised to the upside. That is the most since the second quarter of 2024. Year-over-year earnings growth is at 7.4%. It's slightly above preseason estimates, but slightly lower than the past 5 quarters. But as you mentioned, Matt, it's not about what was in the past. It's about the future, and a lot of companies just don't know how to quantify the impact of tariffs on their businesses at this point, and that is really spooking investors. Earnings revision breath, which is a measure of upgrades versus downgrades, is approaching downside extremes. Morgan Stanley said that it's at levels that they've never seen this before, and the language from companies, as you said, guys, across various industries, Alaska Air, Pepsi, Chipotle, IBM, volatility, uncertainty, just that's the name of the game right now.
Yeah, we've been talking about that earnings revisions breath figures for a while now because it is pretty stunning to see them at recession levels. And it just feels like, and this is a point we've been making, that every data that isn't real time, every data point feels stale at this point. So when you take a look at the sell side strategist community that you cover so closely, we're talking about Deutsche Bank downgrading their expectations for the year end just this morning. I mean, how do investors and strategists plan around all of this uncertainty?
I mean, the reality is no one knows what's going to happen, and a lot of strategists just don't want to admit it. If you look at Bank of America, Savita Subramanian there said that the S&P could end anywhere from 4,000 to 7,000. They're just highlighting the range of outcomes. JP Morgan said the same thing. They said it's basically impossible to, figure out what direction stocks are going, and you could look at the fundamentals, but anything can be changed by a tweet at this point.
All right, Alex, thanks very much. Alex Semenova.
Du sier at markedet så nervøst nå fordi alt kan snu på en tweet fra Donald Trump.
We're only about a third of the way into earnings season, so there's still a lot to go, and the big ones are yet to come, the scary ones, like the big Mag 7 and the retail names. We're back with Manulife, John Hancock, co-chief investment strategist, Emily Rowland. So, Emily, I mean, especially for automakers, right? Their tariffs are changing on a daily basis. For makers of electronics, chips, smartphones, what are the executives to do? How do you handle this if you can't put CapEx, if you can't make hiring decisions, if you can't know how much your goods are going to cost on ships?
Yeah, it's a massive challenge, Matt, right now, and that's the reason that we're seeing companies pulling guidance. They just don't know. We're seeing companies announce 2 different sets of guidance based on how punitive tariffs are going to be to their business. So again, a lot of uncertainty, but what we have to watch is what's actually happening. And even though the sentiment surveys are just incredibly bearish right now, we have to look at the real-time data. That's the best we can do right now. And things like initial claims this morning coming in at 222,000, continuing claims actually coming down a bit this morning, and high-yield bond spreads, which has peaked at about 450 basis points, down under 400 basis points. So we are watching the hard data right now. It's telling us that the economy is slowly slowing, but still doing fine. And in that case, companies should be able to maintain their margins. They should be able to continue to, provide solid footing here for the labor market. And until we see those real-time measures of economic growth start to move lower, then we see us in a solid position.
Well, I'm curious to take this conversation cross-asset. You bring up high-yield bond spreads, for example. Are there any asset classes that you can pick right now and say, this is insulated? This maybe not quite tariff-proof, but this is where I want to be. I'm thinking about gold, for example, hitting 3,500. It feels like that is one of the only true havens in this market.
Yeah, I mean, gold has just been on an absolute tear to, which obviously isn't surprising. It tends to be a hedge against both inflation and geopolitical risk, but certainly it's run a lot here. And we want to look to where there's relative value. So I think what's really notable about this market is that the assets that have sold off the most are actually the highest quality ones. You look at tech, and of course we had a valuation issue coming into the year in U.S. mega cap tech, but tech is the poster child for quality. These are companies with great balance sheets, better earnings growth prospects, wider moats, and you've seen really the baby being thrown out with the bathwater to a large extent. And meanwhile, the relative winners have been things like European financials and German industrial companies. Those parts of the market are highly cyclical and tend to trade on a rebound in global economic growth. We don't think we're there right now. We think the global economy is slowing. If U.S. exceptionalism is at risk, global exceptionalism is at risk here. So we want to look to those higher quality assets that are on sale.
Well, you could make the case that a high quality asset on sale right now is placed at the long end of the Treasury curve. You had PIMCO, JP Morgan Asset Management coming out and saying that there's actually opportunities there after the sell-off we've seen, but we know that bonds have been a really unreliable hedge, Emily. Where do they fit into a portfolio right now if you're looking for safety?
Yeah, Katie, coming into the quarter, we actually increased our allocation to high quality bonds. We would look at any backup in rates as a gift to investors right now. And one of the narratives that I think investors might not be fully sniffing out is that we see disinflationary trends taking hold. I know that there may be a short-term inflationary impact of tariffs, but we look at things like the housing market, which drives inflation. And if you look at shelter CPI, that finally came down last month to 0.2%. Real-time measures of housing are suggesting more disinflation there. Mortgage rates are very prohibitive. They're back above 7% right now. You look at things like supply coming online. We're seeing some of the biggest jumps in housing supply that we've seen in quite some time. At the same time, the demand is stagnating due to unaffordability issues, higher insurance costs, et cetera. So if we can start to see housing continue to come down here, that brings inflation down and provides a counteracting force to the inflationary impact of tariffs here. So watch that dynamic playing out. That means bond yields move lower, and there's a lot of opportunity for total return potential within high quality bonds.
I wanted to bring up the inflation subject again as well. As I mentioned in the last block, Donald Trump put out a truth this morning. He says gas and grocery prices are way down, just like I said they would be. Eggs are plentiful and down 87%. Nice. If you look at the data, and I realize that some of this data is not fresh. For example, the white line here is the CPI food index, up, up, up. Okay, that ends in the end of March. We could see a drop there. The blue line is average national gasoline prices. Those are updated, if not daily, weekly, so that's not too backwards. It hasn't really come down that much thus far, Emily. So should the Fed be looking at a preemptive cut, or should they still be worried about inflation?
Yeah, the Fed's not going to act preemptively on the inflation front. They're going to be looking for confirmation in the real-time data, which may lead them to be behind the curve here. But I do want to comment on the commodity discussion there, because if you do expect a meaningful rise in inflation from here, that almost has to be accompanied by higher commodity prices. That is really a key driver. And we're seeing the opposite based on particularly demand out of China slowing, on decelerating global growth there. So if commodity prices can come down, if we can see housing inflation come down, that is something that's going to be a positive here for the bond market. Yes, rates are chopping around here, but I don't think that bonds are sniffing out the slower growth and disinflationary environment that we think unfolds over the course of 2025. Got to be maybe a little bit patient to get there.
Yeah, there's a really interesting disconnect brewing between, of course, survey expectations of inflations and what we're actually seeing in commodities. Unfortunately, we got to leave it there. Emily, great to speak with you as always. That is Manulife John Hancock's Emily Rowland. Now, coming up, ServiceNow results show strong demand for software. We'll hear from CEO Bill McDermott next. This is Open Interest.
Microsoft får litt pump her opp nå.
The incidence of cancer, which is to say people getting it, is higher than it was 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. Is that because detection is better than it used to be?
All right, so the dirty secret is we have no idea. We don't collect data in the United States. What we do know is that there's not a dramatic rise in cancer in the United States, but what we are seeing is a troubling trend is younger people are getting more cancers. That's real. We have no idea why. But we are seeing younger people, more colon cancer, more breast cancer, and other cancers in younger individuals, 20, 30, 40-year-olds, that we never used to see.
What do you think could possibly be the cause? I assume pollution or the environment in some ways?
We assume it's either something in the environment, we assume it's diet, it's ultra-processed foods, it's microplastics, it's changes in the microbiome. We really don't know.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Is this a negotiation or the new rules of the game?
It could be either.
It is up to the president how he wants to negotiate.
The higher the tariff, the faster they come.
A 90-day pause is not an eradication.
The trade negotiations are moving quickly.
There will be deals cut.
Trust Bloomberg for all the context and clarity you need as the tariff and global economy story evolves.
This year's bear case very quickly becoming the base case.
Nobody covers tariffs like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Open Interest. A check on stocks at session high with the S&P 500 higher by 0.4%. You can see that a lot of that strength is coming from big tech, with the NASDAQ 100 up about 0.8%. The little guys getting in on the action too, but we'll see how this picture changes as we get deeper into earnings season. Alphabet after the bell tonight, but it's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning, and first up, Oreo maker Mondelez getting a downgrade from D.A. Davidson on soft snacking demand and cocoa volatility. Next up, you have Deutsche Bank upgrading Huntington Bank shares and M&T Bank. The firm is confident that bank stocks have bottomed and also sees upside in the large regionals versus the big banks. And finally, ServiceNow getting raised to a buy over at President Capital Management. The software company reported first quarter results that beat expectations and gave a strong outlook. And Matt, shares currently up almost 14%.
Yeah, absolutely taking off. And we are going to talk with Bill McDermott, the CEO of ServiceNow, formerly of SAP, in just a moment. Those shares going the opposite direction of what we see happening with IBM. IBM is down after it missed expectations for sales. They did grow, but only 1%. Bloomberg Technologies' Caroline Hyde joins us now in the studio to talk about the company out of Armonk. So, IBM missing expectations. What's the problem with Big Blue?
They didn't actually miss expectations. They actually beat, if you look at...
Sånn. Det input, output device, hva var den da? Digital lyd, Realtek, høyttaler 3. Det der, Robert?
Ja, det hører jeg.
Nå du på. Nå funker det.
Ja, kan du rett knappen, ja.
Ja, nå fikser jeg det, vet du. Nå fikser jeg det.
Det bra. Du et teknisk geni.
Ja, vent da. Jeg helt rå på sånne PC-greier.
Ja.
Hallo. Jeg hører deg. Hva sier du nå? At det... Hva da? Altså, de må øke hver gang? Det jo helt tullete, da. Ja. Ok, så du sier jeg burde tatt gevinsten hver dag? Ja. Ok. Da skjønner jeg det. Da må vi beskjed om det. Ja, men bra. Da skal vi beskjed. Ja. De som tjener på copytrading, dere må oppdatere pengene hver gang dere går i gevinst, så må dere fylle på nytt for å følge meg eksakt. Det klønt, ass.
Det jo ikke å gå... Jeg tar det hver $100, ja, men jeg har snart ikke $100 igjen.
Ja.
Det jo også jævlig.
Ja. Nei. Eller så kan jeg ta ut hver dag, så alt det samme. Da også, går jeg også og gjør det også, da. Har du gjort noen dager?
Nei, jeg har gjort noe i dag.
Ja, har du gjort noen dag?
Jeg har shortet den, og så inn i faen.
Det ramlet som fanestav.
Ja, hva du tror jeg shortet hen?
Du shortet der nede hvor du skulle bryte hvor ikke brøyt?
Ja, den beste shorten min akkurat ved bruddet.
Vi skal noe med det etterpå, ser du. Eneste grunn til at det går opp nå, at folk ikke har fått med seg hva som skjer. Microsoft gikk opp med 1,5%, det skal sikkert snu etterpå. Bekreftelsen på den tariffgreiene Kina har gått ut og avkreftet det. Så jeg tror folk blir litt lurt nå, for det står i alle medier i Norge i hvert fall, at Trump har sagt at han skal gå inn med avtale med Kina. Og det jo helt feil. Det hørte vi på live i går.
Sales. We're expecting flatline sales of 0%.
Verden får det med seg etterpå, tenker jeg. Tar det tid før man skjønner det.
Det har vært fint, det har gått opp for noen snart.
software-exposed companies have been outperforming in the turbulence ultimately because they have local exposure.
Det var akkurat det samme som skjedde I går.
Yes, of course, they build plenty of their own hardware.
Det gikk opp på lite volum, og så gikk det ned på mye volum.
Ultimately, you're seeing software still remaining resilient. Many questioned whether Doge,
Snart $1650 skjev den.
Mange tok du shorta der nede?
That's not coming out in this set of quarters.
4.
Nor for ServiceNow, but there is a
Du vatter på litt da.
because I think the shares rallied so hard before it.
I think 8%.
Jeg sier du kjører på litt da.
I checked, so
Ja.
big drop there. That looks nothing like what we see at ServiceNow, where Katie just showed us the shares up 14%. I think Bill McDermott is good. Let's check in with him.
Let's check in with him, Matt, because I'm pleased to welcome to the show the ServiceNow CEO, Bill McDermott, who joins us on the back of what is some stellar numbers. Your shares are rallying. We're seeing basically a beat on sales. We're up 19%.
Jeg får ikke med meg det lyden.
Strong guidance when many other companies are pulling their
Jeg gjør
guidance.
aldri
Bill,
det.
what gives you the confidence?
We have an amazing culture here, Caroline. Elite level execution defines ServiceNow, and our AI acceleration delivered another outstanding quarter. It actually quadrupled. So ServiceNow has really become the AI operating system for the enterprise, and we see the software industrial complex literally integrating onto ServiceNow as the standard from every corner of the office. Companies are looking to run efficiently, effectively, with a different margin profile for this economic time, and we were built for this moment.
You do talk about potential risks regarding geopolitical environment. What are those risks? How are you seeing them?
Well, I think if you look at it, why we're so well positioned for this moment is companies today, let's take the auto industry as an example. Tariffs are on the table, and that industry is affected. So these companies have to think about the marketplace very, very differently. They have to reorient their supply chains in real time, and only AI can do that. And you say, well, why do they have to do that? There's 30,000 parts that go into manufacturing a single vehicle. They may not be able to pass on the $10,000 increase to the consumer. So companies like ServiceNow can get them to tier 2 and 3 suppliers, sign up new suppliers in real time, and position these companies to win. And this is true in every industry. It could be insurance, it could be pharma, it could be retail, manufacturing. It's all in the focus of ServiceNow to help these companies innovate.
Let's go from private companies to the public sector. And I know that you've won a federal contract, but many had a lot of anxiety about what Doge meant for you. You said Doge loves you, but why would Doge love you at this moment?
Well, we're laser focused on modernizing government and elevating how it serves the American people in the U.S. And what's really interesting about Doge, it has formed a standard that other governments around the world
Du sa 17 går, det
so our public sector business was up 30% year on year. We had 6 new public sector logos, including 1 large U.S. federal agency. We have 11 federal deals greater than $1 million, and 2 of them were greater than $5 million. And this is net new software sales. So this is kind of a big moment because we are the only software platform I'm personally aware of that can take out billions in cost in government around the world. And certainly the United States is looking at that very closely, and we're excited.
I mean, have you spoken to Elon about the work that he's doing? How did you make sure that you were protected in this moment to be able to bring the transformation, bring the efficiency?
Well, you have to remember the agencies are run by amazing public servants and great leaders. And Doge is doing the right thing. They obviously want to make good for the American people so the taxpayers get their benefits. Our platform is front and center in helping them do that. There's systems like COBOL systems in there in government entities since 1959. And then the 20th century architectures where all of these legacy systems were departmentally organized. And then there was maverick buying over decades of different administrations. We can come in there and consolidate all of these spends onto the ServiceNow platform and replace hundreds of systems. And who wouldn't want to do that?
You do that with, you say, an elite team. You started the conversation with that. I'm interested in a change in the team. A top sales leader, Paul Smith, moving on. Is there anything to be worried about there?
Not at all. I mean, you know, the good news is Paul and I had an opportunity to build out the go-to-market together for nearly 5 years. So we have a great relationship. And we mentored Paul Smith, who, by the way, is a veteran of the United States Army, 82nd Airborne Division. So he's got the discipline of a great leader. And he's run big brands for other companies. And he's been with us for 4.5 years. And we actually had him in the global sales job last quarter. So I think we see in the numbers what he's capable of, and I have high hopes that that will continue to grow.
I want to ask you lastly about your culture and the people, because more of them are going to be moving to Florida, right? West Palm Beach. Is that going to become your headquarters, Bill?
What we're going to do is we're a California company. We started in San Diego. We have a big development center in San Diego. We have a big development center in Santa Clara. So California's home base, but we've expanded. We're growing. So we have a big commitment in New York City at the Hudson Yards. And soon we'll have a deal done, hopefully, in West Palm Beach, where we'll be able to have sort of the West, the Northeast, and the Southeast covered with big hubs. And our dream is to have a next-generation AI university in West Palm Beach, where we team up with the Cleveland Clinic, Steve Ross and his outstanding company down there in West Palm Beach, and really build coalitions with the business community. But our dream is to be the AI operating system for the enterprise. We're on the move. Only ServiceNow can go east and west and north and south in these companies. So building out AI all over the United States and all over the world is something we're quite passionate about, Caroline, and we're on our way.
Well, many loving the AI, Gen AI momentum that continues. CEO Bill Dermott of ServiceNow, thanks so much for joining us. Back to you, Katie.
Thank you.
All right, our thanks to Caroline Hyde for bringing us that conversation. ServiceNow up 15%. That is your biggest percent gainer in the S&P 500 right now, which is nearing in on session highs. This would be a third straight day of gains if it holds. We'll bring you deeper into the market action next. This is Open Interest.
Det er vanskelig å si. Det kommer akkurat noen tall noe sted, så det er vanskelig å si.
Bringing you up to the minute tech news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow in Las Vegas, and this is Bloomberg.
Det er ikke noe volum, det er bare småplukk.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI.
En video som får litt fart på sånn nå, 2,2.
And if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on what's going on in stocks. Looks like we're getting some momentum back here. S&P 500 now up.
I hver dag har sett 20 000 i rammeveien.
Saw yesterday and the day before, so 3 days of gains. The NASDAQ up over 1%. You just saw Bill McDermott and ServiceNow rising 15%. You can see that investors are buying bonds, pushing the yield down on the 10-year and the 30. NVIDIA up 1.5%. That's better than a stick in the eye. IBM is down 6.5%, but it's not hugely represented on the S&P 500. Ford is up on news that we could see even fewer tariffs on auto parts. American Airlines down and Chipotle up, but both of them talking about uncertainty. And then Whirlpool off a little bit, but maybe it's not so bad for Whirlpool, Katie.
Yeah, it was interesting. We heard from their CEO yesterday on Bloomberg Television saying that maybe tariffs actually help them.
To your question about the tariffs, you highlighted already the most important thing is 80% of what we sell in the US is produced in the US. I know there are many companies talking about reshoring, onshoring. We never left. So as such, we are, no matter how you look at it, we're structurally a net winner of a tariff.
All right, interesting comments on leveling the playing field, sort of borrowing a line from the administration there. That was Whirlpool. Now, coming up in the next hour, a lot of great conversations, including with Fed Board Governor Chris Waller. This is Bloomberg.
Takk for support for Frontblokket svarer. Når var det du skrev til Frontblokkere M? Får ikke svar på 1 minutt. Det gjør det ikke.
What would it mean for India to host the Olympics?
Linda, I don't think it's my dream alone. I think it's a dream of 1.4 billion Indians to see the Olympics being held in India. I think once sport takes over, the transformation will be seen, not only in the lives of the youths, but in the economy of our country. India is one of the biggest centers for digital usage, and 1/3 of the viewership of the Olympic channel comes from India. So India as a sporting market is huge.
Countries which have hosted the Olympics have always grappled with the issue of infrastructure, for instance. Building it is one thing, maintaining it is another. How can India do it differently if it were to host the Olympics?
So I think we're talking about innovation and sustainability. And I think the same holds for holding the Olympics. What if you look at a sustainable model? What if you look at refurbishing old stadiums, reusing what we have? So I think the move has to be a sustainable move.
Smertefullt å se på. Der ingenting.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts.
Når vi vet hva som skjer, så stresser vi ikke. Bare akseptere at sånn det.
Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super
Bowl. Så driver trader ute fra fordi det går opp eller går ned, da kommer du til å vite hvorfor du gjør en trade, og så får du bare justere underveis, og så må du bare vite at Trump kan prate med noe som helst. Det kan skje, du må liksom du må vite hva du driver med.
A higher tariff scenario, that they're not saying, you know, costs are going to be increasing that much more, that prices are going to be that much more in a linear fashion.
Right.
it looks like it's actually consistent with an expectation of disruptive effects, potentially lowering demand for their products.
Okay. This is too short. We've got to get you back on again, particularly to talk about the Boston Red Sox. From the Boston Fed, Jenny Tang with us, just wonderful on Small Business America. Green on the screen, the Dow up 33 points. Paul?
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Coming up, this is the Bloomberg Intelligence radio program. Alex Steele is out today. She'll be back tomorrow, but Isabel Lee sitting in for Alex. Isabel, thank you so much for joining us again.
I'm excited. It's going to be a great day, and I really want to talk about the Beige Book in a bit.
Okay, very good. We're going to start it off strong here just in a moment. Fed Governor Chris Waller, he's going to be speaking with Bloomberg's Michael McKee. They're down in Washington, D.C. We're going to bring that to you in just a moment here. But looking at the markets, the S&P 500 up 40 points, the Dow up 43 points, and the NASDAQ up 217 points. That's 1.3%. So just as Tom and I have been here with you this morning, we've gone to futures being negative to mixed to now we've got a little bit of a lift here in the market. So we'll keep you up on that. The yields, 10-year Treasury, around 4.33%. So we'll keep an eye on that. And Bitcoin, it is lower there. So coming up right now, we're going to bring you Michael McKee, Bloomberg's Michael McKee's down in Washington, D.C. with Fed Governor Chris Waller. Let's take a listen to their conversation.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome to Bloomberg Television and Radio Worldwide. Chris Waller, thank you for taking the time to come in today.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I appreciate having me on.
You gave a speech a short time ago in which you said tariffs are the elephant in the room. Elephant seems to have only gotten bigger. You told me you were in St. Louis yesterday for a Fed Listens event, which is supposed to be about your framework review, and all anybody wanted to talk about was tariffs?
Yeah, that's pretty much the talk of the town. It's kind of hard not to talk about the economy without having to address it.
Well, the Beige Book yesterday addressed it, used the word uncertainty 80 times in that. Companies talking about not growing, but possible layoffs, getting ready to do something to try to mitigate the effects of tariffs. Are you hearing the same things from companies that they're sort of stepping back and just sitting on the sidelines?
Yeah, and that's the general tone of every person I've talked to out in the private sector is that they're just kind of frozen by what's going to happen with tariffs. And so CapEx, everything has just come to a stop. It doesn't mean it won't happen later when there's a little more clarity, but it has actually just stopped. If the tariffs, the large tariffs had stayed on or come back on, then firms are trying to figure out how they're going to absorb some of that cost. And the minute they do that, they're looking at other ways to cut costs, and labor is obviously one way they do that. So it wouldn't surprise me that you might start seeing more layoffs, tick up in the unemployment rate going forward if the big tariffs in particular come back on. The smaller tariff world of 10 to 12%, most of the firms I talk to, they figure out they can deal with it. They kind of often give me this kind of formula. Our suppliers will eat a third of it, we'll eat a third of it, and we'll pass a third of it on to consumers. So if you're talking about a 10 to 12% tariff, it's not a big price hit to the consumers if that's all they pass through.
But economics tells us that tariffs in general are not good. So even if we get the smaller tariffs, does that still leave business on the sidelines and growth prospects lower?
Well, it is a tax, and it's inevitable that there's a tax. But however, I've always tried to tell people that, given the fiscal situation we're in, we need to get some better control of the budget deficit, and that means some combination of taxes and spending. It's just an argument about what taxes do you want to have to raise. So nobody likes taxes. I don't like taxes. But if you're going to get any kind of get our fiscal situation under control, you're going to have some tax revenue. And there's no obvious reason why tariffs should be off the table per se.
We have some tariffs in place, even though the president goes back and forth about other tariffs, but he put some on in March. When do we start to see that in the hard data?
Well, by taking off the April 2nd tariffs, you postpone that decision until July. So we'll see some of the 10% tariffs and the auto tariffs. Some of that will start coming through particular sectors. But it's not likely to me that by July 1st, you're going to see really big impacts from it. You will see it, like I said, in CapEx and things like that have just been put off to the side. So you'll probably see some softening in the data, but you're probably not likely to see anything dramatic happen before we get a better decision from the administration what they're going to do with the big tariff package that they initially proposed on April 2nd.
Well, what will we see first? A big rise in inflation or a slowdown in growth, perhaps epitomized by the unemployment rate?
I think you could see both of them almost happen at the same time, just in the sense of, like I said, that firms have to make a decision right away to pass through. Now, they have a lot of firms told me they have price contracts, so they're protected for a little while until they have to renegotiate those price contracts. But they're all anticipating, particularly the bigger tariffs, they're all anticipating they're going to have to cut costs somewhere. And the easiest thing to do when firms have 65 to 70% of their costs is labor, to start shedding some labor. So you might see layoffs start to happen about the same time you start seeing prices going up. So I'm not so convinced that it's going to be one first and then the other. You can see them both happen roughly at the same time, or very close together.
I assume that we're not going to see any move from the Fed on May 7th, but when would you have enough data, you think, to be able to make a decision one way or another on whether you need to move rates?
Well, as I was saying, the president's put off any decision on the large tariff world that was proposed on April 2nd until July. So all you're going to see probably till July is whatever the existing tariffs are in place. And as I said, I don't think you're going to see enough happen in the real data in the next couple of months until you get past July. When you get to the second half of the year, I think we'll start having better ideas what's going to happen with the tariff world that the administration's considering. And by then, you'll start seeing more in the form of tariff price pass-through and also stuff on the real side. But there's not like you're not going to see anything on the real side because of all the uncertainty in terms of freezing decisions, spending decisions.
Well, let's put some parameters around your thinking. On the employment mandate side, what level of unemployment would bother you?
Well, it's more the speed at which it would start going up. I mean, if it just ticked up 1/10, ticked up 1/10, ticked up 1/10, kind of like what we saw last year, it would be concerning, but it wouldn't be a big problem. But if it starts going up 2/10, 3/10 a month, then that's going to happen because you're seeing layoffs starting to take off. And the labor market's in kind of a good spot. It's not like 2022 where you could reduce vacancies. Now, if labor demand pulls back, it's going to be in terms of bodies. So you'll see employment start to drop. So I'm more concerned about the speed at which the unemployment rate starts going up. And if there's a big reaction to big tariffs, it could go up very quickly.
4.5% is, I guess, the SOM rule trigger. Would that be a trigger for you?
You know, I gave a speech last September where I kind of discounted the SOM rule as a mechanical description of the data, and what it really is capturing is shocks that hit the economy. A big tariff regime being put back on in July and being put in place for the foreseeable future, that would be that kind of a big shock. So it's not so much the SOM rule as the fact that the SOM rule is really always picking up some big shock to the economy. And the big tariff regime, as it was on April 2nd, would end up being a big shock to the economy.
Well, on the inflation mandate side, since you expect some inflation from tariffs, is it the speed with which it rises as well? Because we've seen a lot of volatility in inflation numbers recently.
Yeah, that's been the struggle for me for the last basically 18 months, is that inflation progress to our 2% goal has been this kind of seesaw. You're making progress going down, but then you get a couple of bad months, then it comes back down, and it's just slower than I ever thought it would have been, say, in December of 23. But the tariffs are a one-time. I still strongly believe, just economics tells me that the tariffs are a one-time price level effect that's going to pass through. Now, it's one-time level doesn't mean it's small or big. It's just a one-time. So I still think even if it was fairly large, you would see a one-time price level effect. The demand slowdown would offset some of that. As consumers back off, employment goes down, unemployment rises, wealth continues, financial wealth declines, you will see demand effects from that that'll put downward pressure on inflation. So it may not be as high as people think. But the critical thing is it's going to take some courage to stare down these tariff increases in prices with the belief that they are transitory. I'm not going to lie that we all have 2021 in our minds when we think about how we go forward. But you know, the question is, what are the things that will cause this inflation to persist through the initial tariff increases? And I just have a hard time seeing exactly what that would be.
Well, do you think if we start to see the economy slow, that you would be more reluctant to cut rates because you expect that tariffs and the higher inflation will come down because of the demand effect?
See, I'm willing to look through whatever tariff price effects there are, and I've said that. So for me then, I'm not going to overreact to any increase in inflation that I think is attributable to the tariffs. But if I see a significant drop in the labor market, then the employment side of the mandate I think is important, and we step in, and we would have to start. I said this last week in my speech. I would expect more rate cuts and sooner once I start seeing some serious deterioration in the labor market.
Now, some people looked at your speech last week and said, Chris Waller's on the opposite side of all this from Chair Powell.
Kom drittall fra USA nå.
Division,
home sales last month dropped lowest
that's
since
the beauty of not having
2009.
groupthink. People have different views about how the economy is evolving and how policies should be done.
Nå det både resesjon i USA,
As far as I've heard exactly that comment that Waller's outside of consensus, away from the chair.
De som kjøper her nå, de jo da
I didn't really hear much different from what the chair said 2 days later. So this is always a funny thing about communication. I can say something and people perceive it one way to the left, or they perceive it the other way to the right. So how people receive what I say is not always one clear vision of what it is. So I'll leave it up to people to decide whether there's a difference between the chair and I. But all I can do is say what my views are, and I've tried to be very clear what they are.
A lot of people are thinking at this point that Trump being Trump and
Jeg lurer på om det ser I markedsplanen. Er det her også?
Hva sier du for noe at
Jeg lurer på om det vi ser her nå at det markedsmanipulasjon. Jeg har aldri sett det gått sånn der. Altså det jo ikke et stikk på tur oppover. Ja. Skal prøve å slå på minuttskjart, men det sikkert det der eller.
Men det jo ikke noe volum her. Det jo ikke noe.
Nei, det ikke. RSI ligger klistret I taket over, og det helt vanvittig. Mistet litt moment I minuttskjartet. Vel, det vel ikke I 5-minuttskjartet.
Altså, det ingenting. Jeg driter I chartet. Det ingenting her som tilsier at vi skal ikke noe. Det eneste som kan være at folk tror det blir rentekutt siden det går så jævlig til helvete. Men Pepsi I dag tok ned guidinga negativt. Det kom et AI-selskap I stedet som leverte bra tall. Jeg husker faen hva det heter for underleverandør av Nvidia. Utover det så har det bare kommet dritt. Apple dro jo opp I stedet sammen med Microsoft. Apple fikk jo megabot I går. Meta fikk megabot I går. Tariffen ikke ferdig, så jeg tror det her bare... Jeg skal ikke kjøpe på den her. Jeg skal shorte mer etterpå.
Det blir sikkert
Ja, det kan hende at det blir
sell-off til kvelds.
Ja, sånn som I går, de kjører oss opp på lite volum, og så kommer institutional som bare kaster seg på fra selgerne, og så får du sånne finger-kill-ordre. Det kan ikke det som skjer, for det som skjer nå bare merkelig. Vi har gått opp 400 poeng fra dag tidlig på dårlige nyheter.
Bullshit.
And for me, that's critical for whoever the next chair is.
Chris Waller, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Vi finner fort ut da, om det blir solgt ned på mer volum. Hvis det stemmer, så det det som skjer. Da det bare ligger rolig den.
The Fed governor on a whole wide range of economic policies. This is the Bloomberg Intelligence Radio program. It is Isabel Lee sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming live on YouTube as well. Looking at the marketplace here, we've got stocks actually in the green here, so a little bit of a positive reversal from what we saw earlier this morning. The S&P up 43 points, that's 0.8%, and the NASDAQ up 228 points, that's 1.3%.
Bondsene styrker seg, gull styrker seg, rentene, alt kommer oppover, så det ikke noe som tilsier at vi skal opp. Det må overraske også på Bloomberg.
Shares of which are dropping
some
6% today after the company reported results that showed strong profit, but also suggested the economic uncertainty and U.S. government cost cuts could be denting its business. So obviously this has been a theme that we've been discussing over the last couple of weeks. How White House policies are actually impacting companies themselves. So we're seeing more evidence of that. We have the CEO saying that in the near term, uncertainty may cause clients to pause. And obviously, IBM has been working to transform itself over the last couple of years. Shares had been doing okay up until this point. They're up some 12% for the year, so holding up a little bit stronger than the market overall. But we do see shares declining today.
What about Pepsi? It cut its full-year profit outlook. What are you seeing there?
Right. Shares of Pepsi are down 2.5–3% today. It's lowering its full-year profit outlook, and it's saying it's given the unpredictable U.S. trade policies, as well as worsening consumer sentiment, which is driving up costs and denting demands for the company's snacks and soft drinks. Obviously, it's an owner of a lot of brands that we're all very familiar with, and so it gives us a really good look and a pretty broad view into the state of the consumer.
Isabel and Vladana, are you soda drinkers?
I'm not
Sparkly
much of a
water.
soda. Yes, sparkling water.
So you're not like a Coke versus Pepsi. You've got a big opinion.
But if I were to choose, I think I like Pepsi more.
Is that right? Okay.
I would
I'm a
choose
Coke
Coke,
person, but I'm not.
Can you put rum in Pepsi?
I think you can. I think you can. So, John from the shore asking, can you put rum in your Pepsi? I think the answer is yes. American Airlines, what's happening?
But it's known as rum and Coke, isn't it?
Not
as rum and Pepsi. I'm sorry. American Airlines shares are down 0.5% today. It withdrew its full-year earnings outlook, and it's obviously joining a growing number of companies that are saying that unease about the economy is making it difficult to make forecasts and how the rest of the year will be playing out. Last week we had United Air taking a very unusual step in offering dual earnings forecasts, so one for a stable environment and one for reduced one based on the presumption of a recession. So again, just coming back to that theme of how policies are actually impacting companies and what they're saying on their earnings reports on how they're seeing things play out.
Yep, a lot of uncertainty. That's the key thing that we're hearing from some of these companies here as they report their earnings. Vladana Hajric, thank you so much for joining us. Vladana is a cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Coming up, Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. Will join us
Jeg tror ikke det går så mye høyere enn her nå,
men
det er ikke noe...
Head of Indexed Product Management at Market Vector Indexes to discuss her outlook for the markets here. And again, we have some green on the screen here today.
Både han steg og kursmål på 20 000.
Hva sa du?
Jeg ser både han steg og det kursmål på 20 000.
5 basis points, 4.32% on your 10-year treasury.
Mangler 1000 poeng da.
Lower. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Men hva er det som drar oss opp her nå? Det er Nvidia. Tesla også er opp 2,5%. Nå har Tesla opp med nesten 15% på 3 dager.
Ja, det er helt sykt. De får ikke det de trenger for å produsere bilene, eller etter hvert.
Nei, de leverte det verste tallet på et år. De bomma med 20% på revenue. Skikkelig dårlig.
Ja, ikke så mye. Utsiktene er jo helt ræva.
Ja, men Elon Musk har sagt at han skal fokusere mer på Tesla når han går opp på Doge. Det er derfor han går opp.
Det hjelper jo ikke hvis de ikke får produsert batteriene.
Det som er litt spesielt I dag, at vi har beveget oss mer på pre-markedet etter USA åpnet. Det var mer volum når det var stengt enn det nå. Vi har faktisk opp 500% I dag på ikke noen nyheter. Nei, 500 poeng I dag på ikke noen nyheter. Altså på dårlige nyheter. Han største treneren på Pelican, han skrev til alle kundene sine at han tørte ikke trene mer, så han satte en hedge, så han tør ikke gjøre noe. Han bare sitter helt lost med tap på ham.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, and we're being brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, US equity index options, US treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/round-the-clock. Major stock averages right now, they are higher. Some of the individual shares of the move slumping its results, falling short of market expectations. PepsiCo lowering its full-year profit outlook. They're blaming tariff headwinds, and then you have P&G, Procter & Gamble falling. They cut their sales and profit outlook, citing tariffs.
Procter & Gamble også tok ned guidingen nå. PepsiCo tok ned guidingen nå. Alle tar ned guiding.
Still, Ed Yardeni at Yardeni Research told us earlier the Trump administration appears to be finally listening to some of the battered investors.
Clearly, the financial markets have had a big impact on the administration. This is the bond vigilantes and the stock vigilantes ganging up on the administration and saying, you know, we need some moderation here, we need some cooling off, and that's exactly what the administration is doing.
A Deutsche Bank strategist led by Pinky Chana slashing their year-end S&P 500 target by 12%. They're citing the blow to U.S. companies from the tariffs. S&P 500 right now 53 points
Deutsche Bank tar ned targeten på S&P med 12%.
In the index, the Dow Jones Industrial average up 147 points, and that's a rise of 4/10 of a percent.
Vi går opp.
308 points higher. That is up 1.7%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your...
Det jævla spesielt nå. Nå har de satt ned guidingen på Pepsi I dag. Procter & Gamble tok ned guidingen akkurat nå. Halverer kuttet sitt. Deutsche Bank tar ned S&P med 12%. Det bare dritt, og verden ble nedgradert I forgårs. Jeg skjønner ikke så mye av dette som skjer nå. Bare sitter rolig.
Let's get the latest reporting from Washington, D.C. on the tariffs. It is a...
Det ryker noen kontoer på, som setter seg på dem som setter short her nå, så det...
Hvorfor er det hvert fall som har store posisjoner?
Ja, men også hvis de ikke har margin I år, så ryker de.
Ja, samme I går. De som var long I går, de fikk jo plutselig 400 rett ned I går.
Ja.
Jeg tror du ryker kontoen, selv om det går opp eller går ned, så lenge du ikke har nok marginer.
Ja.
Mixed messaging currently at the moment when it comes to tariff policy related to China, even with China saying earlier today that there currently are no negotiations happening between Beijing and Washington, calling reports about recent developments to be groundless. That was particularly interesting after President Trump yesterday in the Oval Office contended when he was asked if he's actively involved in negotiations with China. He said that, quote, everything
Nå sier Kina at de har ikke noe samtale med Washington.
Ikke noe.
Ja, det sa han før, ja.
Jo, det var derfor det gikk opp I går. På at de hadde samtale.
We haven't gotten any real confirmation that Xi Jinping is willing to pick up the phone moving forward. At the moment, Beijing is now calling on the U.S. to eliminate all unilateral tariffs, something that the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said yesterday really is just not an option on the table.
Du kan ikke trede på det lille volumet her, du må enten sitte rolig, eller så må du bare være med. Du får ikke gjort noe her nå. Det rører ikke. Det bare sånn tikk-tikk, det skjer jo ingenting.
Very much will end up being lower here. But then at the same time, he followed that remark by saying that if a trade deal with Beijing is not reached, that will ultimately be okay because the U.S. will just set what he called a, quote, fair price. He then suggested that the White House is preparing to release some revised tariff rates for all countries, including China, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, ultimately. So we'll have to see how that ends up developing here, but it's something that we're closely watching if we are going to get some potentially new tariff rates.
Talk to us more about China's attempt to repair ties with the European Union, and as it tries to prove itself to be the more reliable trading partner compared to the U.S. What exactly is Beijing doing?
Right, exactly. So trying to reach out here to the European Union in a bid to try to shore up ties as a counter against the U.S. Most recently, we have reporting of, for example, that European leaders as well as Xi Jinping were actually together on a call. Happened to do with climate change. Now, there has been sort of a distance between the European Union and China, particularly when it comes to their criticism of how China has assisted Vladimir Putin amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. But there does appear to be some easing here, particularly when it comes to negotiations around electric vehicles. So this is a very important partner that we are watching, particularly as there hasn't really been that much movement when it comes to talks between the U.S. and the European Union. You'll recall just a few weeks ago, the EU's trade chief left Washington with very little clarity, according to our reporting, about exactly what this White House needs to see done in order to get a deal. And then I would also just quickly highlight one other trading partner, and that is Japan. There is new reporting this morning from Bloomberg News, according to Japanese officials, that if the U.S. ends up asking Japan to curb its own trade against China, they will push back on that. We should make clear our reporting indicates that the U.S. has not asked Japan to do that just yet, but we do know it's something that this White House has been mulling. And also, importantly, China has come out and said that it will take its own countermeasures against any countries that try to realign here, particularly when it comes with the U.S. and what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has floated could be a plan to then approach China as a bloc. One statistic that I'll leave you with is that China does about 20% of its commerce. Japan does about 20% of its commerce with China. That is more than it does in trade with the U.S., but at the same time, the country does export more material to the U.S.
Tyler, thank you very much for your reporting. Appreciate you taking a few minutes. Tyler Kendall, she's a reporter for Bloomberg News. Giving us the latest on the tariff situation. The market seems to be hanging almost on every tweet here. So right now, the market is higher. S&P 500 up 63 points. Let's get back to discussions on this market. Joy Yang joins us here, head of index product management at Market Vector Indexes. Joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Joy, thanks so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
How are you approaching these markets these days? The volatility is significant. We've got a VIX 27. We've got the MOVE index showing some volatility in the fixed income market. How are you guys approaching the markets?
I think, as with everybody, we're in new territories. Nobody is certain what the outcome of this tariff negotiation is. And even if we do reach a positive win-win outcome for every party involved, which is the best case, I think there's still going to be uncertainty around how long will this last? What are the second and third order impacts? So I think this is structurally a new environment for everyone, which is we're at elevated volatility, uncertainty will remain high. So I think for us, we're watching indicators, and those are gold prices, Bitcoin prices, on what investors are thinking. And at the moment, businesses can't make decisions, they can't give proper guidance, and those who have, investors can't rely on those. So I think people are really either parking their money into safe havens or seeking liquid assets which they can move in and out without kind of structural damage that we're seeing across asset classes.
I feel like with all this political rhetoric, people are maybe forgetting that it's earnings season and we are in the thick of it. And around 44% of the S&P 500 companies that have reported mentioned the word recession. That's a little higher than the previous quarter. What is your read on earnings so far? It's also been interesting. Companies have withheld forward outlook, or they've had two sets of scenarios, the base case and the tariff case. What is your read on those?
I think it's probably impossible to rely on this quarter's earnings guidance. And this is going to be short term. So I think it's still prudent for investors to focus on the long term and really focus on the fundamentals, which is, we'll get over this. There's got to be something after tariff negotiations, and I think structurally every industry still has a story and narrative that's focused on the long term. If you're in AI, that's a real story, right? Innovation will not break down, disruption will not break down, but at the moment there's so many things shifting that to give any kind of short-term guidance is really not reliable.
Talk to us about the risk-controlled indexes, ETFs, the Market Vector Gamma Road U.S. Equity Strategy Index. What is that?
Yeah, so I think this is the type of strategies I think investors should be focused on, because I think we're so focused on equities and fixed income, right? But, you really have to think about other alternative ways of looking at the world and structuring portfolio solutions. And one is to look at these indicators out there that are independent of any single country or any single asset classes to understand how elevated uncertainty is, or what sentiment is. And I think right now our Gamma Road Index is telling us to get out of equities. But if you're out of equities and you're sitting on cash, that's not a great place either, as we see.
Sier nå på Bloomberg, selg alt av equity, selg alt av aksjer. Sier de nå på Bloomberg, så jeg skjønner ikke helt hvem som kjøper det. Jeg tror det er retail som ikke helt skjønner ikke noe akkurat nå.
It's interesting. Gold, as we know, is just ripping, but Bitcoin as well. And I feel like with Bitcoin, it's you choose the narrative. Some people would say it moves in lockstep with tech companies like the Qs, but some would say no, actually it's an inflation hedge. I feel like it's still figuring it out. But can you talk to us about how different this is, this global macro shock compared to
begynner også å hedge litt nå, begynner å kjøpe litt, for her er virkelig bare et marked. Du har Tesla opp 2,5%, den er grei. Elon Musk, Apple opp 1% fra å være opp 0,2%, Microsoft opp 2,5%, Nvidia opp 2,7%. Det er ikke noe volum. Det er omsatt bare for 8,9 millioner på Apple. Det er veldig, veldig lite. Microsoft er omsatt for 3,47. Veldig, veldig lite. Det er veldig lite på hele overalt her.
Regulation, we're seeing it bring out
nedgradering fra IMF, nedgradering fra PepsiCo, nedgradering fra Deutsche Bank, nedgradering over hele fjøla her. Da spørsmålet, skal man være med videre oppover på nedgraderinger, eller skal man ta også sette en hedge, eller skal man ta en ny short? Vente litt til da. For det skal ikke opp når det er nedgradert, det kan sitte med en gang. Og det volumet er fint lite også, det er ikke noe volum helt tatt. Men man har veldig mange av disse aksjene har falt jævla mye i forkant da, så kan det være at det er en liten rekyl også. Men det er veldig merkelig at det blir nedgradert.
International markets. People have been selling the US, whether it's the dollar stocks, and maybe putting their money internationally. How do you think about that?
Er det mer, Robert, eller har du tatt fellen?
If we take a step back, I think the problem was people had too much bias towards U.S. assets and weren't really reflecting on where relative value is happening. And if you still look at international markets, even though globally every market has dropped, international markets still look cheap. They still look better from a PE valuation point of play. So if you're focused on fundamentals and not sentiment, this is a better place to be in. We're seeing
Does that include emerging markets as well?
It includes emerging markets, but all markets will be impacted by tariffs.
Yep. So that's kind of the issue here. But so we'll see how it plays out. But again, we've got green on the screen here today. Joy Yang, thank you so much for being with us. Joy Yang is head of Index, Product Management, and Market Vector Indexes. Joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So I'm seeing the market trading higher here. This will be third day in a row. So I mean, Isabel, is this a trend?
I think that's the big question, whether this is we've hit the bottom, or I mean, what is the next driver going to be? Is it earnings? Is it policy? Is it eco data, hard data, soft data? So it's really hard to tell.
See how that plays out. Coming up, we're going to check in with Damien Garda, Bloomberg Health reporter on Merck. Merck is expecting a $200 million tariff hit amid some of their outlook. So that was a little bit concerning for the folks at Merck. We'll take a look at some of the outlook for Merck and for Big Pharma coming up in just a moment. S&P 500 up 70 points this evening.
Nå må jeg skalpe litt ut i nede der nå. faen skjedde nå? Tusen takk for cash. Det er ikke noe moro, men bare sitte helt rolig nå. Det var volum.
Damien, what did we hear from Merck today? What did they report, and how did they talk about tariffs and maybe some of the costs they see?
Well, it's interesting because, yeah, as you mentioned, they disclosed that $200 million, that's what they expect in 2025 to pay on account of tariffs. But these are just already announced tariffs. So principally the ones affecting imports from China of certain goods, and then obviously exports to China, the retaliatory tariffs that we know about. And so there's a lot of interest in this because in the pharmaceutical world in particular, there's a huge anxiety over how the kind of like sword of Damocles of specific pharmaceutical tariffs might affect the industry, what the percentage will be, how they might shake out. So Merck giving us at least some sense of how it's been so far is helpful. But listening to the earnings call, it's like a certain form of theater where analysts find new and inventive ways to ask the company, will you tell us what you're actually expecting from pharmaceutical tariffs if they come through as the president has promised to bring them about? And Merck kind of artfully dodging actually committing to that.
How exposed is Merck to China and maybe broader pharma companies in general? Because they do have this drug and they're facing stiff competition in China, and that's one of the really downfalls that the company faced in the previous quarter.
Yeah, I think Merck in particular faces tariff issues on two fronts. One, the retaliatory tariffs imposed by China make it difficult to sell products into China for any American company. They're sort of in the crosshairs of what Beijing is doing in retaliation to the White House. But then, you know, maybe an even larger headwind for them is the potential of the United States imposing tariffs on the importation of pharmaceuticals. Because Merck, like most of its peers, has a huge global manufacturing network, and in many cases will ship products to the US from, for example, Ireland, where they have a lot of manufacturing. And then this gets a little into the weeds of trade policy, but Merck, like many companies, has offshored the intellectual property behind some of its biggest drugs. So Keytruda, the biggest drug in pharmaceutical history, which is Merck's cancer drug, the IP lives in Ireland. And so that gets complicated.
Ireland, okay.
That gets complicated in that if, and these are all ifs because we don't know, but if, for example, the president were to impose a 25% tariff on pharmaceuticals, then Merck could end up paying quite a bit simply to import its own product and basically the intellectual property of its own product from Ireland to the United States. So that's really the number that analysts are trying to get their heads around, both in terms of Merck and in global pharmaceuticals in general, and it remains a mystery because we don't know.
Merck based where, John Tucker?
That would be New Jersey.
That would be New Jersey. Yes, it would be Rahway, New Jersey, Johnson & Johnson, New Brunswick, New Jersey, just for those out there wondering. And we got Shearing Plow, Bristol Myers Squibb all over the state.
I still have to visit New Jersey.
After the visit New Jersey. How long have you been in New York?
7 years.
Jeez.
But I stay in the city.
Oh,
You are really missing out.
Jeez, all right. Damien, all right, let's frame out Merck. I mean, the stock is down 21% this year to date. That's the worst of the big pharma here. I've got Eli Lilly up 10%. What's the story on Merck? What's the concern in the marketplace about Merck?
I think it boils down to Gardasil, which is Merck's blockbuster vaccine for HPV, which is a cancer-causing virus. It's one of the more, I mean, it's the only vaccine you can say prevents cancer. So this is a massive product around the world that Merck developed and has been marketing for more than a decade. The issue came about last year related to China, which is that there had been this massive boom in demand in China for this vaccine, which is paid for out of pocket. It's a luxury product for basically the wealthy of China. And then suddenly that demand seemed to fall off a cliff last year. And Merck didn't have initially much in the way of convincing explanation as to why that happened and why it might ameliorate. And slowly, quarter after quarter, the story got worse until in the first quarter of this year, they halted all shipments of Gardasil to China. So
voluntarily?
Yes, because the inventory had built up. The demand had fallen off a cliff such that their partner in China was apparently unable to sell the doses at the level that they were previously scrambling to meet the demand of. And so if you just subtract all of Gardasil's potential revenue in China, you're probably talking about $3 to $4 billion a year, which as you mentioned, in the context of Merck, is not that big of a deal. And especially Keytruda, the cancer drug, can make that up in half a quarter. I think the issue really with the stock move you mentioned, and they're down 40% since first disclosing the Gardasil problems in China, relates to the fact that the company has not had a very convincing explanation for why it happened and why it's going to be ameliorated. And so you're seeing both a sort of, reputational kind of risk taking place there, and then furthermore, not unlike Wile E. Coyote running off a cliff, I think when the Gardasil situation worsened, investors started taking a hard look at the rest of Merck's portfolio heading into the rest of the decade, especially Keytruda, which will face lower cost competition around 2028, and kind of start to panic. Like, are we sure this company has a plan to withstand what's going to be a massive patent cliff?
What are your sources telling you? Why are they not explaining it then?
I think in fairness to Merck, I think they have been probably about as forthcoming as they can be. It's a little bit of a black box for them because, as I mentioned, they do business in China with respect to Gardasil through a Chinese company that is their distributor. So Merck on the US end is basically shipping doses according to what that company orders. They don't necessarily have, as that company would, the sort of like boots on the ground selling doses in China. So I think they were probably caught a little flat-footed, and I think reasonably you could say that they didn't read the market well. We had a story earlier this week looking at the rise of biotech companies in China, which have rapidly come to develop vaccines of their own and are now seeking to supplant Gardasil in the country. And I think it's fair to say, and we've heard analysts say this, that Merck did not adequately assess the competitive dynamics on the ground there.
Where is the University of New Mexico?
Albuquerque.
Okay, and you're from New Mexico originally?
That's right.
Like a native?
Oh yeah, I mean, in fact, I'm going back in a month. Virtually everyone to whom I'm related lives within about 100 miles of Albuquerque.
No kidding. So what town were you born in?
Los Lunas.
Los Lunas.
So it's south of Albuquerque, between Albuquerque and the Isleta Indian Reservation.
That's west of New Jersey.
That's west of New Jersey.
Little west of New Jersey.
Have you been to New Jersey?
I have.
See?
Delightful place.
All right. Damien Garde, thank you so much for joining us. Damien Garde, healthcare reporter, Bloomberg News, proud graduate of the University of New Mexico. They are the Lobos. This is Bloomberg Morning.
Din tanke kan være at det er mye så 40 normal tilstand at det er mange avvalgter som tror nå. Ja, garantert. Tok du long, men solgte med en Botox? Ja, jeg trykket på feil. Sånt skjer.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we got Isabel Lee, Paul Sweeney. Alex Steele's out. She's doing something on the energy patch there. I have no idea. She'll be back tomorrow. But we're here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Talk about UPS bolstering its health unit with a $1.6 billion deal for Andlauer. What is that all about? Lee Klaskow joins us. Lee, talk to us about UPS. What's going on there?
Yeah, so this is really part of their overall strategy of doubling their cold chain healthcare business to about $20 billion in sales by 2026. They've done a number of, I would call them, because given the size of UPS, tuck-in acquisitions to kind of supercharge that business. Obviously, they're trying to grow organically, but I think a lot of the growth is going to probably come through M&A, and it's been a great business for them, and it's a business that they've been targeting because it has higher margins than their legacy, deliver a package to your doorstep business. This is stuff that has, call it like mid-teen margins versus, anywhere between 8 and 12% margins of some of their other stuff. And, they're trying to really kind of recreate themselves, if you will, because the market has changed on them. There's been an increase in home deliveries, business to customer, consumer deliveries, which tend to have lower margins, and a lot less of they go to a law office, they deliver 20 envelopes, and they pick up 20 envelopes, which tends to be a lot better business. So what they're really trying to do is focus on higher margins, and this part of the supply chain is a better business, and it tends to grow well beyond GDP growth.
It's definitely higher margin because if you need medicine shipped overnight in a refrigerated box, you will have it shipped. What else are they looking at when it comes to higher margin businesses, or for now, is it just healthcare?
Well, they also want to focus on the small to mid-size shippers. Those shippers tend to be a lot more profitable. They're kind of looking to divest their exposure or reduce their exposure significantly to really large companies like Amazon, and they'd rather have the capacity available to this small to mid-sized shipper, which again is a higher margin business. And again, this is all driven by the fact that the market has changed on them. The share of B2C is increasing, and they're really becoming more of a focused company. Over the last couple of years, they divested from their freight brokerage business, which was called Coyote. They also, a couple of years ago, sold their less than truckload business, and they're really trying to focus on the parcel delivery business and some of these, value-added business like we see in cold chain healthcare supply chains.
Lee, you cover the railroads, the truckers, the maritime shippers, the air freight. I mean, you cover the entire transportation logistics space globally here. Your companies, like no other, have their finger on the pulse of global trade here. What are you hearing from your companies about just business conditions globally?
You're absolutely right. They have their pulse on the kind of economy. I think they're trying to find the pulse right now because there's so much uncertainty in the marketplace that they just really are kind of doing a wait and see. We were somewhat surprised. A couple of our companies that we cover, like Union Pacific, which reported earnings that were slightly below expectations this morning. They're maintaining their outlook. A couple other companies have been maintaining their outlook, which to us was very surprising. Like, because going into earnings season, we thought earnings expectations would be lowered by, or they would just just say these targets are no longer reliable. So we're just not going to provide anything because we just don't know. We had a couple trucking companies that lowered their expectations, but overall, we've been pretty surprised about the outlook. That being said, I think it's really being driven by the fact that they really don't know what's happening. I mean, we are hearing that there are less ships leaving China to come to the U.S. Hapag-Lloyd, which is a major shipping line, there were press reports out that said their China to U.S. voyages or bookings are down around 30%. So, what we're seeing, at least at the early stages, as it starts in China, the impact from the tariffs.
Det blir umulig å trade fornuftig hvis A-bottene programmerte som konkurrent til alle kjente normalt. Det er derfor du må vite makro. Derfor må du vite makro, så må du ha nok marginer til å forstå når det er støy. Så det her nå ganske spesielt at vi går opp på nedgradering fra IMF og nedgradering på PepsiCo og nedgraderinger i hele dag.
Kuehne + Nagel, which is a big freight forwarder, they reported earnings very early this morning. They're based out of Europe, and they noted that they're seeing a lot more activity out of Southeast Asia, like places like Vietnam, as maybe supply chains are shifting where they can to kind of avoid the tariffs. And some of this, will be interesting to see how it plays out over time. And the reality is that it's really going to be dependent on what's happening in Washington. If these protectionist policies stick, are they negotiating tactics? Where are we? What's announced in the morning, is it really going to be executed on, or is it they're just gonna walk back in the afternoon? So there's so much uncertainty out there on the demand side, and we are seeing that taking a toll on
det ikke liker nå, at det ikke noe volum her, så du får liksom ikke det nesten som betting.
We were pretty bullish in January, in early January. We thought the new administration, lower taxes, less regulation, that's going to be good for business. And we thought, truckload rates, which is really, the beginning of the supply chain, we're going to be in a lot better shape than they are. Gotcha.
All right, Lee, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Lee Klaskow, Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, folks, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay with us for more Bloomberg Intelligence.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up, folks, we're going to drive this conversation forward. We got stock markets moving higher. Coming up, we're going to speak with Geetha Ranganathan, Bloomberg Intelligence media analyst. I'm going to ask her about Comcast. They reported some numbers today. That's got to be a tough business, cord cutting and all that. We'll get the latest there on the Comcast and the cable business. George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence senior aerospace analyst, is going to talk to us about what's happening in the airlines. We've got American Airlines pulling its outlook for the year. So a lot of uncertainty in the airline business there. Barbara Goodstein, managing partner at R360, to discuss her outlook for tariffs, the markets, and what she foresees going forward. Michael McKee, I'm just going to say, what do you want to talk about on the economic front? He's down in D.C. at the IMF meeting, so we'll see what he's picked up down there. He will give us his thoughts. But first, let's go to John Tucker for a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it's his interview that's actually driving markets, I'll say right now. Investors seem to have latched on to the idea the Fed could cut rates sooner than anticipated to prevent recession. You heard him right here on Bloomberg Radio with Mike. The Federal Reserve Governor Chris Waller said firms may begin laying off more workers with aggressive tariff levels, and he'd support rate cuts in that scenario to protect the U.S. labor market. So that's pushing the major stock averages higher for now.
En som holder tale nå, det derfor det går opp. Det stokker på kalenderen i dag gjelder Robert, hører du det?
Nei.
En av Trumps underståtte som holder tale om at de håper på rentekutt. Det derfor det går opp.
Ja, men det ikke dem som bestemmer om når det rentekkutt.
Nei, men det som drar opp nå. De bestemmer ingenting. Det derfor det går opp. Derfor ikke vi ser det.
Ja, ikke sant.
That they're going to be able to kind of mitigate and manage this, at least the larger cap quality companies for sure. So, this process is ongoing.
Jeg synes det litt sånn skummelt. Det det ikke jeg liker med Donald Trump. Han burde, når de skal holde tale og si ting, det må jo vanligvis så får du det på kalenderen på dagen, men nå snakker du uten at du vet når du skal snakke. Det veldig sånn uforutsigbart.
Helt ukontrollerbar hele mann.
That is up 1.7%.
Det fordi null mener til å skå opp i dag, med nedgraderinger. Det derfor det går opp.
Increasing 45% from the fourth quarter of last year to the first quarter. The increase suggests more borrowers may be defaulting on their mortgage obligations.
Det var jævlig rar bevegelse, ass.
We check the markets for you all day long. Right here.
Det jo news, eller? Jeg tror på jeg har ikke nålhavn der nå.
Guys.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. Isabel Lee sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We are streaming live as well, so head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find us. As John was just reporting, we've got a pretty strong tape here today. Let's look under the hood and see where individual names are moving. We can do that with Natalia Kenijevic, equities reporter for Bloomberg News. She joins us here in our studio. Natalia, what are you looking at?
Guys, let's start with consumer names. Procter & Gamble shares are down by 5%. The company is cutting its annual sales and profit outlook.
Procter & Gamble ned 5% på grunn av nedgraderinger og kutter estimatene. Altså at det går opp nå på grunn av en av Trumps sine prater, det synes jeg er helt merkelig.
Procter & Gamble sees organic sales growth this year at approximately 2%. In January, it said it was supposed to be somewhere between 3 and 5%. Earnings report showed some deterioration in sales here in the United States. However, it was a slight improvement in China. China is the second largest market in terms of sales and profit.
Really?
It was down by 2%. Revenue, was down by 2%, but it was a slight improvement from a 3% decline that we saw in the past quarter. So, first, everyone wants to know, will the company increase prices? And the CEO said it will likely roll out price increases during the next fiscal year, which starts in July. But before that, it will try to shift some sourcing, readjust supply chains, and maybe some formulas to reduce exposure to tariffs.
And you know what? One of the great functions on the Bloomberg terminals is the PGEO function. And what it allows you to do is to see kind of where revenue comes from and things like that. So it breaks down North America, Europe, Asia Pacific, Greater China, and EMEA. And you're right, Procter & Gamble is a global company, so they're going to feel it. And if they're lowering their guidance, that says something. What else?
De tar ned guidingen sin, Procter & Gamble.
Of course, we are watching American Airlines. Shares are actually up slightly, less than 2%. It dropped full-year earnings.
Det bare Trumperen som prater om markedet nå.
Delta, Frontier, Southwest Airlines. Of course, the company is saying it will provide a full-year update once the economic
Pepsi har tatt ned guidingen, Procter & Gamble har tatt ned guidingen.
Now we also see that overall American Airlines profit margins continues to trail peers.
Hvis dette fortsetter, så må jeg bare sette en hedge, og så ikke det ikke gjør noe i dag.
But I would also like to highlight a commentary from International Air Transport Association Chief Willie Walsh. He said this overall impact from tariffs on airline industry would be very similar to what we saw after September 11th, 2001 attack. So he said it will be very severe, but potentially short-lived, and we may see a bigger impact on transatlantic traffic. But however, he said potentially the airline industry will recover in the next few
Det
months.
var bra avtagen momentum, da, men det spørs jo om det blir sånn som sist han var i negativt leie, så bare lå han jo duppa så vidt under, og så barste det rett opp igjen. Så vi får nå se litt. Det kan jo hende at det er på toppen ut der, da.
Ja, men det skulle ha falt nå, vet du. Det faller ikke. Det skulle falt på de dårlige nyhetene.
Yes, commodities, Newmont.
Og det er ikke noe volum her. Du får jo ikke noe... Du får jo ikke... Det er jo ingenting som skjer her. Procter & Gamble, de er svære når de nedgraderer nå ned 5%, og de ikke rører på seg her på grunn av Trump driver og prater, eller hans underståtte.
Very good. Natalia Kenny-Javich, equities reporter for Bloomberg News. Appreciate that. Market Drivers today is brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors.
Nå har vi stått her siden
åpningen, advisor to staff ratio, small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn about their consultative support and technology. Red headline calls for the Bloomberg terminal there. Trump asks Supreme Court to allow his transgender military ban. So there we go. We'll have more reporting on that. But continue to say more activity coming out of the White House there. Comcast, one of the companies that reported today, tough business in terms of keeping their subscribers for not only their television business, but also their broadband business. So we see subscriber losses there across the industry, and that's a tough thing to manage against. Geetha Ranganathan joins us. She covers all the media companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. Geetha, talk to us about Comcast, because Comcast, in my personal opinion, they've got one of the best management teams that I've come across.
Knekker sånn som du tror, for man skal tjene noen langsiktige norske aksjer, man håper du får lavere dagens kurs enn man knekker. Ja, men
There absolutely is, Paul. So Comcast is the largest
Oslo Børs er litt
broadband
annerledes. Den
provider in
holdes
the
oppe
United
av alt
States. They
som
have
heter
about
commodities
32
og
million
gass og
subscribers, so
rart,
they are by far the number one.
Jeg tror
But
ikke
the
Nasdaq
problem
skal
for them
knekke.
over the
Jeg tror at
past
markedet kan falle
few
med
years
ca.
has
10% til.
been a really rising
Nasdaq
competition,
har allerede falt.
very
Det har falt
intense
når det er det.
competition
Det har falt
from
fra
the likes of
23 000.
Verizon,
Vi er nede på
T-Mobile,
19 000
and
nå. Vi har falt nå
AT&T.
4 000
We're
poeng.
making this big push into the broadband business and really going after Comcast bread and butter. So just a few years ago, Comcast used to add about a
Men
million
man kan jo ikke
subscribers every
egentlig
year
bare
in its
stenge tradesene
broadband
nå, for du
business.
får ikke gjort
Today,
noe.
when
Det
it
rører ikke
reported,
på seg her. Det er ikke
reported
noe
a
volum.
loss of about 200,000
Sett deg her.
subscribers just in the
Sett deg der.
first quarter. So tremendous pressure that they're feeling from both fiber and fixed wireless access, which
Hva
are
det der for
the
noe?
two products that Telecom is really pushing. And it's going to, the pain is definitely going to last through the rest of the year for sure.
What are they doing to stem those subscriber losses?
So the problem for them is on the fixed wireless product, which is really very, very easy to use. It's kind of a plug and play type of a product from the telecoms. The main problem that Comcast is facing there is the price point. So there is a lot of transparency. The price point, first of all, with fixed wireless is much lower than a traditional cable broadband subscription, and so they're facing a lot of pressure there from a pricing standpoint. And then with the fiber product, it's really more of a quality concern because the cable product is definitely a good one, but it's not as good as fiber. So they're getting hit really on both ends of the spectrum, and they are, now they are kind of trying to change their whole strategy. They've called for this strategic pivot in this go-to-market strategy, and what that basically entails is kind of changing up their pricing and packaging. The problem with Comcast is it's really been a very regional pricing strategy, which has resulted in a lack of transparency, I think, and that's made customers a little bit furious. So what they're trying to do now is kind of offer more of this normalized or uniform pricing across their entire footprint, make it more comparable with the telecom broadband offerings, and hope to gain some of those subscribers back.
Geetha, what are they going to do with their cable networks?
They are planning to actually spin that business off, Paul, a little bit later this year. As you know, the cable network business, yes, it throws off a good amount of cash for Comcast. It's about almost about $2.5 billion in EBITDA. But that has been declining because of the pressures from the cord cutting, from cord cutting, really both on the advertising as well as on the affiliate fees. So, we're hoping that once they do that spin, the rest of their media business, which is, the NBC Film Studio and especially the theme parks, can actually get a much better valuation because right now what has happened within Comcast is NBC is kind of totally neglected, I would feel, and Comcast, despite having really robust financial metrics, seems to be a very unloved name with media investors.
Du ser Microsoft opp 2,5%, den drar indeksen helt jævlig.
Tell us about Orlando.
Den alene drar indeksen her.
They're opening up a huge park there.
Selv om det blir nedgradert, så går det ikke ned. Og jeg vet ikke når han ferdig med å prate om film.
You know, it's of course Epic is the big news for this year. They've made huge investments. This is a park
det kan ikke være det som påvirker, eller han sier jo ingenting.
Jo, nå sa på Bloomberg at det som drar opp markedet, tallene hans, men jeg vet ikke hva han sier for noe.
10 million visitors per year.
Det er i hvert fall ikke renka, for at den er jo ikke forandret.
Nei, men det de sier, han sier at de håper på rentekutt, og så de sa det akkurat nå på nyhetene her.
Jo, men det gjør alle amerikanere håper på rentekutt, men har de fått dette til nå? Nei.
Men du ser også,
Nei,
nettopp. Det går jo faen ikke ned.
In about 4 to 5 years,
Nei, det
they're
gjør
actually going
ikke.
to open this new theme park in London, which again should, you know, increase their international footprint. So they are really going after the theme park business in a very, very big way, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going. I'm telling you right now. I know John Tucker's going to be down there as well.
I don't leave New Jersey.
You got Great Adventure, Six Flags.
That's what
You're not going. All right, very good. Geetha Raghunathan. She is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Appreciate getting some thoughts there on Comcast stock trading down. And again, tough business there with all that cord cutting that's been.
Altså, det her er jo ikke normalt, altså det er noe sånt før.
Switch gears. Let's talk airlines. American Airlines pulled guidance. I mean, we're seeing a lot of that. A lot of companies taking down their guidance just because of economic uncertainty out there. And the companies that do have guidance, a lot of those companies are pulling their guidance. American's one of them. So we want to get to the bottom of it. So we talked to George Ferguson. He's actually in studio. He's not out on a sailboat somewhere. He's in studio doing some work here. He covers all the airlines and aerospace companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. George, talk to us about first just what's happening at American and what's happening with air travel.
So, you know, what's happened in American, look, I think the quarter American looked about what we expected. They're also
opp 356 poeng nå på Nasdaq fra å være ned 200 i dag tidlig. Så gått opp med 500 poeng på ikke noen nyheter.
At a lot of companies, right? They're trying to hold fares up and load factors are sort of caving in because they just can't get the demand to fill the airplane. So it feels like later
Wall Street bare opp 300 poeng da. Det Nasdaq som går her.
You know, in demand, right? Because they probably, they kind of sell these seats at certain gating points to try to have the airplane filled at certain gating points. When you don't make your load factor, it means as you got to the flight time, you just couldn't get people to take that ticket price. So it seems like demand is kind of faded over the quarter. Again, they're setting leisure. And so that's been the knockdown in load factors. And so to us, we saw that at Southwest as well. To us, it looks like capacity's got to come out of the marketplace, right? Mm-hmm. But these companies are still managing a lot of expense inertia, right? American still saw cost per available seat mile rising mid-single digits, right? So that's a heavy level of inflation inside the business. It's going to be hard to cut capacity, what you need to do to firm up fares and not have those costs balloon. So we're seeing that kind of across the industry. It'll be very interesting to see how they try to address that.
So if domestic demand and travel has waned, what about international?
Yeah, so I mean, we're watching international closely. So what we're hearing is domestic leisure. We're getting told that domestic premium is holding up, and international has done pretty well as well. You know, the first quarter is typically go to Europe kind of period. So a lot of them cut capacity and they saw really nice yields, which are synonymous with fares during the quarter. So it looked okay. But I think if you look closely at the euro, I don't have the absolute current spot on the euro.
113.
Yeah, but so we're up 13% on the euro. Things are getting very expensive to go to Europe. Now look, everyone's not going to stop going to Europe. Usually that's a more well-heeled crowd. They book further out in the curve, right? I think I have a joke, like I think everybody gets up, Christmas morning and they open their presents and then the well-heeled families go, so we're going to Madrid this year, or we're going to Barcelona, right? And so I think they've already got their plans in place for this year. But our guess is, especially for second quarter, but our guess is third quarter, we could see some softening in Europe. And that's really been holding up the U.S. airlines profitability well. One thing I'd point out real quick on that is, really, the U.S. carriers are flying Americans to Europe because Europe was cheap.
Yep.
Europeans aren't coming here.
Yep.
So the question is, if the euro flips here, will the Europeans come here given maybe a little bit of the political climate? Maybe we've seen a little heavier inflation. You go to dinner in New York, it's not dinner in Madrid. That's the question I have, and I think we'll see it as we get into 3Q, whether or not that's going to hold up.
The American Airlines execs joining Delta Airlines and saying they're not going to pay more for airplanes because of tariffs. How can they say that? If the price is going up because of tariffs, are they just not going to take planes?
So Delta did flatline the back half of the year on capacity, and I think part of that was in reaction to the reaction to tariffs and not wanting to take deliveries and not to shoehorn themselves. Look, I think a lot of the CEOs don't believe this is going to go on for long. You know, we've done some analysis at Bloomberg Intelligence, and if you look at the markets, if you look at Europe and at the US, and you look at Airbus and Boeing market share, Airbus has almost as strong a market share in the US as Boeing does.
Wow.
So the Europeans are going to have to find some way to fix that problem. I think these CEOs think it won't last. They don't want to pay up right now for it.
All right, very good. We'll see a little game of chicken there. We'll see how that plays out. George Ferguson, Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. I mean, you get him in New York, you got to get him in the studio because to get that guy out of the I mean, you got to have a shoehorn. I mean, let's be honest here. These guys got it comfortable down there.
Alt ble nedgradert,
Wow.
så gjorde han. Så det er spesielt.
He's got it all played out. No, he's down. Sure, it's a short drive from Princeton to the yacht club, as they say. S&P 500 up 78 points. That's 1.5%. Nasdaq up 330 points. That's 2% here. Markets moving higher. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Det er det, altså. Jo, det er til helgen. Null stress. Kult. Ja, jeg bare. Ikke glem meg av de 4 musketerene, da. Kane. Ja, men jeg gleder meg. Nå skal jeg ha sverd. Ja, men hva kom inn der da? Greit da. Ha det. Det var megler som ringte meg nå, Robert.
Ja.
Det var megler som ringte meg nå. Han jobber som aksjemegler.
Ja.
Han holdt på å le seg. Det er bare alt ble nedgradert seg. Så bare, haha, jeg vet det. Og så bare, det går bare opp. Ja, jeg vet det.
Ja.
Det stopper opp. Sånn dag som dag er så kjedelig, ass. Så har
Hun er sikkert lang.
Det er det sikkert. Hvis du driter i nyheter nå, så kan du egentlig kjøpe på hver støttenivå på hele veien her, så får du ny topp. Hvis du ikke gidder å tenke på hva som kom av nyheter i dag.
Ja.
Hvis du tenker på hva som kom av nyheter i dag, så sier du fuck dette. Nå selger jeg alt det her og har.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The major stock average is higher right now. You have 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They are up. Looks like tech stocks, information technology, and communication services, they're in the lead. And after the close of regular trading, we're going to get results from Google parent Alphabet. PepsiCo lowering its full-year profit outlook. That's because of tariff headwinds. Procter & Gamble falling. It cut its sales and profit outlook, citing tariffs and volatility in consumer demand. And then you had American Airlines withdrawing its full-year earnings outlook due to economic uncertainty. A posting, President Trump saying on Truth Social just a few minutes ago, Boeing should default China for not taking the beautifully finished planes that China committed to purchase. Right now, the S&P 500, 74 points higher. That's up 1.4%, 5450 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 275 points. That's a rise of 0.7%. NASDAQ 100, 2% higher, up 370 points. I did have some economic data. Sales of previously owned homes falling in March by the most since 2022. You want to guess what the median sales price is nationwide?
What?
I know you're eventually going to be in the market for this. $403,700.
Average price of a house?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's up 2.7% actually from.
It's a whole housing affordability thing that is just brutal for
I don't know
young
how
folks.
Millennials are just really just doomed.
Yep. You can always move into my basement with your husband. Love to have you. You were talking about Epic.
Yep.
Well, once confined just to like around Halloween, monster and horror theme attractions are actually becoming fixtures of theme parks the entire year as they try to bring in some new revenue. Chill-inducing attractions in the works across the U.S., including from Walt Disney, as the entertainment industry looks to capitalize on growing interest in all things spooky. As if things weren't spooky enough out there. Let's get more spooky stuff. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Business Flash. She's Bill and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Så
Isabel
kan det
Lee,
hende
Paul
også
Sweeney.
dette, for jeg tror Google skal
We're
dere
here
ta
at Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio.
Og så
Alex
holder
Steele's
det
on
oppe.
assignment today. She'll
Men,
be back mañana.
men
We're
alt
also
er
on
negativt.
YouTube,
Det
so
er
head
ikke
over to
noe
youtube.com
nytt som
search
kommer.
Bloomberg Podcast Live. Our next guest I really want to get to because I believe she has a real unique perspective of what's happening out there in the markets. Barbara Goodstein joins. She's a managing partner. The firm is known as R360. She joins us via Zoom from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. John, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida today, sunny 81. Just for those.
We're not too far
We're not too
behind.
far from that now. We're catching up with them. Barbara, thanks for joining us here. I'd love for you to just start by saying, what is R360? Who are your clients?
So it's a community for ultra high net worth people and their families, and these are people who have been very successful. They're worth an average of over $500 million. So it's a very
Hvis du dunker ned nå, så det liquidity sweep hele veien. Fyller kill-ordre. Hvis det kommer hardt ned nå. Da bygger opp på lite-volum, og så institutionals flakker det
So
ned.
given
the
the background of your members, these are folks that have built businesses, have some wealth. What are they asking you about, or what are they discussing amongst themselves, I guess, these days?
Well, obviously, everybody's talking about what's happening in the markets. We have had what we're looking at now is a parade of all the different investment banks and all the luminaries coming in to talk to us and give us advice about what they think is going on. But everybody's, interested at the same level about what they should be doing, how they should be investing, and how they should be planning for the future. Our members have a much longer time horizon, so they are not pressured to make decisions. They invest very thoughtfully, but they're also watching what's happening and very curious about the meaning of what's coming next.
What are their biggest questions? Are they differentiating this global macro shock compared to the GFC or the COVID-19 pandemic? How are they looking at this? You said long term, so in the grand scheme of things, this might just be a small blip then.
Well, it's not a blip, but it is probably in the long term not something that this group is going to start changing their diversification plan. So everybody here is very well diversified. They understand that they need to have protections against market shocks. And so they have the luxury of doing so. Something like a Bitcoin. Bitcoin isn't sensitive to tariffs or recessions or PE ratios or China selling treasury bonds. So our group is very positive on Bitcoin, and we encourage people to have a certain percent of their assets in Bitcoin. So we have been very conscious of maintaining very well-diversified portfolios, and that comes into play right now as the markets are shifting and fluctuating.
One of the assets that actually has been performing well this year has been gold. Given that your members, they are diversified, as you mentioned, they do enjoy having a long investment horizon. How does gold fit in with most of the folks that you talk to?
Well, gold is another asset class that everybody here appreciates and values. And I think that we assume that most of our members have some small percentage of their portfolio.
Skal vi se hva kommer.
So we liken Bitcoin
Det faller på mer volum, I hvert fall.
holding gold, they're holding
Ja.
Bitcoin.
Kanskje han er ferdig å prate, og han kølla.
Protection, we're looking at hedge funds and hard assets. So
Han har bra støtte nå, så bare se om han dropper da. Kan han droppe helt ned til 1800 ganske
when
lett
did you
nå.
start
Kan droppe
looking
ned
at it?
300
And
poeng
what is
ganske
the
fort.
general sentiment around that? Do you find yourself having to convince them more of the Bitcoin
Det
narrative?
lite volum i dag, altså.
or
Det
averse?
jævlig volum her.
What is the general pulse?
Det var litt det samme I går.
It's interesting because some of our members are among the original investors in Bitcoin. And in fact, some of them are consulting to President Trump on Bitcoin. So we're very fortunate to have such well-educated people in our midst.
Det hjelper ikke da når Tesla går opp og med 5% hver eneste dag. Det liksom,
recommended to his group
helt stødig.
that they buy Bitcoin. I think it was like 10,000. So everybody's quite appreciative that we have people that are this well educated.
Det spørs om det kan være mer fornuftig å bare stå scalp, sånn som det nå.
Bitcoin has so much upside opportunity.
Yeah, just looking at Bitcoin today, off just a little bit, off about 0.5%, but still $93,000 per token. So it's had a nice run there in the last several weeks. Barbara Goodstein, thank you so much for joining us. Barbara Goodstein's a managing partner at R360. That is a group of wealthy families, and they talk amongst themselves about kind of opportunities, risks, and all that kind of good stuff. It's good to get a perspective of maybe a little bit different than just the general market here. So Barbara Goodstein, we appreciate her time. Let's head down to Washington, D.C., check in with Michael McKee. He is Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. He flies to D.C. He doesn't take the train. He doesn't take my advice, but he does the flying thing. But he gets down there, and he does great stuff. Mike, we got some economic data today. I'm not seeing any cracks yet in the labor market. That's a good thing. Initial jobs claims came right in line with expectations.
Yeah, we got the Beige Book yesterday afternoon, the Fed's collection of anecdotal evidence about the economy.
Right.
And it basically said that companies are making plans for layoffs if they need to, but they're not there yet. And part of it is that people don't know what the ultimate tariffs are going to be, so they can't really model out how it's going to affect their business.
What about the IMF World Bank? Spring meetings are underway, and we have Secretary Scott Bessent saying that they serve critical roles, and we shouldn't really expect a wrecking ball or some sort.
Well, it's an interesting situation because during his interregnum between administrations, Donald Trump was quoted as saying he wanted to pull out of the IMF and the World Bank. Now, Scott Bessent is saying we just want to reform them, get them to focus on their original mission of lending and not getting into things like climate change and gender equality and things like that. Not clear how the rest of the world is going to respond. The administration hasn't appointed any representative to the IMF or World Bank yet. So this is a situation that is going to be down the road, I think, before we get a clear idea of what the administration wants to do. The meetings this week are pretty much all about tariffs anyway. In every conversation that comes up, that's what people are talking about and how it's going to affect them rather than the IMF and World Bank itself.
Here we go. This is a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. U.S. to demand Putin accept Ukraine's right to military force. This seems like a big piece of news as it relates to Russia and the UK, and we will have more reporting on that coming up. So, Mike, just some more geopolitical news out there for you. And Mike, again, what's the feeling at the IMF about, these members? Do they feel like they can depend upon the U.S. as a trading partner, or do they have to prepare for maybe a new day here?
I think everybody is preparing right now. It's the only thing you can do because you don't know whether the United States is going to be there with you as a partner or across the table as an opponent. And so the thing that you hear over and over again is take care of your own, take care of yourself, make sure your policies are in good shape, make sure your economy is in good shape, and don't depend on the U.S., especially don't depend on the U.S. as the buyer of last resort, some person who's going to take in all of your exports, because now that may not happen. So we do see a cleaving, and the question is whether this can ever be repaired. And a lot of people I've been talking to here are worried that it won't be able to be fixed, at least not for many decades.
What is the collateral damage looking like to you, whether on the policy front or economic front? You did mention that it's basically looking out for yourself now, and that's not really how the global trade order or the global order that we want it to be work. But now it seems like it's really a regime shift.
It is a regime shift, and that's a problem for the United States because we have depended on free and open trade in our relationships with the rest of the world for a long time economically, and it's benefited people here in the United States. There have been downsides, certainly. The globalization of manufacturing hurt many communities in the U.S., but you can't really fix that through adding tariffs. So this doesn't put us in a good shape economically. And then because strong economic partners are good security partners, it puts us under the gun in national security as well, because we can't necessarily count on our former friends to partner with us on national security issues. Are the Europeans or other people going to join us in trying to restrain China and to keep sanctions on Russia, that sort of thing? So we lose either way, and that's what the general worry in Washington is. I heard some people last night say they don't think the rest of the country gets this yet, but they are very concerned about what has happened to not only the U.S. economy, but to our relationships with other people around the world.
Any changing thoughts on the Fed, Mike, what they might do, how they might move in response to what we're seeing?
No, well, of course, I spoke with Chris Waller, the Fed governor, today, and he basically said the same thing that everybody else has said, that they don't have enough information to make plans or to make to come up with views about what is going to happen to the economy. He said if the economy starts to slow, if we have a serious rise in unemployment, he would support rate cuts. He thinks that, inflation is going to be a one-off risk from tariffs because you apply tariffs once and then prices go up, but then they don't stay up. In that, he's a bit of an outlier. But he isn't calling for any rate moves now either, and says it'll probably be July or later before we have any kind of clear picture of the impact that tariffs are having.
And what about, it seems like every day there's just a new headline, and that's really changing the Fed's position, the economic policy. How much are your sources telling you that they factor in, or are they more in a wait-and-see mode? Because you can't keep on changing your allocations or your stance or your views every day.
Yeah, people are very much in a wait-and-see mode. There are certainly professional traders who are trying to jump in and out on headlines, but the general feeling is there's nothing you can really do right now except wait it out, because you don't know whether any kind of tweet or any kind of remark to the press is then going to be walked back by someone in the administration one way or another. The president said yesterday that the Chinese were talking to us, and Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said, no, the Chinese are not talking to us. So do you place an investment on China? I wouldn't think so.
All right, Michael McKee, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. The news, again, crossing the tape here, geopolitical front.
De sier at Trump sier en ting, og han Bessent sier noe annet, så de vet ikke hvem som har rett her.
Agreement between Moscow and Kiev. The Trump
Nå vet jeg på det
administration
hvite,
also
på
wants Moscow
ovale
to
kontoret etter hvert.
Ukraine's nuclear
Det er
power
ganske
plant.
sjukt. Trump sier at det
Ensure
sier noe helt
Ukraine
noe
has
andre sier, og
passage
bare
over the
nei,
Dnepr
det stemmer
River
ikke.
and return land
Det
occupied
blir
by
Ikke
Russia
sant.
in the Kharkiv region. So it seems
Det
like
er
some
ikke
really
jævla rotete, altså.
news on this front. So let's talk to somebody who knows this stuff. Nick Wadhams is a U.S. national security reporter for Bloomberg News. He is based in Washington, D.C. Nick, this seems like big news coming from the administration. Put it in context for us, please.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is that a lot of what we've been hearing so far out of the administration and the conversations between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia have been a lot of demands on Ukraine. So we recently heard that the U.S. wanted to recognize Russian sovereignty over Crimea. They wanted to block Ukraine from getting NATO membership. A host of other issues, a critical minerals agreement, and that had provoked a lot of fears among European allies and critics of the Trump administration that essentially this deal was going to be really heavily favored toward Russia and Ukraine wasn't going to get anything in return. We are starting now to get some sense of what the U.S. is asking Russia, and what we know so far from our reporters' source-based work is that they are going to rebuff or push back strongly against this Russian demand that Ukraine essentially demilitarize. This has been a central war aim that Russia has made clear since its invasion in 2022. And the U.S. is now saying, listen, we want to do this peace deal, and we're not going to let you get away with that. This is going to be something you're going to have to agree to. And then this energy issue, we know energy has been very important to President Trump. So the Zaporizhzhia power plant, a massive, massive power plant in Ukraine that Russia seized during the war, the U.S. is essentially saying, you got to give it back. So we now understand the U.S. is going to present these
Tror du det var megabra? Ja, ber jeg ser det går opp. Jeg bare ser at det går opp. Det er ikke noe
And how do you
positiv her
think
på
Russia
dette.
will
Ikke
respond
det
to
hele
that?
tatt.
Because the U.S. is demanding this
pissnegativ.
military right force, but will Russia agree to it? do you
Mitt
think?
syn har ikke forandret seg bare fordi det går opp 400
That's a
poeng.
great question, and that's we're going to learn a lot about the viability of these negotiations. I mean, the Russian idea that Ukraine essentially demilitarized was always seen as an extremely maximalist goal. I mean, it's hard to conceive of the U.S. or any other mediator basically acceding to the idea that a country be left totally demilitarized. I mean, that was something that you saw out of World War II with Japan, but otherwise this has not been repeated in modern history. So it would have been an extremely difficult demand to meet. The U.S. is saying essentially that's not going to fly. And, I think what we'll see is, depending on how Russia responds, we'll have a better sense of whether they see these negotiations as a viable path toward an actual ceasefire, or whether they have no interest in peace and are just going to press ahead with the war. So we should have a strong indication of that in the next few days when President Trump's envoy heads to Moscow.
Apple jumpa opp her med 0,30. Jeg tror det Alphabet som kommer med tallet på, som gjør at de ikke faller.
Candidate
Jeg
Trump
tror
at
det
the time was very confident about his ability to get what he termed a good peace deal negotiated quickly. Do we have the leverage to actually do that?
Well, I mean, the U.S. definitely does have some points of leverage. It also has some weaknesses. I mean, the big leverage it has, obviously, for one thing, is the sanctions, the massive sanctions regime that have essentially choked off the Russian economy, separated it from the West. Though Russia has been able to keep its war machine going, the economy is in pretty grim shape. And the U.S. could just keep up with the flow of weapons and support to Ukraine, under the idea that, hey, like Russia, they did this invasion in 2022. They've taken over about a fifth of Ukraine's territory, but they did not topple President Zelensky's government as they had hoped, and Ukraine doesn't seem to be going anywhere. So the U.S. could certainly exercise leverage in those ways. Russia, though, also sees that it has its own leverage. Trump does not want to give Ukraine the amount of military aid that it's gotten so far, and they have made battlefield gains in the last several months. So in some ways for Russia, there is a continued interest in prolonging this thing and drawing it out, and hope that President Trump turns his ire again toward Vladimir Zelensky rather than toward Russia. That whether that's a gamble they're going to be willing to make, though, is another question entirely.
All right. Fascinating development here. Nick, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it. Nick Wadhams, U.S. national security reporter for Bloomberg News. He is based in Washington, D.C. And again, the headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal and a significant shift in this story in Ukraine. U.S. to demand Putin accept Ukraine's right to military force. So we'll continue on that reporting throughout the day. Right now, let's get a reset here. We'll go to John Tucker for a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
The major stock averages are higher for now. A theme investors seem to have latched onto is the idea the Fed's going to cut rates sooner than expected to keep the economy from spiraling into recession. Several companies, including Texas Instruments, American Airlines, and PepsiCo, they've lowered their earnings outlooks or withdrawn them altogether.
American Airlines har tatt ned guidinga, PepsiCo har tatt ned guidinga, Procter & Gamble har tatt ned guidinga. De sier nå at de tror at de håper på et rentekutt kjappere for ikke bremse økonomien.
Amy
Det gjentar det samme
RBC
igjen.
Capital Markets says more investors have been seeking
Ja,
downside
det går skikkelig
protection.
dårlig borte, altså. Når de største selskapene i verden må ta ned guidingen, det er liksom, det er ikke bra.
Even
Det
since
er
the beginning of the
dritdårlig.
year, you've seen this dramatic uptick in folks who want to use the options
Kom på noen
market
to
for
sekunder.
protection, buying S&P puts, hedging overall, looking at VIX options.
Walmart doubling down on discounts. The retailer rolling out manager special signs. They're calling out price cuts on key items across departments. This according to a document seen by Bloomberg. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Isabel and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Isabel Lee, she's sitting in for Alex Steele. I am Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube. You can head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find us. I'm looking at just some volatility gauges here today. Of course, we quote the VIX all the time, and it's at 27 and change right here. Anything above 20 kind of gets your attention. Above 30, you're like, uh-oh, something's going on out there. And likely in the fixed income business, you got the MOVE index. That's up 40% just this year, although it is off its highs. But lots of volatility out there, folks. A lot of uncertainty coming out of Washington, D.C. I want to talk to a pro about prepped into the economic discussion really in the last 3 to 4 months as the tariff rhetoric has really escalated coming out of Washington, D.C. I want to talk to a pro about how you kind of approach markets with that backdrop. Barry Ritholtz joins us. He's a host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He talks to so many of the leading business folks and financiers out there with his podcast, The Masters in Business. He's also the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management, so he does this stuff for a living as well. Hey, Barry, how do you just get up every day, you turn on your Bloomberg? How do you approach this stuff with all the volatility that's out there?
So, putting capital at risk in the markets is always about matching a future need, or technically a liability, with present capital. And so if you're saving money for your kids, college, you're putting money into a 529, or your own retirement in 10, 20, 30 years, you just have to remember that we're not stuck thinking about the day-to-day. No one is judging you by your market performance this week, this month, this quarter. And it's when the news flow is this overwhelming, when the amount of headlines and policy changes and, it's really easy to get caught in that maelstrom. It's really useful to just step out of yourself, step out of the moment and say, when do I need this money? Hey, if you need the money in the next 12 to 24 months, well, then you have every right to be concerned about all this volatility. But if you don't need this money and we just had a conversation with an endowment that's perpetual and literally doesn't need the money for forever, then who cares what happens in a random Thursday? It's not meaningful to their long-term performance.
What about, based on the sources that Paul and I have spoken with, and I'm sure many are saying that they're just staying on the sidelines or staying put. But do you think this decision paralysis and all this uncertainty will drive the U.S. to a recession?
So, it's funny. I'm a big fan of Torsten Slok. I've had him on the podcast a few times. He started the year 0% chance of recession. Yeah. All right. Now he's at 95% chance of recession, assuming that we don't walk back these tariff measures, where there's lots of signs where we're seeing that. So there's always, since 1950, we've had a recession just about every 4.5 years on average, even though we really haven't had one in 15 years. 30 seconds during the pandemic, but other than that, you got to go back to the financial crisis. So there's always a recession coming. The problem is markets are really good at sniffing out the impact of a weakening or contracting economy. And by the time we realize we're in a recession, markets are already down 15, 25, 30%. It's too late to do anything. And the flip side of that is always so amusing. Markets bottom when the headlines are terrible, right? Just think about how far we're off of the lows here and how bad the headlines were when that happened. Go back to the financial crisis or the pandemic. The headlines are awful. So, yeah, recession's coming. There's always a recession coming. But what can you do about it? The fascinating thing to me was that Wall Street got so excited when the president was elected because the assumption was, hey, extension of tax cuts, deregulation, business-friendly environment, let's have a party. And instead, when the market said, oh, he's serious about these, really 1930-like Smoot-Hawley tax cuts of 100%, these aren't just negotiating tactics. That first 15% drop in equities, 10% in 2 days, was the market saying, this is going to slow the global economy. This is going to slow U.S. economy. It's going to shave up a couple of percentage points off of GDP, off of corporate revenue, off of profits. We were anticipating a much more robust economic expansion. We're changing our perspective. And ultimately, what we've been seeing happen, this little bit of a recovery we've enjoyed the past week or two, has been, oh, so is he going to walk this back? Should we take him literally? Should we take him seriously? Markets are still trying to wrap their head around it. I never thought I would say this, but thank goodness for Treasury Secretary Bessent. He seems to be the person with Trump's ear who's saying, the stock market and the bond market has voted, and we know Trump really pays attention to the stock market, and you're getting two big thumbs down. If you keep going down this path, you're going to be Herbert Hoover. And I think that's what allowed him to kind of walk back the most radical of the tariffs we've seen.
Yeah, Bessent may end up being kind of like the Gary Cohn of the first Trump administration.
That's exactly who I was thinking of.
Yeah, a little bit of a voice of reason there.
So pick that up.
Yep, interesting. All right, Barry, always love getting a few minutes of your time. Really appreciate it. Barry Ritholtz, folks. Masters in Business, a fantastic podcast. I think it's our most popular podcast coming out of all of Bloomberg, so check that out. He always gets great guests talking about markets and how you should be thinking about things. Really gets you thinking. So he's the host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He's also got a day job. He's the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. They manage money, and you probably heard from Barry's comments, and he's been consistent on this very, very long time horizon. He doesn't get spooked very easily. The market's kind of bouncing back again here today, third day in a row. So we'll take that. S&P up 70 points, that's 1.3%. The Dow's up 250 points. And the Nasdaq's up 300 points, 1.8%. So pretty solid across the board. Even small cap names are up over 1%. 2,000 yields coming in slightly. 10-year Treasury 4.33%. So keep an eye on these markets. More Bloomberg Intelligence coming up in just a moment. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Og så krasjer dette til helvete. Vi håper det kommer før rentemøtet. Vi håper rentekutt før rentemøtet. Det det de sa I stad. For det går så dårlig der borte. Jeg tror at det noe for retail, for det ikke noe volum I det hele tatt. Jeg tror det retail. For alle de største fondene har jo solgt ut masse. Nesten 600% fra dag til det, eller 600 poeng. Det var ned ganske bra dag til det, trynte jo heftig. Og så snudde du opp, og han begynte å prate, og så har du ikke gått ned igjen. Og det er selv etter nedgraderingen. Jeg må bare sitte og følge litt med, da, for det er liksom, det er ikke så mye annet å gjøre. Ja, da får du ikke følge med. Nei, men jeg tar også og sender melding til deg, skjønner jeg. Tok mot igjen, Robert.
Ja, gjør det gitt.
Akkurat samme sted hver gang.
Vi får et forsøk til.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Isabel Lee, Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Alex Steele, she is on assignment in the oil patch. She will be back tomorrow. We're streaming on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast Live Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. Mandeep Singh joined us, Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, here in our studio. Alphabet's going to report results.
Det ser ut som tiltakeren det er vår styrke på her, ja.
Jeg hører ikke hva du sier det.
Nei, jeg ser at momentumet kommer opp igjen. Det var helt ned 0. Men ikke negativt.
Nei, kan man se hvor mange som er på long og short nå, eller har du oversikt på det? Ludvig har kanskje det.
Jeg har på CMC.
Ja, kan du sjekke det, eller? For det som dro seg akkurat nå var Apple ikke opp med 0,5% her.
Total paid clicks, which is your user growth, volume growth, contributed high single digit. That has reversed in the past 2 quarters, and I feel
Ja, nå er det på å jevne seg ut. På kundesiden så er det jo 53 kjøp og 47 solgt og 52% på posisjonsverdi. Kjøp. Det er på jevne seg ut dette.
Det var 68 i går.
I like pricing power.
Tror jeg skal smøre en pungen i tigerball for å se på det morsomt. Ja, det er ikke mye som skjer nå, ass.
Monetizes its engagement is with a subscription model. Right now they are not monetizing it with ads. So if you're an online business, you have no choice but to spend on Google Ads, even though ChatGPT is getting engagement, it's got user traffic. But if you're an online business who wants customers for your business and you want to show an ad, it's just Google, Meta, and Amazon. So even though Google is losing some traffic, they're able to charge more for the ad that they're showing. And I think
these guys.
It's still, I mean, they are still insulated from all the pullback in advertiser spending because they have the highest ROI when it comes to ad spend. There's no other place where you have a higher ROI per dollar spent on ads.
I'm looking forward to this because it will really set the tone for the big tech, and I feel like everyone's feeling a little jittery. What about the cloud unit? Isn't that the clearest indicator of how AI will continue down the line?
Yeah, so that is where the
diversification
element plays in for a company that generates over $350 billion in annual revenue. So clearly they have a sizable business, $50 billion run rate. The problem for Google is that business is growing almost 30%. in terms of
Hvem som, Lena, dette her er dritkjedelig. Vi har sittet og sett på de var action på åpninga. Det gikk opp 250-300 poeng. Og så har det ikke skjedd noe siden klokka
If it was an independent business, Google
Det har ikke skjedd
Cloud
noe siden
would fetch a
klokka
very high valuation.
16:35. Vi er på akkurat samme stedet som 16:35. Det har ikke skjedd noen ting.
Search is the key driver of profitability. It still doesn't get as much attention as search does because of the profitability.
Men det er bare drittall. Det skal ned.
Sentiment on Google these days.
Kommer den ned?
I'm just looking at the
Ja, det skal,
ANR
selvfølgelig skal det ned. Det her er bare tull. Det er
15
bare,
molds.
Jeg har sett det da.
Folk må bare skjønne det.
Go back
Det er
in time,
problemet.
it
Tar
was
litt
much
tid ofte.
higher in terms of consensus buy. And look at the multiple. I mean, when you compare Google's PE or take any other multiple relative to other Mag 7, this is the cheapest company. In terms
Og vil sikkert det kommer ned før
it's been like that for the past, I would say, 12 months because
Ja, nå
of the
kommer
ChatGPT
Alphabet på tallet
effect,
etterpå, da.
slightly because of the regulatory headwinds, you know, the Chrome divestiture that has been in the news.
Ja, men det er etterstengt, det ikke?
Jo, men det kan hende det er mange som venter på de tallene og tror at de tallene blir bra, ikke sant? Det er jo noen som kjøper av nå, selv om det er dritlite volum. Det er jo, det bør jo falle som faen, egentlig.
The cloud side. So it's just a matter of calming down the fears about search being vulnerable to ChatGPT.
How can they do that, do you think? If you were advising them, what would you say?
Just AI
Du kjøper ikke når de 3 største selskapene i USA kutter guidingen sin. Det er ikke da du kjøper aksjer, liksom.
How they are monetizing
Nei,
AI
det er
overviews.
ikke.
Men det er noen som gjør det, så det er sikkert
AI overviews doesn't monetize as well as the traditional blue links.
noen som venter på tall
We know that
fra
Google
Alphabet, for det er
faces
ikke noe, det her er bare
regulatory
tull.
pressure. How much do those actually affect sentiment?
I mean, look, when it comes to Chrome, if you are talking about deploying large language models, Gemini, that is where you do it. So if they lose Chrome, if that has to be divested, suddenly Google will become vulnerable to all sorts of competitive attacks. So Chrome to me is at the heart of them deploying Gemini and LLMs, and that is a very big case that's going on, the monopolization trial, where the remedy is to divest
Men i dag så får jeg ikke gjort det går rett opp på dårlig nyheter. Så jeg sitter og Bank of England chief focus on tariff growth shock downplays UK recession.
Antitrust analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. She's the one I need in.
Yeah, I mean,
so what is she saying?
Right now, she's of the view that the base case is it's not going to be divested. They will be able to come up with a remedy to appease the regulators. But with these trials, you never know.
What's the timing of this?
It's still going through this phase where there is a hearing going on. They lost the case. Now it's about remedies, and it may, I think, take another few months before we hear the final outcome.
You have to have some intestinal fortitude to step in front of that thing. Because, I mean, I don't know. All right, Mandeep, that's your job. That's what we pay you for. Mandeep Singh, he's a senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He is, along with Anurag Rana, leading our global tech research. And folks, you have to have a global view on technology. You have to have boots on the ground in Asia. You have to have boots on the ground in North America and Europe. We do at Bloomberg Intelligence, and that's why our technology research is some of the best on Wall Street. So check it out, BIGO on the function. Isabel Lee, thank you so much for sitting in. I think we're going to free up tomorrow. I think Alex will be back. But we've got Balance of Power with Joe Matthew. Boy, he's got a full plate here coming up. He's down in Washington, D.C. That coming up right after Global News.
Ja, det er helt fucka nå. Trump prater ut av ræva si hver andre minutt med sånne der Twitter, Truth Social som han skyter fra hofta, og så sier han en ting, og så sier han andre sjefsøkonomen hans sier at nei, det har han ikke sagt. Og så sier Trump jo, det er fortsatt on Kina. Og så kommer det ut nå i stad. Nei, han har ikke sagt det.
We begin in Illinois with a man who admitted to a shooting 7 people to death at a July 4th parade in 2022. Has been sentenced to 7 consecutive life terms. The judge pronounced 24-year-old Robert Crimo irretrievably depraved, permanently incorrigible, irreparably corrupt, and beyond any rehabilitation. His victims ranged in age from 8 to 80s. President Trump lashing out at Vladimir Putin after overnight attacks that killed at least 12 people.
In a post on Truth Social, President Trump wrote, quote, I am not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv. Not necessary and very bad timing. The post goes on to say, Vladimir, stop. 5,000 soldiers a week are dying. Let's get the peace deal done. This criticism follows a Russian airstrike against Ukraine that killed at least 9 civilians and injured more than 70. The attack happened even as the president criticized Ukraine's President Zelensky, saying it was tougher to reach a peace deal with him than it was with President Putin. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The president's not happy with Beijing either for backing out of a deal to buy U.S.-made aircraft. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Trump posted on social media that Boeing should default China for not taking the finished planes it committed to buy. He says it's just a small example of what China has done to the U.S. for years. Boeing says more than 50 new planes were headed to China, but China is refusing to take delivery as the trade war heats up. China has already returned a few planes.
The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to allow enforcement of the president's ban on transgender people in the military.
Nei, Kina og USA er samtaler.
Loyola law professor Lori Levinson.
There had been a court below that said that executive order should be put on hold, and that people should be allowed to serve, even if they're transgender.
Jævla mye kontrabeskjed fra The White House nå, altså.
Court on that issue as well.
The Vatican says tens of thousands of people have passed by Pope Francis' coffin in St. Peter's Basilica. No word yet on when a conclave will begin. Austin Ivory reports on the church.
Inevitably, some of those cardinal electors are not yet here. We had this morning in the meetings that the cardinals are holding every day, 103 present, which means more than 2/3, so they can proceed with making decisions. But we will see in the next few days, in the lead up to the funeral on Saturday, more arriving. There are various reasons why cardinals can't come straight away.
New report from Whose Heritage finds that despite growing efforts to remove them, more than 2,000 Confederate symbols still stand throughout this country. Dow up 268. This is CBS News.
Mye venting her, men det er ikke så mye å få gjort. Det er bare ekstremt lite volum, og alt ble nedgradert i dag. Alt er dritt, men så har, jeg husker ikke hva han heter for noe, US Treasury-kameraten var ute og sa at han håper på rentekutt som kommer før rentemøtet. Så det gjør at det markedet, nå skal det opp.
Rumors are spreading about the Pope and a quote being attributed to Bob Dylan.
Many people posted this quote online, attributing it to Dylan. Pope Francis was a voice of mercy in a time of noise. He walked with humility, spoke with fire, and dared to love the unloved. He reminded the world that compassion isn't weakness, and faith doesn't have to shout to be heard. May he rest in the eternal peace
Han sa I går at USA var I samtale med Kina, så gikk det opp på det, og så sier Trump etterpå nei. Det stemmer ikke. Så gikk det rett ned på det. Eller han Brexit sa det foregårs, når vi gikk opp 1000 poeng. Så sier Trump I går nei, og så ramlet det I går med 400 poeng. Han sa I stad at han håpet på rentekutt.
Kendrick
Og da kom vi opp på det I stad. Og det ikke det samme å si at det skal ha rentekutt. Det han basically sa var det at hvis det ikke blir rentekutt nå, så vil økonomien I USA krasje. Det det han sa. Og da håper alle på at da må det I hvert fall komme rentekutt.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power.
Men alt negativt. Det ikke noe så positivt der.
Live from Washington, D.C.
Du kan kjøpe på supporter og gjøre et par sånn scalps, men hvis du bommer her nå, så får du I trynet hele veien ned.
Norwegians in town. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As Norway's prime minister arrives in Washington for meetings at the White House with Ukraine on the menu. Bloomberg now reporting new conditions the U.S. is putting on Russia. This is just breaking, and we'll get more on the agenda straight ahead by Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, standing by at the White House. More on Ukraine this hour from Ben Jensen at the Defense and Security Department at CSIS. We'll gauge the markets coming up with Ed Harrison and a new batch of polls painting a pretty bleak picture for the president's first 100 days. We'll review the numbers with our signature political panel. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis are with us for the hour, and we start, as always, on Wall Street. Let's get the baseline on the markets with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Indeed, the baseline higher right now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ trading very close to session highs. Another day of gains. Equities extending the advance for a third straight session. The S&P 500 index right now up by 1.3%, up 68 points. Wall Street investors are betting that the Fed could cut rates sooner than anticipated.
Sier de nå betting på at Fed skal kutte renten før en planlagt.
But tech stocks to stand out ahead of
det bare piss.
Right now we got NASDAQ advancing 294 points, up by about 1.8%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares also higher, up by about 1.1%. 10-year at 4.32%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.80%. Gold is up $43 the ounce, now at $33.32, up by 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude flat on the day, now $62.26 a barrel. Our Ed Harrison will have a whole lot more on the markets for you coming up here on Balance of Power. Jenny Johnson is the president and CEO of Franklin Templeton.
Hjul tikker oppover, yield tikker oppover. Det er ikke noe her som ser bra ut. Det var bare gjentallet.
Coming out of Washington.
He needs the tax revenues identified in tariffs to help fund his tax cuts, which, by the way, are not tax cuts really, they're extensions. And if we don't get that extension, there is a massive tax increase that happens, which really becomes an issue around the economy.
Jenny Johnson of Franklin Templeton. Alphabet will be the big story. It is the parent of Google coming up after the close of trading. We're going to be all over that when that number drops. Right now, we've got Alphabet shares up by 1.5%. Also reporting after the close of trading, Intel surging now by 2.8% ahead of earnings. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington, the Thursday edition. Here he is, once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, we do appreciate it. Off and rolling here on our Thursday edition. You made it to Little Friday. Thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg Radio, on satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. You'll have a seat in the studio as soon as you catch our live stream. And we've got a lot to do, a lot to see and hear together this hour. Hey, you know how it goes. High noon in Washington. This program is here for a reason. Things are about to happen every day at this time. We bring you to one end of Pennsylvania Avenue or the other, and today it is the White House, of course. We've got the big visit from the Norwegians, and we're going to have the rolling display of events here, not unlike the visit from the Italian Prime Minister or any other world leader. You get the big arrival at the West Wing, and they're standing by right now for Prime Minister Jonas Støre.
Hva tror du, Robert? Du tror snurr her
We're
nå?
going to have a little lunch together, and then there's a bilateral meeting.
Ja, si det.
You're going to have all
Han snudde her nå 20 ganger.
A lot of questions will be asked. We'll see
Ja,
how
var
they're
det.
answered. Ukraine, as I mentioned, is on the agenda, but you've also got tariffs in the air. And that's where we bring in Tyler Kendall on the North Lawn at the White House right now, standing by for the delegation to arrive. Tyler, here we go.
Yeah, hey Joe, from where I'm standing I can see the Northwest gates opened as well as the Oval Office door open, which signals to us that the Norwegian Prime Minister is arriving now. Actually, you're about to see him cross over my shoulder. For our radio listeners, it is a massive SUV followed by a van with the rest of the delegation. So live pictures right now. This is immediately happening. If I can see, it looks like President Trump might be coming to the door where he typically greets these leaders. And important to note here, it's not just the Norwegian Prime Minister who is going to be here. He's accompanied by his finance minister, who is a very familiar name. That is Jens Stoltenberg, of course, the former NATO Secretary General, who knows President Trump very well from when they worked together under the first Trump administration. And we are expecting defense cooperation amid the ongoing war in Ukraine to be one of those top topics that they are discussing here today, because as you mentioned at the top of the hour, Bloomberg News just breaking the story that the U.S. is set to demand Russia accept Ukraine's right to build up its military and defense industry as part of any negotiation or deal going forward. Of course, as you well know, that would be considered to be a concession by Vladimir Putin if he did agree to it, because he has wanted to see Ukraine disarm as well as see a halt to Western military flows into the country. At the same time, though, we are expecting that Ukraine's ambitions for NATO membership to be taken off the table there. And I bring that up because one of the key parts of these discussions as they try to get a deal underway is that our European allies really want to see two things happen first, which is a ceasefire and then discussions about what some more permanent U.S. security guarantees could look like, because the U.S. has put forward to our allies potentially freezing battle lines where they are, potentially recognizing Crimea as Russian. And our allies, including Norway, have been asking this White House what other security guarantees are they willing to put on a table before they talk about any sort of territory concessions, because up to this point, Joe, the White House has really been reluctant in that category, saying instead security guarantees for the most part would be implicit if the White House had an economic interest in Ukraine. We'll have to see if we see any progress on that today as Norway arrives here at the White House.
That's right. Obviously, this is going to be a huge part of the conversation with some really important reports
Fel farge på
by
stikket.
Bloomberg, not lost in us against Stoltenberg.
Det var fel farge på det stikket der.
Tyler, we're still asking about tariffs. We've got a pretty good vibe going in the markets today, but the president was kind of stepping on his own remarks last evening. There are a lot of questions about China. He suggested that they're talking every day, and Beijing says they haven't even picked up the phone.
Right, Joe. Beijing this morning, the Ministry of Commerce saying that, denying that there are any negotiations currently happening between Washington and Beijing, saying that reports about positive developments in talks are actually groundless. Also, raising the temperature here, saying that they want to see the U.S. remove all unilateral tariffs going forward. That is something that the Treasury Secretary told reporters yesterday is not an option on the table. But of course it comes, as you're mentioning, President Trump yesterday in the Oval Office saying that everything is active when asked if he's actively involved in negotiations with China, also saying that 145% levy is very high and essentially amounts to a trade embargo. But as you're about to hear, he also told reporters that if a deal doesn't happen with Beijing, that would also be okay.
We're going to have great deals. And by the way, if we don't have a deal with a company or a country, we're going to set the tariff. We just set the tariff. It's something that we think that will happen, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks. Wouldn't you say? I think so. Over the next 2-3 weeks, we'll be setting the number. And we're going to pick, could be for China, too.
So, Joe, President Trump suggesting that the White House might actually put out there some revised tariff rates for countries, including China, in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we're still waiting on further details on that. What would those rates actually look like? When would they go into effect? And just quickly, when we are talking about those other countries, we know, of course, the U.S. has been prioritizing talks with Japan, and new reporting from Bloomberg News out this morning that Japan will push back if the U.S. asks it to take any action to curb its own trade with China. That is a particularly interesting development, and while we should say that Japanese officials tell Bloomberg News the U.S. has not made that request yet, we do know it's something that this White House is mulling.
Tyler Kendall with a comprehensive report on another very busy day at the White House. Tyler, did you see how they timed that out for the arrival with Tyler Kendall? A vision of spring today on the North Lawn. We're going to be inside the building a little bit later on this hour and next as they get to lunch in the bilateral meeting. And of course, we're watching Wall Street with tariffs in the air. You heard what Tyler just said. Wall Street seems to be feeling all right. The S&P 500 up 75 points, a little more than 1%. The NASDAQ is ahead by almost 2%. We're feeling all right. That's a couple days in a row now, if we dare. And I love nothing more than a contrarian. And in fact, somebody who's got a different view on things, and you need that when it comes to business news, because we're so quick to ascribe headlines to market moves, and it's very easy to say, Wall Street's upset about the tariffs. And Wall Street is upset about the tariffs. But if you read the great Everything Risk newsletter, you realize there's just a lot more in the air here. Edward Harrison is the author and with us right now at the table here in Washington. Edward, great to see you. It's just not always as simple as a headline. A lot of business writers are asked to do that every day. How come the market went up or down? You can't really always put that in one answer, and there's a lot more than tariffs going on here, isn't there?
There really is. I mean, if you really think about it, in 2020, we had a recession. We had a historic rate hike campaign in 2022-23, and yet, if you look at the grand sweep of things from 2009 to today, we've really not had a downturn. The March 2020 downturn was very short, and so in the grand sweep of things, people are conditioned to buy the dip.
Yes, right. How about that? But I think, you know, a lot of people have made the point that if it wasn't tariffs, it was something else, and something had to pop this balloon for a minute. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, you know, I looked at some of the data. A lot of times when you look at people rushing out of the markets, a lot of that is because there is a sense of rotation into things like Walmart, which is a consumer staple. That's a very safe stock. So I took a look at Walmart. Walmart's trading at 38 times earnings, which is incredibly high. And then I asked myself, why is that? I look back at where Walmart was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, even 15 years ago. And what I found is that over that entire period, what we've seen is a huge increase, not just in Walmart, but throughout the entire U.S. equity markets, of what you're paying for an individual stock, the amount of earnings that you pay and the price that you pay for the stock. And that's not sustainable.
Okay, and there are a lot of Walmarts out there when it comes to at least valuation concerns. Does that mean that there's nowhere defensive other than gold or Bitcoin? Those are the two outperforming sectors right now.
Yeah, I mean, it means that when you look for a place to hide, and if you're hiding in Walmart, you're hiding in something that's very expensive.
Sure.
Consumer staples are not cheap. And so if you really want a place to hide, if these tariffs that we were just talking about with Kendall...
Hadde trodd den skulle ned i gapet for å gå sånn. Samme her, men de har pratet om rentekutt nå i stad.
Really,
Da hjelper ikke hva vi tror eller mener eller sier. Tre av de største selskapene i USA har kuttet guidingen sin som er negativt, men nå sier The White House at de håper på et rentekutt.
I want to just make a quick note to our listeners and viewers that we might be invited back into the West Wing here in just a moment as the Norwegian Prime Minister sits down with President Trump. They are apparently gathering the pool here for some kind of a
det fortsatt ikke noe news.
plan. They're going to have a bilateral tariffs.
Det fortsatt ikke noe news, det med rentekutt. Ikke før det kommer fra Fed.
Edward, it does make you wonder if
det er derfor det går opp. Det har ikke kommet noe fra Fed, ingenting. Men han prater om det.
Ja, ikke sant.
Han gjorde det foregårs også, når det gikk opp 1000 poeng.
There's still a so-called Sell America trade that's there.
That's right.
Because ultimately, I think what we've seen is that the dissonance from previous administrations of this particular administration on a lot of issues has been so great that a lot of America's allies are saying, look, you know, if the United States is going to have this kind of volatility in their policies, we need to start to look elsewhere, just to cover our bases, and I think that's going to be the same thing in markets as well.
That rotation that you talked about, though, not only just into maybe defensive plays.
Vi var jo godt på vei ned I dag før den prata. Da var vi ned 200 poeng.
For Europe, what does that mean for China?
Det falt
Does that money
skikkelig.
come back?
You know, even if there's a global recession, it means somewhat more outperformance there. It was interesting that the Goldman Sachs chief economist Jan
Hvis de gjør det, så han sikkert redd for å få problemer, for Trump hater noe.
Valued, two standard deviations of overvaluation relative to where it should be. And so when you think about all of these things happening as the tariffs play out, the dollar is going to be a very big part of that. And obviously, if the dollar is falling, if you're a foreigner, that means that you are going to be losing even more money in the market, and that's going to make people want to, underweight U.S. assets.
So there's a push and pull here, I guess.
Se på gull. Gull går som faen opp her. Det jo dritnegativt.
A lot of investors want to bet on a better second half. We get through all this tariff
Se på
business,
gull, da.
we
Rett
can
opp.
start to have more confidence in the markets. But odds are rising on a recession.
Ja, det skal jo sende Nasdaq ned I hvert fall.
So who wins that
Ja, men det går ikke
game
ned.
chicken, and what would that
Se
mean
der
for the
nå. Det
markets
går ikke
to
ned
extent
på
are
noen
we
ting.
pricing in a recession?
I think right now we're pricing in a
Ja, på det
slowdown.
har
We're
nå.
not pricing in a
Gull går I
recession
taket,
quite yet.
rentene går opp.
A recession is the sort of thing that will get you a bear market, and stocks are down. They've corrected over 10%, but that's not a recession. In the near term, if you look at things like the durable goods that came out today, if you look at cars, people that are buying, there might actually be a bump up. People sort of panic buy ahead of front loading. And that means that there's going to be an air pocket in the back half of the year, potentially, and that is the risk, not just the economy in its steady state, but the air pocket from a front loading of people's consumption.
Doing a great job on this newsletter. I hope you're having fun with it. The Everything Risk newsletter. Edward Harrison. Find him on the channel. Find him online. It's great to have your analysis. Don't be a stranger. We got a lot more to talk about with Edward because we haven't figured out this tariff situation yet. I don't know if this meeting at the White House might help. But Donald Trump is sitting down with the Prime Minister of Norway. Let's bring you into that meeting right now. They're about to have lunch together. They've brought reporters into the room. This is live on Bloomberg.
Doing a fantastic job and truly respected throughout the world as a leader. And thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And we're going to be having a meeting in the Oval Office in a little while where you'll be invited back and you can ask some questions. It's also a pleasure to have my friend who did such a good job at NATO, my great friend, right? So you really did. We started off, they had no money, and they ended up having a lot of money after we said, you got to pay up. But you did a fantastic job, and thank you very much. And I'm glad you're here. Glad we meet each other again under these circumstances. So we'll be
Trump prater, som du ser.
in a little while at the Oval Office, and if you have maybe one or two questions, we'll do it now. And after that, we'll go to the Oval.
Mr. President, on Russia, do you still believe that Putin is serious about peace, given the events overnight in Ukraine? And if that bombing doesn't end, are you considering new sanctions on Russia?
So we are thinking that very strongly that they both want peace, but they have to get to the table. We're waiting a long time. They have to get them to the table.
Hyggelig ord. Men I dag så gjør jeg ikke så mye, altså. Jeg sitter ganske sånn veldig, nå er feil vei her. Går jo opp på grunn av rentekuttlovnader i dag.
5,000 young people a week that are dying in that ridiculous war.
Jeg var jo pluss i dag, vet du. Nei, den skal jeg faen ikke ta, tenkte jeg. Så skal vi rase til helvete. Rett opp.
And that's by far the more important element right now. I'm saying we can save thousands of people. I don't like that it takes long at all, but I think they both want to make peace. I do believe so. There's a lot of hatred there. There's a lot of very bad blood, a lot of distrust. But I think I hope we're gonna get there, for the sake of a lot of young people that are dying.
Mr. President, do you have a deadline for when the party?
I have my own deadline. And we want it to be fast. And the Prime Minister is helping us. He wants it to be fast too. And I think everybody in this, at this time in NATO, they want to see this thing happen. So we have a deadline, and after that, we're going to have a very much different attitude. But I think that has a very good chance of getting done.
Mr. President, what can Norway do to prove that they're an important ally to the U.S.? What can Norway do to prove
Just keep doing what they're doing. We have a very good relationship with Norway. Great leader, great people. I know many of the people in Norway. And it's truly it's an incredible country.
Jo takk, det var alltid det.
All they have to do is keep doing what they're doing, I think, is probably the best answer I can give. Yes.
As you pointed out, the former Secretary General of NATO is here, Mr. Stoltenberg. How important is the NATO defense alliance, Mr. President? Is it sacrosanct from your perspective?
Well, it's a very interesting question. It's certainly very important for Europe, and I think without us it wouldn't be as nearly as powerful. And as the former Secretary General, who did a great job, can tell you, I played when I was there a very big role in making sure that NATO's funded. At that time, they had 28 countries, including us, which many of the countries weren't paid, and they ended up being paid, you would say, and the Secretary General was very nice about it, as far as I was concerned. Other presidents went in, they made a speech, and they left, and that kept going on. And in the meantime, they had no money, and the United States was paying far more than its fair share. You could say that they were paying. I actually said sometimes it looked like 100%, and it was unfair. And the two of us worked very well together, and we took care of the situation.
There are some Mr. President.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The Norwegian statistics are showing that the U.S. actually has a trade surplus with Norway. Are you going to be looking into that and see which of the countries are actually in a trade surplus?
Yeah, well, with the United States, almost everybody has a surplus.
But not
It's really an amazing.
numbers.
It's an amazing phenomenon. Now, there is a surplus of a couple of $1 billion, I think you have with it. I congratulate you. That's very good. We got to get a little bit of that for ourselves, maybe. But they do have a surplus. Norway has a surplus.
Mr. President, in the current tariff situation,
analysts have pointed out that the U.S. actually need allies. Do you consider Norway as a possible ally in the situation?
I think Norway's always been an ally. They've been somebody we've been very close to, very friendly with. Maybe more so now with me than other people, but I think Norway's always been a great ally, yeah. Norway's been a friend.
That's a very strange question, actually, because the U.S. is our lead ally, and we build on a relationship which we will talk about now, Mr. President. But it's of high relevance, and I'm very happy that we have Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense.
Right.
So this is a very strong tie.
But it was a question about ally in the tariff situation specifically.
Tariff situation?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's we're talking about a little bit different subject. Then we're talking about a different type of ally. No, in this case, he would be very much inclined to be an ally of Norway because he wants to make the best business deal possible. And Norway and the Norwegians are great business people. They're great traders. They're great, very smart nation, very well-managed nation. Has been for a long time, and in particular now with this leadership. But we'll be talking about trade and other things, and I think we're going to come to a conclusion very quickly.
Mr. Prime Minister, I was wondering whether you think that Donald Trump, for his effort in Ukraine and otherwise, deserves to be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, I salute President Trump for having been taking very important initiatives to get this conflict towards an end, which both parties deserve. We need to have a ceasefire, save lives, move towards something which is more secure for Europe, for the people concerned. And on that we work together. And I look forward to go into some details because we are at the critical moment. On that price, that is a committee taking care of that, which is completely working on its own terms, and I cannot comment on that.
Mr. President, but thank you very much for that question. I like that question. Yeah, please.
Ja, jeg holder på å rope.
Well, they had a meeting this morning, so I can't tell you. It doesn't matter who they is. We may reveal it later, but they had meetings this morning, and we've been meeting with China. And so I think you have, Jeff, as usual. I think you have your reporting wrong. Thank you very much. We'll see you. We'll see you inside. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody else. Thank you. Thank you. Keep moving, everybody. Keep moving.
All right, there you have it. It's time for lunch. Live from the White House, the president there sitting next to his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, across the table from the Prime Minister of Norway, who is in town for meetings today. They're going to have a bilateral in the Oval Office. Probably about an hour from now, we'll walk into the Oval together and bring you into that conversation. Jonas Stira at the White House, alongside Jens Stoltenberg, his Trump whisperer, sitting in on the meetings today. Donald Trump had very nice things to say about Stoltenberg from the years he was running NATO as Secretary General. They're going to get behind closed doors now and again. Following lunch, there will be a bilateral news conference that takes place. Not so much a news conference, but, a little conversation, if you will, around the fireplace in the Oval Office. Some interesting headlines crossing there. Everyone's talking about Ukraine, at least for the most part. That is really driving the agenda in this meeting today. Thinking very strongly, Ukraine, Russia want peace. The headline from Donald Trump, Ukraine, Russia need to get to the table. Think we will get peace. Saying he has his own deadline on Ukraine when asked about that. There was a reporter who asked him as well about potentially winning the Nobel Peace Prize, which he seemed to enjoy. Now, all of this comes after a massive missile and drone attack by Russia against Kyiv last night. At least 9 dead, more than 60 wounded. As we talk about conditions here for peace, Bloomberg is making news. We've talked a lot about conditions for Ukraine, right? You lose Crimea, you freeze the lines in place, you never get to join NATO, maybe peacekeepers from Europe, but not Americans. Conditions for Russia are suddenly emerging. According to Bloomberg, persons familiar, the U.S. will demand Russia accept Ukraine's right to have its own army and defense industry. This may be a non-starter for Moscow, as Vladimir Putin has made it clear. Remember, before the invasion even happened, it was about the demilitarization of Ukraine. So where are we? As Steve Witkoff prepares to pack his bags for Moscow, we're joined by Ben Jensen, a new voice on the program, and looking forward to the conversation with Ben, director of the Futures Lab and senior fellow with the Defense and Security Department at CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Ben, it's great to have you. I'm fascinated by this new wrinkle here because this has really seemed like a negotiation that favored Russia until now. Does this move the needle? And will this meeting with Norway help us get any closer to peace?
So, great question, and thank you for having me. I would say we don't know what will move the needle yet because we're in the middle of a complex negotiation process that doesn't lend itself necessarily to social media hot takes, whether it's by our own political leaders or quick comments and nightly addresses by Ukraine. Historically, negotiations take time and they take discretion. And so you're seeing a real tension play out, and each side is using a mix of private communication, direct private messages through intermediaries and also directly, as well as these public claims to try to gain a position of leverage. And so I think we're starting to see now that actually behind the scenes, Trump's team has been putting pressure on Moscow. I know sometimes from the outside it doesn't look like that, but this is the first sign that there has been pressure put on Moscow to accept some type of concession. So it's the mix of carrots and sticks that are really going to matter, and you can't have all the carrots and sticks publicly revealed or people start to maneuver around them. So does it move the needle? Maybe, but I think more importantly what it reminds us of is that not everything is as it appears from the outside.
Yeah, isn't that always the case? Well, Vladimir Putin certainly isn't waiting around. As you heard me mention, the attacks on Kyiv, missiles and drones were horrifying. The images are horrifying, and I'm guessing that President Trump saw them in his daily briefing today. He took to Truth Social, pretty quick post, at least for Donald Trump. It says, "I am not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv." If you're with us on YouTube, you see the post. "Not necessary and very bad timing," he writes. "Vladimir, stop!" Exclamation point. 5,000 soldiers a week are dying. Let's get the peace done. Pretty interesting. Ben, will he?
No. In fact, I would direct you
to
check out the Firepower Strike Tracker. For over a year now, we've actually been scraping statistics to analyze how Russia uses a mix of drones, the Shahed, as well as effectively negotiate by fire.
Ja, du ser også algoritmetreninger nå. Du ser at den lager på hver på mønsteren også, så er det på hver topp så går den ned til forrige støttenivå, så går den opp på ny topp, ned på forrige støttenivå, ny topp, ned til støtte. Det er liksom, det er sånn trappestrening hele veien.
Man må skjøte Eikaren.
Ja, for det går på lite volum. Det der går ikke på mye volum, så man må vurdere å sette en long der nå.
Because Russia is actually getting more sophisticated in its targeting, better able to integrate satellite intelligence, and now increasingly being able to direct a complex mix of ballistic cruise missiles and then more sophisticated that resist Ukrainian electronic warfare. And if you check out that Firepower Strike Tracker, we detail with all the statistics. We actually break down and do the analysis to show that when you mix the different types of attacks and you concentrate them in a geographic space. So I mix ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones just on the capital. It's going to lower the probability that Ukraine can intercept them. And it's going to actually begin to really wage this punishment strategy into a brutal war of attrition, which we've already seen. So it might have seemed like it was audacious, it was bad timing. This is central to Russia's strategy. They can't win on the battlefield. They're throwing literally what the Ukrainians call them is meat assaults at front lines where they're killed by drones. And so their bid for success when they can't win with this 21st century version of trench warfare is to try to bomb the Ukrainians into submission. It's utterly brutal, and our president is right to take the stance he did.
You gotta check this out, guys. Go Google it. As Ben mentioned, Firepower Strike Tracker, analyzing missile attacks in Ukraine. This is great work from the Futures Lab at CSIS. Ben, that would suggest that the closer we get to peace, the more violent this conflict will be.
I think you're absolutely right. And in fact, that's something for your viewers and listeners to really take into consideration. There is a tendency now moving from the political and strategic level down to the operational for each side to take more risk and gambles to seek territorial concessions or some kind of additional. Basically, everyone's competing to get new chips before they head to the poker table called these negotiations. So I think you're not just going to see Russia increase these kind of highly concentrated firepower strikes. You're going to see them continue to sacrifice the lives of future Russian generations. You are also going to see them beg, borrow, and steal from North Korea, China, and Iran to build up their arsenal of authoritarianism. But at the same time, on the other side, you're also probably going to see the Ukrainians pull off some pretty daring raids and long-range strikes. And the Ukrainians have been utterly ingenious throughout this war. Remember, this is a country that entered the conflict with 5 drone companies and now has over 500. And they produce thousands of FPVs, first-person view drones, all the way up to long-range, low-cost cruise missiles daily. So you're, I think, going to see not just Russia increasingly try to punish the Ukrainian people. I would expect to see more long-range Ukrainian raids. So in the last week alone, you've had a Ukrainian strike on Russian strategic bomber bases and also a Ukrainian long-range strike on a major ammunition depot. So I think we're going to also see the Ukrainians trying to get those poker chips for the negotiation table as well.
Wow. All right, Ben, I want to ask you about Crimea specifically, and I want to bring you back to this post that Donald Trump made yesterday on Truth Social. I'm sure you saw it. Ukrainian President Zelensky, he writes, is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. Donald Trump goes on to write, the statement is very harmful to the peace negotiations with Russia in that Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Barack Hussein Obama and is not even a point of discussion. He goes on to say that if he wants Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired? That's a bit of revisionist history if you were paying attention to things then. The press secretary at the White House, Caroline Leavitt, picked it up from there in the White House driveway yesterday. Ben, here's what she said.
Well, as President Trump rightfully pointed out in that statement, it was President Obama who gave up Crimea, who allowed Russia to take it over in 2014. And so the president is not asking Ukraine to recognize Crimea. Nobody has asked them to do that. What he is asking is for people to come to the negotiating table recognizing that this has been a brutal war for far too long. And in order to make a good deal, both sides have to walk away a little bit unhappy.
Ben, you don't have to wade into the Obama stuff, but aren't we asking Ukraine to acknowledge Crimea as Russian territory, and what would happen to sub bases if in fact Crimea went back to Kyiv?
Jeg har ikke gjort det ennå. Jeg synes det litt sånn skummelt, for det jo ingenting som har kommet ennå. Det bare tro, håp og kjærlighet.
So I think the president's trying to make the point that he wants them to negotiate. The challenge, and this is where the details matter, is if you look at Article 2 of the Ukrainian Constitution, and we're Americans, so constitutions matter to us, our own Constitution matters, and we know that other countries also guarantee rights to their citizen, natural rights, through structures like constitutions. Article 2 of the Ukrainian Constitution makes it impossible for President Zelensky to recognize Crimea as part of Russia. And the Ukrainians, frankly, did fight for it. They fought for a long time. It's just that Russia, through a manipulation of the law of armed conflict, used the little green men to Russian naval bases, making it easier. So what you have right now is a very interesting situation where the president is just doing what he does. He really likes to turn up the rhetoric. He likes to say things that grab our attention, and he's frankly successful at it.
Det pull us in a way that he can try to pressure both Ukraine and Russia to negotiate to achieve its objectives. grafer, det trading view og frontlokker på samme sted. De to strekene bare streken. Det her bare jeg som leker meg.
What's happening is it's unsettling some of the larger complexities of any peace deal. So Crimea is going to be hard for the Ukrainians to win back militarily, and it's definitely going to be something the Russians will resist giving at the negotiation table, owing exactly to what you put out. Crimea is key maritime terrain. And not only is it key maritime terrain, Russia actually still maintains large space infrastructure there for communicating with its satellite constellation. So Crimea is important both from a maritime and a space standpoint, but also increasingly a symbolic standpoint. So it's hard to see that Russia's really going to be willing to negotiate with it. And it's hard to imagine, short of a catastrophic collapse of the Russian military along the front line, that Ukraine can take it by military force, which means we're left with a very difficult reality. Ukraine cannot cede Crimea until it adjusts its own
Det var
constitution.
ikke litt av det samme som skjedde i går, at vi gikk opp 700, og så bare droppa den helt jævlig på plass.
So there's really a coordination challenge involved with these negotiations about what has to move first. Can you have elections in Ukraine? Can you
Gikk opp på sånn rykteprat fra pressen, og så gikk det rett ned
no
der.
matter what we hear on Truth Social or what Zelensky says in a nightly address, this process is going to take months, if not years, to play out. And the details are what will matter. The technical details are what drives negotiations in the end.
Really fascinating. You know what I love, Ben, is someone who knows what they're talking about. I'm really glad that you could come to share your expertise with us, and I hope you'll stay close, because this is a story developing before our eyes. Benjamin Jensen, Director of the Futures Lab, Senior Fellow Defense Security Department at CSIS. Let me know when you're ready to host the show. That was fascinating. A clinic with Ben Jensen. These are the kind of conversations we try to bring you every day here on the fastest show in politics, only on Bloomberg. Now, we're going to assemble our panel next. Speaking of only on Bloomberg, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. But first, we want to check Wall Street. Markets feeling pretty good today, all over again. Charlie Pellet has that in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. And let me quantify, feeling pretty good. We are at the highest on the S&P since April 2nd. Moments ago, we had the Dow Jones Industrial Average retaking the 40,000 threshold. Big round number. Right now, 39,995 on the Dow, up 384. That is a gain of 1%. S&P up 88, higher by 1.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 362, an advance there of 2.1%. Stocks are climbing amid Fed rate cut hopes. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.30%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.79%. Gold now up $37 the ounce, up 1.1%, $33.25 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude back with a 62 handle, 62.73, up now by 0.8%. And Bitcoin just about flat on the day at 93,619. Weekly jobless claims continue to hold near historic lows. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Initial claims edged higher last week, rising by 6,000 to 222,000. They've been relatively subdued amid uncertainty about tariffs and the U.S. economic outlook. In the prior report, initial jobless claims dipped to the lowest since early February. The Labor Department data also showed the total number of people on unemployment edged lower. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Earnings news, Texas Instruments now up by 6.8%. IBM, after last night's report, down now by 7%. Chipotle Mexican Grill up 0.8%. And of course, the big earnings events after the close of trading today. We'll be hearing from Alphabet, the parent of Google, and Intel. Balance of power continues right now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thank you, sir. Watching Wall Street for us every day on the fastest show in politics. Mr. Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. Glad you're with us here on Bloomberg Radio, Satellite Radio Channel 121, and on YouTube. With our eyes on the White House, we're going to go back there shortly for a bilateral meeting with President Trump and the Prime Minister of Norway. You might think you just saw that. That was actually the beginning of their luncheon. Prime Minister arrived a short time ago. They're going to break bread, and then they'll be in the Oval Office with reporters a bit later on. Ukraine is a major story that we're following here today, as it is the top agenda item in this conversation. Jens Stoltenberg is also in the room, the former NATO Secretary General. As we consider the polls this morning that are making the rounds, you might have heard about some of these yesterday. Reuters Ipsos, 37% of Americans approve of Donald Trump's handling of the economy. Pew Research, Donald Trump's overall approval rating falling to 40% in the first 100 days. Confidence in his economic leadership dropping to 45%. Gallup's got ugly numbers. And you know who else does? Fox News. Fox News poll, first 100 days of President Trump's second term, and it doesn't look great. He receives the best marks on border security, the only issue where his ratings are in positive territory. His worst are on inflation. Only 33% approve, 59% disapprove. Tariffs, pretty similar, 33% disapprove. Foreign policy, 40%. Taxes and guns, none of these are looking good. And so maybe we shouldn't have been surprised this morning on Truth Social when Donald Trump started writing. This is only 2 hours ago. Rupert Murdoch, he says, has told me for years he's going to get rid of his Fox News Trump-hating fake pollster, but he has never done so. This pollster, in quotes, has gotten me and MAGA wrong for years, he says. While he's at it, should start making changes at the China-loving Wall Street Journal. Not a fan of the paper either. This is where we start with our panel, both experts on polling. Rick Davis is with me here at the table in Washington. Our Republican strategist partner at Stone Court Capital, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino in New York, political science professor at Iona University, our Democratic analyst. What do you think, Rick? Is Fox about to get a new pollster? And what does this tell us about the first 100 days of this president?
Well, if he doesn't like the Fox pollster, he doesn't like any pollsters, because as you pointed out, they're all basically saying the same thing, which is save for border security, which is basically incursions have all but dried up under the Trump administration. Nobody's coming across the border illegally. Everything else is a dismal failure. I mean, you know, negative 26% on inflation. Yeah. This is what he campaigned on. Right. I'm going to bring those costs down. I mean, economy, he won on the economy, and now negative 16% on that rating. I mean, it's really, really bad news. And you can only make the assumption that, you know, this first 100 days, unless there's a significant change in what's happening, it could portend really poorly for these midterm elections. I mean, we're a long way away. Nobody's voting today. But if you're, you know, after the first 100 days, these numbers are all worse than his first 100 days in 2017. Wow. So, you know, look what happened in the midterms in 2017. We have a model to work from.
That's right. Democrats are loving this. Jeannie, I don't know your thoughts on these numbers, because Donald Trump said yesterday in the Oval Office he had a 92% approval rating, I believe. Is that not true?
I'm not sure where the 92% is coming from. To Rick's point, this is pretty consistent across most pollsters, and you look at the Real Clear Politics average, which I always like to look at averages, and he is underwater, and it's stunning that he is performing worse than he was in his first term at this point. And the, you know, problem for Donald Trump is the first 100 days are as good as it's going to get for the modern president. And so it's not going to look up here. I'm sorry to tell him. And, you know, the reality of all of this is all of his own making. He hasn't had a crisis that has, you know, a natural disaster or something. These are things that he has done to himself, shot himself in the foot, if you will. I mean, just imagine if he had come in, he had not gone with his idea of tariffs. He had instead worked with Congress to pass the reconciliation bill. He had worked to secure the border, but he had done so knowing that he has to follow the court orders and due process. And when he makes a mistake, send Abrego Garcia back. His numbers might be up where they were when he came in. But all of this is of his own doing. It's as if he can't halt himself or stop himself from his worst instincts. And I think number one that's going to go down in the record books is his adherence to a discredited economic policy that even a sixth grader could have told you since the Great Depression was not a good idea. And he has followed it right down the path. And this is where he ends up. I quite frankly think the numbers, he should be pretty happy. They're better than they probably should be, given how quickly he has dismantled the economy.
Geez, I don't think anyone's there to tell him that, Jeannie. Cece's, by the way, keeping us honest here. That 92% approval rating was on veteran services, and it was still not correct. So, Rick, I guess the question is here, is it the cadence, or is it in fact the issues that he's tackled? If Donald Trump was in there signing EOs every day, keeping the media running, but it was actually about lowering prices, would we be having a different conversation?
You know, look, I mean, I think that part of it is the rhetoric and part of it is the impact, right? I mean, you know, we know that there hasn't been substantial increases in inflation, as these numbers might actually indicate, but there also has not been substantial decreases. And even though Donald Trump likes to talk about the price of gas coming down, eggs, he's just not making that case. And by the way, he's drowning out all that noise, all that message with the noise around tariffs, the noise around attacks of people, you know, the negotiations on Ukraine. I mean, like, we've talked about this a lot during the campaign season. He's not getting any points for trying to solve the Ukraine-Russian war, right? Right thing to do, voters aren't going to give them credit for it. And I think the one thing that Fox poll really indicated was that people have a very dim view of the future. It's not just where they are today, but overwhelmingly the economy is getting worse, 55%. You know, Trump policies are in the long run are going to be bad, negative 11%. I mean, like, it's a dismal future to most of these voters. And you see that in the consumer data. Michigan Consumer Sentiment, best poll in America, same thing. People don't see this getting better.
And Jeannie, that's not just Democrats in this case. And of course, we're hearing on a daily basis from pretty smart economists at major firms we hear from on the regular here on networks like Bloomberg.
Du må huske på ting. Det markedet her, når Donald Trump prater, så kan det gå alle veier. Det har ikke noe å si hva du gjør for noe. Du må bare la det roe seg ned. Det du kan holde deg til, at hele verden ble nedgradert i forgårs. De største selskapene i USA i dag tok ned guidingen sin, for det går til helvete. På Bloomberg nå så er det større sannsynlighet, det er 80% sannsynlighet for at USA går i en stor resesjon. Alt er dritt. At du går opp når Donald Trump lover rentekutt, håper på rentekutt og prater at det skal bli fred i Ukraina, da går markedet opp på det. Det er ikke noe substans, det er bare prat, det er ikke noe lovnader. Fed har ikke pratet, ingen har pratet, det er bare Trump som... Så ser vi gå opp nå. Hvis du er ukomfortabel, må du ta oss tap. Jeg bryr meg ikke. Jeg gir faen om det går opp eller går ned. Jeg ser på det jeg ser på. Jeg også ser at det går opp. Det var ned i dag med 200 poeng. Jeg var i pluss i dag her. Og så prater han Bessent, og så går det opp. Da sitter jeg rolig. Jeg ikke stresser med det. Det er ikke noe fundamentalt som sier det skal opp i dag. Bare at de prater. For alt jeg vet så sier Trump noe gærent etterpå. Han twitter et eller annet. Fuck Kina, kan han finne på å si.
Doesn't seem like a lot of people. Bessent seems to have stepped up. The CEOs have come in, but he feels unshackled in this second term, and he is committed to these ideas, and he is moving down the path.
Så det er liksom ikke, hvis du er nervøs, så setter du en long da, så bare blir det med opp, liksom. Det er ikke noe mer enn det.
Or the American public, or the world economy, quite frankly.
Rick, you mentioned Ukraine. Is there any recourse? We're going to be talking a lot more about the prospect for peace in our next hour as the president meets with the Prime Minister of Norway. Is there any recourse to promising over and over to be able to solve this on day one and reach 100 days with no real plan in sight? Or did no one actually believe that to begin with?
No, I think that it, first of all, everyone sort of takes that kind of thing with a grain of salt.
They do, right?
You know, it's hyperbole for him, right? And he even claims it's hyperbole. And so you can't really tell the difference between what he's, you know, sort of preaching about and what he actually believes. But it does have an impact. In this Fox poll, they asked about, do you think that the administration is competent? And 52% says they're not. Well, you don't want the majority of America thinking, forget if you're even trying to do the right thing, you're not competent enough to implement it. And so that is a very, very troubling number, because we all remember when Joe Biden, at this stage of his presidency, all of his numbers were significantly better than these. But he tried to withdraw from Afghanistan on the short run, and it was a disaster, and people made a decision that he was running an incompetent government. And everything since then in his administration was bad, and he couldn't dig out of it because you couldn't convince people that you were competent. If that happens to Donald Trump, no matter what he does, it's going to be seen as incompetent through that lens.
Are you surprised that Pete Hegseth still has a job with that said?
You know, look, I mean, Donald Trump is, you know, known for his quick trigger finger in firing people. He made a whole living out of a show where he did it.
Fair enough.
And so, yeah, I think people think there's no upside. I mean, it's not like he's got such stellar credentials that he brings confidence to the world community on the security business. And so what's the point of this? It was an experiment. It failed. Okay, move on.
Standing by his man from everything we can tell. But we also aren't done with the week. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our panel here on Balance of Power, will be back, as I mentioned, in our second hour. There they are on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live if you want to hang out with our panel. And we're going to bring you back to the West Wing coming up, as I mentioned, in our next hour. We'll have analysis from Rick and Jeannie and a conversation around the war in Ukraine, prospects for peace, and what the president will be discussing today with the Prime Minister of Norway and the former Secretary General at NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, in the House. And we'll have a lot more ahead on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Jeg kjøpte. Jeg skjønner hvordan det er nå. Jeg skjønner hvordan bevegelsen er nå. Jeg tok gevinsten. Jeg kan gjøre det der mange ganger. Jeg skjønner akkurat hvordan du kjører det. $429 poeng nå på Nasdaq opp.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Thursday edition with the Norwegians in town. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Norway's Prime Minister arrives at the White House to meet with President Trump with Ukraine on the agenda. Alongside Kayleigh Lines in Washington, I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for joining us here on the early edition of Balance of Power. Bloomberg now reporting, Kayleigh, new conditions for peace that the U.S. is putting on Russia we haven't heard about until now.
Yeah, our first real insight into concessions being asked of the Kremlin, which specifically, according to our reporting, is that they would have to accept Ukraine having its own military and defense industry in any kind of peace deal, which would mean Vladimir Putin does not achieve one of his stated objectives of this war, which is the demilitarization of Ukraine. So unclear whether or not he would agree to this. It's probably going to be up to Steve Witkoff to relay this to him when he visits Moscow, expected tomorrow.
That'll be quite a conversation to be a fly on the wall. Those tend to go on for hours based on the meetings that they've had. But you're right, in the early stages, before the actual invasion, Vladimir Putin talked about denazification and demilitarization. We're apparently taking these off the table here. The first one wasn't real to begin with, which could be a non-starter for Moscow, just like giving up Crimea would be for Kyiv.
Yep, and Vladimir Zelensky, has made that clear, something President Trump wasn't necessarily happy with. And of course, we expect we may get more conversation around the war in Ukraine this hour, as the press is expected to be let into the Oval Office as President Trump meets with the Prime Minister of Norway, and not just, of course, Norway's Prime Minister, but Finance Minister as well, who happens to be the former Secretary General of NATO. Jens Stoltenberg.
He spent a little bit of time in that room. We're also asking questions about tariffs still, with some confusion over China, the impact tariffs will have on the lowest served communities in this country. Part of the conversation we're going to have with John Hope Bryant, Operation Hope Chair, CEO and founder, will join us live from Atlanta a bit later on this hour.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to it. First, though, as always, we got to check on the markets, and Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee and Joe. We got a lot going on, and with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all advancing. The big event coming up after the close of trading could very much set the tone for more tech earnings to come. We'll be hearing from Alphabet, parent of Google. That stock higher right now. Also higher Intel, which reports after the bell as well. Complete coverage on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Equity markets pushing higher, with the Dow retaking the 40,000 mark. 40,033 right now on the Dow Industrials. We'll start there, up 426 now, up by 1.1%. S&P up 93, keeping it all in context, up 1.7%. NASDAQ up 372, up by 2.2%. Broad-based rally with the Russell 2000 index up by 1.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index ahead of tech earnings, up by 2.1%. Your 10-year 4.30%, with the 2-year 3.79%. Gold up 1.3%, 33.31 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 62.74 a barrel, up 0.7%, and Bitcoin now lower by 0.3%, 93,373 on Bitcoin. Again, Alphabet and Intel after the close of trading, reacting to earnings last night. We've got IBM shares down 6.8%, and Texas Instruments after earnings surging now by 7%. Lots going on. We got you covered. Back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues, and your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Lots going on indeed. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, as always, for keeping an eye on the markets. As we're keeping an eye on the White House, we expect that President Trump and the Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Norway will emerge from behind closed doors, head to the Oval Office after their bilateral lunch meeting, and let the press back in for more questions and more answers. Probably a lot of them focused on issues of trade and, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine. As we already heard at the beginning of their lunch meeting, when press was let in momentarily from President Trump, that he does believe Ukraine and Russia would like to reach a peace deal, but he says they need to get to the table to do that.
They need to get to the table, and it's coming hours after a deadly and just terrifying attack, drone and missile attack against Kyiv last night. Russia claiming 9 lives, more than 60 wounded. And of course, President Zelensky is perplexed by some of the concessions that he's heard about. We're now talking about concessions for Russia. This is the backdrop of this meeting today in the Oval Office that we will witness together coming up a bit later this hour. And it's where we start this hour with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall on the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. It appears that President Trump is trying to ramp up the pressure here earlier, saying that he has his own deadline when it comes to when he wants to see Ukraine and Russia agree on a deal. He didn't elaborate further besides saying that he would like to see a deal done fast. Of course, defense cooperation amid the ongoing war is going to be a top discussion today, because you mentioned it at the top there. It's not just Norway's prime minister here, but also their finance minister, a familiar name, Jens Stoltenberg, the former NATO Secretary General, who President Trump said called him a great friend in the Oval Office earlier. And this meeting comes on the heels of some important Bloomberg News reporting earlier today that the U.S. will demand that Russia accept Ukraine's right to build up its military and its defense industry, which would largely be seen as a concession by Vladimir Putin if Russia does agree, because they have wanted to see Ukraine disarm, as well as see a halt of Western military flows into the country. On the other end of that, though, we are reporting that very likely Ukraine's NATO ambitions are going to be off the table. And I bring that up because there are still some big disagreements here, of course, but particularly among European allies like Norway and the U.S. about the right path forward, because the U.S. has put forward a plan that potentially could mean freezing battle lines where they are, potentially recognizing Crimea as Russian territory. But our allies have said that a few things really need to happen first, including a ceasefire, as well as, recognizing what sort of security guarantees the U.S. could be providing here in order to make sure that a deal could actually end up being long-lasting. So that's one of the big themes that we're waiting to see emerge here today, whether or not Norway can pin the U.S. down when it comes to any sort of firmer security guarantees, besides for the implicit guarantees that they have talked about when it comes to a vested economic interest.
Well, of course, we understand that is one item, top of the agenda probably, Tyler, but the president also said that Norway and the U.S. would be discussing trade, and we heard a little bit from him about trade with China as well, a suggestion that they met today. But Tyler, who's they? He wouldn't say.
Right, no specifics there, particularly after China's Commerce Ministry said this morning that there are no negotiations currently going on between Beijing and Washington, just a day after President Trump had said that everything is active when asked if he was actively involved in talks with China. We do know that there were some preconditions on the table for China to get to the negotiating table, including that somebody other than President Trump needs to be the point person. At the same time, though, yesterday, I'll bring up those comments again, that President Trump said that he feels that 145% levy is very high and amounts to a trade embargo. But at the same time, we're talking about mixed messaging here, as you're about to hear from him yesterday. He said that even if the U.S. doesn't strike a deal with Beijing, that would still be okay.
We're going to have great deals. And by the way, if we don't have a deal with a company or a country, we're going to set the tariff. We just set the tariff. It's something that we think that will happen, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks. What do you say? I think so. Over the next 2-3 weeks. We'll be setting the number, and we're going to pick, could be for China too.
President Trump there potentially floating that this White House could release some revised tariff rates for countries, including China, in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're still waiting on further details on what exactly that could be as we try to glean whether or not negotiations really are taking place and who they are taking place with. One of those countries, though, that the U.S. is negotiating with, we know, of course, is Japan. Joe and Kayleigh, I'll quickly mention some other important Bloomberg News reporting this morning that Japan says that it will push back on the U.S. if they ask them to curb their own trade with China. We should be clear, Japanese officials tell Bloomberg News the U.S. has not asked that quite yet, but we do know it's an option that the administration is thinking about.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, live at the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio as we await, again this hour, expect to hear more from President Trump and the Prime Minister of Norway in the Oval Office on the issue of the war in Ukraine, but also on tariffs as well. And this comes, Joe, as we've gotten some fresh polling data out of all places, Fox News. Yeah. On how Americans are feeling about the president's handling of tariffs and the economy overall. And on both metrics, he is underwater by a pretty wide margin. Tariff approval, disapproval, 58% disapprove of tariffs, only 33% approve of his policies.
We are looking at broadly the lowest approval ratings of a president in the first 100 days in modern history, which has prompted Donald Trump to get to Truth Social and call on Rupert Murdoch to fire the pollster at Fox News. I'm not sure that's going to happen. He's asking for the same at the Wall Street Journal. But of course, it brings us to the issue of tariffs, the corrosive effect that it's had on psychology in the markets, although we are feeling a little better about things today, and the corrosive impact it's had in the psyche of many consumers who are concerned about rising prices and where we're going to be in the second half of the year. Kayleigh, every day we talk about economists raising odds for a recession in the second half.
Yeah, and it seems that those concerns are reflected when you're looking at more marginalized communities in terms of their financial health. According to a new survey from Hope Insider survey from the Operation Hope project, 3 of 4 participants in the survey said they are not confident that the economy will remain stable. 53% believe the change in administration will not increase job growth in their communities.
Sensing a bit of a theme here. With that in mind, we're excited to introduce John Hope Bryant, bring back to Bloomberg, the chairman, CEO, founder of Operation Hope. He's with us live from our bureau in Atlanta. John, it's great to have you with us here on Bloomberg, and I appreciate your coming to talk to us. You actually were in the Treasury Department recently to talk about financial literacy, which I know is a matter of great import to you. You spent some time with Scott Bessent, who tweeted a photo of you together and wrote, "Financial literacy is a necessity, not a luxury." Is the word tariff in the financial literacy notebook that you're bringing forth?
Well, I believe that, first of all, honored to be with you. Thanks for having me. I believe that financial literacy is the civil rights issue of this generation, and the color's not black or white or red or blue. It's green. It affects all of us, and based on your reporting you just had, even more so now because the economy is basically driven, the biggest economy in the world, driven by consumer spending, over 70%, and everybody's starting to feel the pinch now. No, tariffs is not typically part of the financial literacy lexicon. I do understand that a president might want to use it as a negotiating tool in the short term to try to get someone to level a playing field with regard to trade, trade imbalances, et cetera. As a long-term tool, I think for a country that runs on sentiment, it runs on how do I feel about things, and again, the economy is mostly consumer spending. As a long-term instrument, I don't think it's productive. I actually think it's potentially harmful. I'm hopeful that this is not a long-term strategy. The 90-day pause was a nice thing to see. I think you saw the markets respond to that. You know, when you say tariffs to my population, they're thinking about bread prices, egg prices, kitchen top economics, gas prices. You know, how's it going to affect the restaurant? How's it going to affect the car they're buying or the TV that they're buying? Because a lot of this stuff has parts from all around the world, and they're smart enough at least to understand that if there's a tax on that, which is what a tariff is, that the importer is going to have to potentially raise those prices if it lasts for a period of time. I do have confidence in Secretary Scott Bessent, though. I do have enormous confidence in him, and I think that he will find a way with the administration to maneuver us forward.
So if you think the Treasury Secretary is the adult in the room, and there's been much reporting about his role in implementing or having the president implement that 90-day pause, perhaps pulling him back from the ledge on firing the chair of the Federal Reserve, what has he shared with you? Has he given you any insight into the administration's thinking, what he's receiving back when he brings forward those messages?
You know, I spent over an hour with the Secretary, and it was a very serious meeting, and he took the issue very seriously, rightly so. I've known 12 secretaries of the Treasury, 9 U.S. presidents. We've been recognized by 5. I've served 3 from both parties. This is the most serious conversation that I can recall ever having with the Secretary of the Treasury on this issue of financial literacy. We covered a lot of ground. I'm going to answer your question directly, but I intentionally did not cover tariffs with him because I knew that the president has had this on his mind since 1980. He's been talking about this since 1980. He's going to do it one way or another. Why put the secretary in a position where he can't answer a question, or it's a question that can't be answered? So let's, you know, it is what it is. Let that go forward. There are a lot of other things that we have more control over, and that's going to, again, play itself out the way it plays itself out. The things that I did engage him on, he was completely transparent about. He wanted to have constructive criticism, a critique. He wanted to know how policies were affecting the average citizen. He wanted feedback on that on a regular basis. He understood that this is a nonpartisan issue, that you need, this can't be something that gets put into some partisan discussion where only one group supports it. That it will fail that way. You need Republicans and Democrats, blacks and whites, rich and poor, urban and rural. You need my population that I represent, we're the largest in the country, to embrace something that makes sense from the administration. So he's very smart, I think, to ask a group that has 1,500 offices in the country and a pulse on what's going on for not only just help with the program side, and maybe we give him some policy recommendations he might like, he's invited those, but also to help at the right time to get, this really could be a unifying issue for the country. And at a time where everybody argues over, is it dark outside? Is it light out? Is that really light? No, it's not light. Somebody's lying to me, right? You know, I mean, you can't, somebody says something's up, somebody says, no, that's down, right? Everybody's like in the business of arguing. And I think people are exhausted by it, by the way. Isn't it nice that there's a topic that actually most people agree on? And I think he thinks financial literacy could be that issue that is a unifier. Now, we got to get all the noise out the way, the political noise and the partisanship out the way. I mean, people saw me meeting for the administration from, you call it my community, and folks start coming at me with that. And I said, look, trust me, sit down for a minute. I've known this guy for a decade. He's a good man. And just trust me, I think there's something we can do here that's good for everybody. And they said, great. Well, that has to happen. Everybody has to say, this is a radical movement of common sense. This is something we can agree on. This is something we can get done. And let's work on it. And that's his view. And it was very refreshing, actually. I didn't feel uncomfortable in any part of the meeting. He was himself, which is direct and transparent. And he was squarely focused on this issue. But he also understood that financial literacy ripples out into the broader economy. In other words, he wasn't treating this like it's some trinket issue or some marginal issue. Yeah.
Well, he referred to you as a longtime friend in his post supporting this idea on Financial Literacy Month. And we appreciate your bringing us inside that conversation, John, because, you know, the president's surrounded by a lot of different people who have a lot of different ideas about all of these things. And there were some pretty ugly tweets that we saw. Posts on X from the likes of Laura Loomer referred to you as a pro-impeachment Trump hater. Even Elon Musk retweeted that, calling it troubling. And I'm wondering if you have any reaction to what you heard there, or if that might impact your relationship with this administration.
I mean, what I believe is that the election's over, and he's the president of the United States. And as I've said on multiple TV interviews and black urban radio interviews, if the president succeeds, we succeed. If the president fails, we fail. What's complicated about this? Nobody should be rooting for his failure. We should be trying to help him succeed. Which is exactly why I risked, you know, pushback from my traditional community to go and have this meeting, which I thought was important on the first day of Financial Literacy Month. And luckily, I mean, I'm very proud of the black and brown community. They're very mature about it. They were like, yeah, it's not about black or brown, John, as you said. It's about the green, right? It's not, you know, so go get us some green. Let's see what we get. And you know, Dr. King was assassinated 57 years ago this month, and we were in Memphis for that with Republicans, by the way, and Democrats, and members of the Trump administration with us. And for 3 hours, nobody said anything negative about anybody. I banned it. No hating, no arguing, no nothing. And it was about solutions and the business plan for America. And of course, Dr. King died trying to help poor whites, which is the largest population of poverty in this country then and today. And we have a business plan we created for rural America, where a lot of poor whites live. We have a business plan for black Americans and for women and for Latinos and for Asians and for Native American Indians. And it's all published. It's all transparent. You can download it. Most people have read it and go, wow, it actually makes some sense. I like this. There's something for me here. We've got to get back to that conversation, because the Bible says a house divided cannot stand. We keep on with this ridiculousness, ladies and gentlemen, and we want to worry about whether we're hating on each other, because everybody wants to be an American but Americans. We'll be speaking Mandarin in 20 years, because there are other countries that want to be us. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea want our way of life. They want what we have. They can't get it in a fair fight. They can only get it if we mess it up. And we got to figure out whether we're better together. That's what Dr. King believed. That's what I believe. So, you know, what does like have to do with it? I mean, this has to do with do we, I really respect me and learn to like me, that like me never respect me, right? And do we respect each other? Because, by the way, we need different views. This country is made up. On the way in here, I heard from my people that California, which went from the 5th largest economy in the world to the 4th largest economy, ahead of Japan, right? Well, California, I believe, is the most diverse place in the United States of America. And New York, I believe you guys are in New York, is the second most biggest economy, right, in the U.S. And it also is one of the most diverse places. So diversity wins. Diversity wins. And by the way, most people are immigrants, including my European friends. And of course, black folks got on the wrong boat. That's another conversation. Look, we gotta lighten the temperature, and laser in the focus on what we are really about. What's the business plan for this country, and how can we? Again, this is the biggest economy in the world, and it's 70% consumer spending. That's all of us doing better.
Well, and to return to the point you were just making on everybody wants to be the United States of America, I wonder what you make of the narrative that has been working its way through financial market participants in the last month or two about the end of U.S. exceptionalism. Is that the way you see it? Is that what these policies could bring about?
I think every 50 to 70, maybe certainly 100 years, this country has an identity crisis. We had it with the first Reconstruction, which was, well, of course, we had it with the war for our independence. But then you had the first Reconstruction, which was slavery, right? That was a decision. By the way, the Republican Party, people don't know, was birthed on freedom and anti-slavery agenda. I don't know if people know that. That was why Lincoln got so much heck. But that was the first Reconstruction. And then you had Frederick Douglass, a black man, working with Abraham Lincoln, a white man and Frederick Douglass criticized Abraham Lincoln. But Lincoln was smart enough to recognize stuff he didn't know as smart as he was, and he brought Frederick Douglass into the conversation. At the end of the day, Frederick Douglass made him a better president. His council made him a better president. That constructive friction, Lincoln realized, was a good thing, not just negative friction, constructive friction. Then we have the second Reconstruction, the Civil Rights Movement. And Johnson, President Johnson, who happened to be a Democrat, did not like or did not get along with Dr. King. Dr. King got along with pretty much everybody. But they figured out they were better together. They ended up with 4 civil rights bills by a guy who called people really interesting names. I'm talking about Johnson. And then you had the third Reconstruction, which is what I think we're in today, 2020 to 2030. And so I'm not surprised that the country's basically going through a colonic. I mean, this is one huge digestive exercise where we got to flush a lot of things through our system, and we got to figure out, right? Can you survive hard right, and that's it? Can you survive hard left, and that's it? I don't think so. I think most people are actually massively in the middle. It's a radical movement of common sense. They want to pay their mortgage. They want to send their kid to college, right? They want to start a business or go work for one. They want to go to the park with their kids. They want to enjoy their neighbors. The diversity actually is part of our magic sauce. It's just that the diversity is a little darker these days. It's a little bit more tan. But the diversity is all. Do you know that women, in 1972, a woman did not have could not get a bank account? Not 1872. In the second Reconstruction, affirmative action, which was created for blacks, actually went to benefit white women. And I say, bravo, by the way. Today, women couldn't get a loan unless her husband guaranteed it in 1972. Today, women are a third of the U.S. economy. If we hadn't done that, if we hadn't had that debate and won it with common sense, where would we be today? A third of all women, I think it's like $7 trillion is the women's contribution to GDP. We'd be an also-ran country. We'd be a third world country as economically. Here we go again. Half of this country, 40% of this country is black and brown. I love math because it doesn't have an opinion. Within 10 years, there'll be a majority of minorities. The largest group of baby boomers in the history are beginning to retire. As you know, there's going to be a $100 trillion wealth transfer in the next 10 or 20 years. That's basically white, wealthy people trying to go play golf at the same time. The businesses, who's going to buy them? The GDP, who's going to replace them? My rich friends need my poor friends to do better, if only to stay rich. And so this is what I told the secretary, is you can't, well, I'm sorry, I didn't tell the secretary this part. I told TV this part. You can't cut yourself alone out of this crisis. Yes, there is waste. There is bloating. Let's get to that in an intelligent way, not in a the how is as important as the what. We can be gracious about this. We can understand it's not the employee's fault if they're working at an agency that may not be efficient. Let's deal with that in an intelligent way. Get that out of the way. Now let's at the bottom third of the economy and make them capitalists. And let's repair the ladder and let them become homeowners. 44% of black people own a home compared to 75% of their white counterparts. That's good for banks, for them to get financially literate, right? Then get their credit score up. By the way, credit score increases of 100 points in Black America alone is worth $750 billion by 2053. Then you go buy homes, 44% to 60% home ownership for Black America alone. That's good for $800 billion. That's $1.5 trillion of wealth creation and 2 to 3% of GDP increases every year. And then you have business acquisition. The baby boomers don't want the businesses. The baby boomers are retiring. They want to give away the stocks, bonds, the cash, all that stuff. And the homes, the family wants that. The family don't want the businesses. Well, let somebody buy that business. That's $1 trillion of wealth creation. And AI, artificial intelligence. I'm co-chair with Sam Altman on the AI Ethics Council, and I'm co-chair with Doug McMillan of Walmart on Financial Literacy for All. This is civil rights and silver rights. These two things, that's $1 trillion. So that's $3.5 trillion of new wealth creation by 2053, 20 years or so.
Yeah.
And 2 to 3% of additional GDP. Who doesn't want that? I mean, when the black person succeeds in this example, or the poor rural white, or the woman, or the Latino, or the Asian, yes, here legally, when they succeed, all boats rise. This is a radical movement of common sense. I just think that no one's really having this conversation, but this is the conversation. And
that's why we wanted you to be here, John. If we just let you keep talking, I feel
Også
like you're going to
tatt
solve
med
this
penger
for us
av
right now.
de.
And
There are
very few people who come on Bloomberg and we clear the decks for like this. At some point, we are going to check the markets. But while you're still with us, live from Atlanta here, you know, there's the old saying, if you're getting it on both sides, you're doing something right. And I suspect that you feel like that right now. Would you go back to meet with this Treasury Secretary again?
If he invites me, I'll come back, sure. I mean, I was there meeting with other folks a couple weeks, last week actually. I mean, look, I'm gonna give him some room and let him do his job. He's helping to run the world economy. He knows my number. If he wants to call me, I'll answer. But you know, let him have some room. Let him talk to some other people. Let him, you know, look, we have the largest infrastructure for financial literacy coaching in America. We're not going anywhere. And we're the best in class, and we're in urban community. 20% of our offices are in white, poor, rural communities, by the way. And they don't care what color I am. They just care whether they're getting their earnings up, tax credit, their credit score up, their debt down, their savings up, and the bank says yes to an approval. And you know, so we have this infrastructure that's growing, 1,500 offices total, millions of clients, and we're here when the Secretary of the Treasury and by extension the administration.
Harald dårlig økonomi. Slutt å prate om meg, han er en tullebukk. Jeg er pluss, jeg. Selv om jeg tar tap I dag, så er jeg pluss. Slutt å prate som piss.
All right, we'll leave it on that note. John, thank you so much for being so generous with your time today. John Hope Bryant, Operation Hope, Inc. Chair, CEO, and founder here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Much appreciated. And as he says, the Treasury Secretary needs to get out and talk to more people. He currently is in the room in the White House, along with other cabinet secretaries and President Trump and the Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Norway. We again expect that they will emerge from that meeting in short order. When they do so in the Oval Office, we'll be bringing it to you live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. But before we do so, as Joe said, we do got to get back to the markets. So, Charlie Pellet, how are we looking from New York?
Right now, we are looking at a Dow Jones Industrial Average that is hovering right
autoclosed.
around the
Det bare tull. Jeg er opp. Jeg har tjent penger hver dag.
Right now. That is a gain of 1%.
Jeg tror det er sånn der
couple of moments ago, it was moving above 40,000. S&P up 92, up by 1.7%, and Nasdaq now higher by 382 points. Nasdaq is up 2.3%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up 1.7%.
26,4%. Jeg er bare ærlig. Ta blokk han der P, bare tull. Jeg er opp 24, nei, 26,4%. Bare blokk han, bare tull. Det er han som jobber med konkurrenter også, eller noe.
West Texas Intermediate crude very close to $63 a barrel now, up by 1.1%.
Jeg kunne minus I dag. Jeg har ikke tatt penger noen dager. Så han må bare vekk herfra. Jeg vil ikke ha sånne som forstyrrer meg.
Is wobbling amid unpredictable U.S. trade policy and worsening consumer sentiment. PepsiCo shares on an up day for the rest of the market. PepsiCo down now by 5.3%, and Procter & Gamble is cutting its sales and profit outlook, citing tariffs and volatility in consumer demand. Procter & Gamble down by 4.6%. Our last guest alluded to it. California's nominal gross domestic product reached $4.1 trillion last year, making it the world's
Hva snakker du om? Jeg er ikke sur. Du må slutte å si du har fulgt meg, for jeg har tjent penger. Folk har faktisk tro på deg. At det får vi copyright, han har I hvert fall ikke meg.
Recapping S&P right now up by 92. That is a gain of 1.7%. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet on the markets for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio, on YouTube as well. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. You can always find us, of course, on satellite radio channel 121. A lot of ways to find Balance of Power, including our podcast, which you can find at Apple and Spotify. We're in waiting mode right now for President Trump and the Prime Minister of Norway. Behind closed doors, they're having lunch right now. They will have a bilateral meeting in the Oval Office. That we're told will be a fly on the wall for. It was supposed to start about 30 minutes ago, and so we're running a little bit late here. They did spend a bit of time in front of reporters earlier. When the Prime Minister arrived ahead of their lunch, reporters in the room asking questions about Ukraine. This is going to be a major part of the conversation today, the path to peace, if there is one. Only hours after Russia delivered one of its largest missile and drone attacks in recent memory against Kyiv. The president was asked about deadlines for peace.
Closer shot hvis ikke faller. Nei, jeg burde ha sett en hedge. Jeg får se. Jeg tar ut noe, kanskje.
The Prime Minister is helping us. He wants it to be fast too. And I think everybody in this, you know, at this time in NATO, they want to see this thing happen.
Denne kommer news
So we have a
breaking.
deadline, and after that we have
Få se, Ludvig.
we have a very much
Hva står
different
for noe da?
attitude. But I think
While
there's a
playing
very
is
good chance
spinning
of
with the
getting
trade, seeing how talks progress come, most of us
Remembering that the first deadline we had heard about when it came to ending the war between Ukraine and Russia was day one.
At de
President
manipulerer
Trump's
markedet?
presidency.
Hvor
That's what
faen
he
også
said he
faen
could
fikk du tak i
achieve.
den der?
Perhaps even before he would come into office, he thought he could end this war, which is still ongoing. So on that note, we
Så de
turn
gjør det
to
med
our
vilje?
political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis
De gjør det med vilje?
and Zano are with us. Rick, of course, Stonecourt Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center
For å
for the
teste
Study of
markedet? Ja, for det er helt merkelig. For hver gang de sier ting hele tida.
This president, this White House, their communications team has made a big hay about promises made, promises kept. Do you hear from President Trump and others in his administration who are working on this issue a suggestion that this might actually be a promise that is not going to be as easy to keep as they thought?
Yeah, I think anytime they enter into the debate on how long is it going to take to get a deal with Vladimir Putin, they're running on very thin ice. Obviously, he was thinking
pleier å skje?
about
Aldri
powerful
skjedd før.
personality, the strength of the Union of America and NATO, would be enough of an influence to get something done quickly. But I don't think he's ever really quite understood how intransient Vladimir Putin is, and all the kind of nice things that he says about him and tries to blame the war on the Ukrainians isn't going to convince Vladimir Putin to do something.
De tester, nei, de gjør det de kan for å se hvordan markedet reagerer. For det markedet holdt på å krasje for 2 dager siden. Du har sikkert glemt det. Markedet ramlet jo faen meg flere 1000 poeng for 2 dager siden.
We're walking away.
Skal sikkert bare teste det og se hvordan markedet reagerer på positive nyheter. Jeg vet ikke. For i dag skal det egentlig falle. Det er nedgradert for IMF, det er kutt fra Pepsi, det er kutt fra Procter & Gamble, det er kutt fra alt, liksom. Det er dritnegativt i dag. Så det vi ser nå er jo Trump og han Bessent.
He promised 100 days
Det skal ikke opp på det grann her.
administration that he was going to end this thing soon, and
Det vil rase, vi får sikkert vi får se da.
Well, it's at least 9 dead and
Det ser ikke
60
så bra ut,
wounded
Norge. Vi skulle ha falt på den nyheten som kom i stad. Når Pepsi kom med en nedgradering, eller guidet ned, da var da jeg bare, nå skal det ned. Det gikk ikke ned, det har gått opp.
Closer to any potential peace as Vladimir Putin tries to strengthen his hand militarily. And you see Donald Trump on Truth Social today. I'm not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv, he writes.
Nå prater Trump
Not
igjen på Truth
necessary
Social.
And very bad timing. Vladimir, stop! Exclamation point. Is he learning a very
Men bare
difficult
blokk
lesson
han
in
der
what's going
P-fyren,
here
der er en annen konkurrent
about
av oss.
Vladimir Putin?
Hallo.
You know, I thought that was, I'm
What?
so glad you raised that post because I think it's a moment that we're going to remember.
Ja, det er
this
ikke
sort of personal
noe, det går jo
appeal
bare
from
opp,
the
men det er ikke noe
president,
positivt.
you know,
Det er bare
Vladimir,
dritt.
stop.
Det er noen som skriver her
And
at
this is not
det er flere av de
necessary.
store
And 70 missiles,
Twitter-kontoene som
150
skriver
attack
at
drones,
de gjør det for å teste
including
markedet.
ballistic missiles, targeting citizens and civilians in Kyiv.
Ja, for det
You know,
Trump
as
sier
they
én
are
ting,
at the
og så sier han
table to
Bessent
have
noe
those
annet.
talks.
Og så sier
I
Trump 'jeg har
don't
ikke sagt
know
det'.
if
Så sier
Donald
Bessent 'jo,
Trump
han har
is
sagt det'.
learning.
Så sier Trump igjen
You know,
'jeg har
he
ikke sagt
has
det'.
said things in
Og
just the
så
last few
sier de
days
at de
and
har
few
prat med
hours,
Kina
things that
fra
make
The
you
White House.
scratch your head,
Og så sier
like
kineserne
blaming
'vi har ikke
Barack
prat med
Obama
Kina'.
for
Nei, for USA.
Crimea,
Vi har
for
til og med ikke
instance,
tatt imot
something
flyene
he
fra
said as
Boeing.
early as 2018, but has
Så
reiterated
det
in the
er
last
jo
few
alt
days,
er bare
few
løgn. Så
hours.
man
But the
vet liksom
reality
ikke
is
hva
that
man skal
we
tro på.
aren't really much closer
Og
to
Pepsi,
a ceasefire than we were
Pepsi
when he
tok jo
took
ned
office, and
guidinga
this
si.
is
Det er
not on
dritnegativt.
Donald Trump beyond the promise he made.
Procter
This is
&
a
Gamble
result
tok
of
ned
the
guidinga si.
fact
Det er
that this
dritnegativt.
is very, very hard
Det er
negotiations,
ingenting
and
her som er
so
bra.
his over-promising on the campaign trail
Og så
is
kom
now
det opp for
coming
at Trump
back
sa
to
han
haunt
skulle
him,
ordne
and he
fredsavtale
can
med
feel
Ukraina.
his frustration, and of course we all feel that along with him.
Og så kom det opp på grunn
Well,
av
and I wonder what those in the Norwegian delegation,
Bessent
including
sa
the
det
Prime
at de
Minister
holdt på
and the
rentekutt
former
før fem.
NATO Secretary General, now
før
Finance
renten
Minister
var
of Norway, Jens Stoltenberg, will be feeling as they're having their conversation with the president now. It will turn public in short order. Again, we'll bring that to you live here on Bloomberg TV and radio when it begins. But Jeannie, given what we saw in the Oval Office when Ukrainian President Zelensky visited, how quickly that went downhill, how careful do leaders in Europe, well, of alliances that the U.S. has at least historically held very close, have to be when navigating this issue with President Trump? Is there a way for them to to be able to convey their concerns without it potentially jeopardizing their own relationships with this country?
Nei, normalt skal det ikke gå på det.
Yeah, you know, I think they probably are taking a lesson from the
Det
Prime
trynte som
Minister
faen
of
nok
Great
tidlig,
Britain
og så
and
kommer
trying
det
to
dårlige nyheter, så går det opp.
negotiate those visits very well. Of course, you never know what to expect when they open up that White House and we go in via the press and listen to these comments. But, you know, Donald Trump does have a long relationship with Stoltenberg. They do have two huge issues on their plates between tariff and the Ukraine issue. But, you know, the hope is that they are able to convey to him the concern as a country that is right on the border. And, of course, the import of us being in alliance with NATO and supporting Ukraine and the very real concern of Poland, Norway, and these other
Coming
countries.
from
that it is in the interest
China
of
beats
not
Trump,
just
who
them
backed down
sitting there on
tariffs
the
as an
border, but the
population.
United
Dix
States and
har-
all of the democratic Western world, that we do stop these kinds of incursions and we don't
Vixen
by
også
any
går opp her.
means support Vladimir Putin in this invasion and open the door to other tyrants doing the same thing if we turn our backs on them.
Rick, we're hearing for the first time today, at least in any specific way, about concessions for Russia that the U.S. is proposing here, that Russia accept Ukraine's right to have its own army and defense industry. That's said to be a non-starter in Moscow. If we've got this on one side and Zelensky saying, I'm not giving up Crimea on the
Problemet her da,
other,
bare
this is a
for å
standoff,
snakke
right?
som jeg sier,
It indicates to me that
de
we
nyhetene
have
som
a
kom i dag er veldig, veldig negative.
you know,
Vixen-indeksen som Ludvig sier er på det high, det er også jævla negativt.
not his maximalist
Gullprisene går i taket, det er veldig
everything should be
negativt.
given
Markedet
to
går
me
opp
to
i dag
stop
på,
killing
jeg vet da faen,
that is
på
his concept
Trump på prate og han Bessent. Det skal ikke opp på de tallene i dag. Alt skal ned på de
never
tallene.
you know, say yes to that. They are a sovereign territory that was
Vi har opp 700 poeng fra day low i dag, når tre av de største selskapene i USA tar ned guidingen sin. Det skal ikke være mulig, egentlig. Som jeg tror det skal gå mer opp. Jeg hadde aldri trodd det skulle gå opp i dag i det hele tatt.
You have to go back to saying where are the lines.
Jeg var i pluss i dag tidlig. Jeg gadd ikke ta gevinst engang. Fordi det kom så ræva tall.
I mean, Russia has agreed to that in earlier agreements when the Ukrainians gave up their nuclear weapons. Russia agreed to the sovereignty of Ukraine. And so it's certainly within their right and within the treaty agreement they have to insist on that. The idea that they somehow are going to, you know, neutralize the Ukrainian ability to defend itself and insist that they can't join NATO and insist that you can't put European troops in the country is not a realistic basis for a negotiation.
Well, and to return to what you were saying earlier, the suggestions we got not just from J.D. Vance, but Marco Rubio, that the U.S. is prepared to walk away. What would it actually mean, do you think, Rick, if the U.S. weren't the one mediating these talks? If it was another country, take your pick, if all it is about being a middleman between Ukraine and Russia, does the U.S. really need to be involved, or is the U.S. involvement the only hope of ever bringing an end to this conflict?
No, I'd say at this stage, I would make the bold, blatant statement that the U.S. is an impediment to getting a deal done because we've been coddling Vladimir Putin, and no one else in the world will do that, right? If the Europeans get involved in a negotiation for this, they will say, get out of Ukraine first and foremost. And the last thing they want is to reward a bully for invading another country, one that they live right next to. And so the U.S. is the best chance, because of Vladimir Putin's seemingly adoration of Vladimir Putin, for Vladimir Putin to get a deal that he could actually agree to. And so maybe the U.S. getting out of the middle of this thing will result in you know, some clarity on where the real bounds of a deal can be made.
Well, so is that where we're going here, Jeannie? We've heard multiple threats from the president himself, from the vice president, from the secretary of state. Take it or leave it, otherwise we're packing up our toys and leaving. Would that actually be the beginning of a real negotiation?
You know, it might be, but I think that speaks volumes as to the United
Hvor lenge
States.
skal det bare gå opp, opp og ned 70 poeng? Det er antageligvis algoritmer som tredjer her nå, så det kan gå sånn frem til bli breakout. Det er gjort det nå 3 timer på samme nivå.
And what does that say about the United States' place in the world and as the leading democracy in the world, that we would pack up and go home because an invaded country did not agree to give up territory to the invader? I mean, to me, That should be a dismal reality for every American. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope it's an empty threat on behalf of the administration and they continue to fight for Ukraine.
Bro, det kommer også opp 5% da, på No News.
And work out a deal.
Så liksom det har det største A-ene som går her, selv på ræva nyheter.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our political panel, as we wait to hear from President Trump and the Prime Minister of Norway. Things must be going well in their meeting over lunch because they have not begun their bilateral session yet. That was supposed to start more than a half hour ago. When it does, you'll see it and hear it here.
Kastet dere ut han P-fyren, eller?
I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons as we drive on with our view on the stock market. Wall Street now, and Charlie Pellet with his update in New York. Charlie, how are we doing?
Thank you very much. Right now we are hovering right around the 40,000 mark on the Dow. Going to be a big day for tech names after the close of trading today when we hear from both Alphabet and Intel. Yes, Bloomberg Television and Radio. We got you absolutely, positively, completely covered on both those names. Right now the S&P is up 87, 54.63, up by about 1.6%. The Dow, as I mentioned, right around 40,000, up 377 now, up by about 1%. NASDAQ up 361, up by 2.2%, while the NASDAQ 100 index up by 2.3%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up 1.6%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index ahead of tech earnings up 2.1%. Spot gold right now trading higher by 1.4%, 33.33 the ounce. The 10-year 4.30% with the 2-year 3.79%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, 62.86 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin right now at $92,995. Bitcoin down $690. Bitcoin is declining by 0.7%. Bottom line here, investors are betting that the Fed could cut rates sooner than anticipated to prevent a recession due to President Trump's trade war. Company news, Bristol-Myers Squibb raising its sales and profit forecasts for the year due to better than expected sales of older drugs and a favorable impact from the weaker dollar. BMY, Bristol-Myers down 0.4%. And Merck says it expects to lose $200 million to already announced tariffs in 2025 amid an escalating trade war between the U.S. and China. Recapping, S&P up 88 right now, up 1.6%. Balance of power continues now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, looking at the markets for us. Thank you so much as we considered markets, which it's incredible to see 3 up days in a row, something we haven't seen for the S&P 500 at least since before Liberation Day, as it has keyed off of every single development and headline in regard to tariffs. And we certainly have not seen those headlines stopping today when it comes to not just tariffs, but negotiations to maybe make them go away. We've had a lot of questions, Joe, about the tariff or trade negotiations and whether or not they'd be opening up anytime soon between the U.S. and China. President Trump in the Oval Office last night suggested that there's talks happening every day. China itself pushed back on that overnight, saying no such talks have begun. President Trump doubled down just an hour ago when he let the press in his meeting with the Norwegian Prime Minister, saying that they had a meeting today, but that whoever they was is not important. So once again, we're being left with questions as to what exactly, if any, progress has been made on reducing what is 145% and 125% levies, respectively.
Doesn't sound like the principals are in the same room. As the president has said, we're waiting for the call. So based on everything we understand, no call has been made. Whether there's some sort of back channeling going on he might be presumably referring to, we have no idea.
Yeah, and it's that lack of clarity that, of course, we keep hearing from Federal Reserve officials about as they try to consider what impact tariff policies ultimately are going to have on their policy making. And on that note, Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller had some thoughts on the subject when he joined our colleague Michael McKee here in Washington earlier today. Here's a taste of their conversation.
The president's put off any decision on the large tariff world that was proposed on April 2nd until July. So all you're going to see probably till July is whatever the existing tariffs are in place. And as I said, I don't think you're going to see enough happen in the real data in the next couple of months.
The aforementioned Michael McKee is with us right now at the table in Washington, spending the week with us here for the spring meetings at the IMF. We're having a lot of really interesting conversations popping around town and hearing things
At det går opp I dag,
that a lot of
det
people
kommer
might
ikke til å
not
forandre min
have planned
strategi.
to say on the
Det
air.
jeg tjener
I'm just
penger på
wondering if
trening
you could
hver
bring us into some
jævla
of those
dag.
conversations Is uncertainty the word that you're hearing about, or is it a more nuanced conversation around tariffs?
Så jeg bryr meg ikke om det går opp en dag. Det må du bare tåle, liksom.
Are saying the obvious things that this is not good for the country, and whatever path we take, if you're going to have tariffs, it's a tax and it's not good for the economy. But what the impact is going to be is much harder for anybody to divine because they don't know what the ultimate tariffs are going to be and what products they're going to be on. And
Da får jeg dager skje en dritt. Ja, for det er ikke alle dager du skal trede.
We've seen the soft data go down, but I was asking him how the hard data, when do we get some hard data that will tell us one way or another? And he said you probably won't see it till July. So we're going to be living in this sort of weightless world for quite some time.
Well, it's also a question of even when that hard data materializes, which portions of the hard data the Fed chooses to be most reactive to. Is it anything that indicates cost pressures and inflation is going up, or is it softness in the labor market? They got to pick a side of the mandate here, right?
Well, his view was maybe not. You might see both at the same time. The theory enunciated by Jay Powell is that they'll look at which one of those is farther from where it should be and try to deal with that. Inflation is always their major concern. So if we do see inflation go up, now Waller differs from Powell a little bit in saying that he thinks that growth is a greater danger in a tariff scenario than inflation. Inflation would be a one-time jump in the price matter, whereas Powell said it could last for a while. So we'll have to see how that data plays out. The other thing people are talking about, though, is how this affects the rest of the world. Certainly, everybody we've had in here, and we've had a lot of finance ministers and central bankers from around the world this week, is saying that this is going to affect us. And then there is a rebound effect on our relationship with the United States. And last night, we were at an event where we heard people say it goes beyond economics to national security. Because if you can't count on the United States economically, can you count on them with national security? We have to take care of ourselves.
We're going to witness a confluence of these two issues in a couple of moments. The press pool is staged outside the Oval Office right now, and we're going to see President Trump and the Prime Minister of Norway really get to this. They're talking about tariffs. They're also talking about national security and how to end the war in Ukraine. When you're talking about the market listening to this conversation, though, to what extent does the market have patience for each wrinkle? You know, we sit here obsessing over this, carrying all of these events live every day, Michael, and it's hard to tell how much of this lands and is actually being digested by the market or by an economist who sees news here that changes the landscape.
I think the economists and the analysts are reacting sort of in real time. We've seen a lot of the Wall Street analysts changing their forecasts and sending out updates. I'm not sure that investors are really as focused. I mean, first you have to discount the fact that there are a whole bunch of computers trading on headlines that cross on the Bloomberg, and they don't know whether Trump means it or not. Then there is a question
Nå sa de at det er masse computere som trader på uttalelser Trump sier. Sa det nettopp. Det er sikkert derfor det er så rare bevegelser nå.
Going to be done, and can it be fixed later on? And nobody knows the answer to that. I do find it amusing every day to watch the equity market go up or down on some headline. The fact that yesterday Scott Bessent said
Det er sikkert dere når du tester med de der Twitter-meldingene og det greiene her da.
But that set the market up a lot.
Ludvig, det du sa om at de tester markedet, det er sikkert det betyr. Han nevnte det nå på Bloomberg akkurat nå.
It's really hard to put a finger on what everybody's thinking.
Well, especially if you read the story rather than just the Bessent headline, you would see that he actually said a comprehensive trade deal with China could take 2 to 3 years. Right. The idea that none of this, frankly, Mike, is seeming like it's going to be instantaneous.
Well, that's true of anything. I mean, these trade agreements take years to do. Just to do the USMCA took a whole year. And that changed that treaty very little. So to get something out of it that would benefit the United States,
de bevegelsene vi ser nå ute fra nyhetene fra
Trump. Each country is going to have different trade issues. I read something today about the administration hoping they can reach a deal with India. It would be a template. But it's not really a template, because what India wants to put tariffs on or take tariffs on.
Det sikkert gjort det nå fordi markedet holdt på å krasje for 3 dager siden.
So it's going to be very difficult. And each of these leaders, each of these countries has their own constituency. The Japanese...
Fordi nedgraderingene I stad var jævla stygge.
the rice farmers are not going to be very happy if the prime minister negotiates away the tariff that's put on there. And that's just one example in one country. This is however many countries. They say 90, 20.
Så tar vi sikkert og sender ut sånne meldinger for å se hvordan markedet klarer å holde et eller annet.
Yeah, I'm still trying to count that many.
Yeah, I didn't know there were that many.
But I
for
didn't
hundreds
either.
plural.
So, all right, all of that said here, let's say the tariffs went away tomorrow. Donald Trump has a revelation at lunch, and we're just going to walk away from this whole thing. Do we go back to where we were? Is there kind of a neutral position that we revert to? Or has there been a corrosive lasting impact when it comes to trust, as you pointed out, for the economy?
I think there might have been on the business side. Consumers tend to just roll with the punches, and if all of a sudden the idea that they might lose their jobs goes away, if they don't see prices continuously going up at the grocery store, then they may continue on their way because the economy was in pretty good shape coming into this year. But business has to grapple with the idea that Trump did all this, walked back some, put some back on. So even if he takes it all off again, they've got to worry about whether he's going to change his mind again. And if you're making big investments, those are take a place over a period of time. And you don't want to make an investment and then have the president change his mind again. So it does look like he's probably done himself and the country some damage that would be very hard to get over. Eventually, maybe you'd believe him, but do you want to build a new factory if you don't know what the situation's going to be?
Well, and to that credibility question, which I think has extended well beyond just when it comes to rhetoric and tariffs, but there's been major questions raised in recent weeks about the credibility or the security that U.S. assets may even still be able to provide investors, whether full faith and credit for U.S. treasuries that is still available. Are you hearing about that? These other countries might be holders of this debt.
Ligger dere bare og sover?
Nei, ikke i dag. Jeg fikk jo short med Trynestad etter at Trump og Bessent pratet igjen, da, samme som i går. Da har jeg tatt et par lange og par akjopsorm egentlig, bare sitte og følge med. Vixindeksen på det har, gull tikker oppover, og markedet går oppover, så det litt spesielt dette. Og så ble Pepsi tok ned guidingen av sted, Procter & Gamble tok ned guidingen av sted, altså ett stort selskap til som tok ned guidingen av sted.
Now that's the issue. Do we see interest rates rise to attract that investment? And then that
og så sa Bessent at han ventet på rentekutt før Fed, og det gikk det opp. Og så sier Donald Trump at de skal prøve å få stoppet krigen i dag. Og så sendte Trump en melding ut i sted også, på Truth Social.
So this is an issue that will be.
Det gikk jo skikkelig bra ned i dag tidlig, og så kom den praten, og så smalt opp. Litt sånn som i foregårs.
Scott Bessent being described as the grown-up.
Ja, begynner å nærme seg targeten på mellom 19, jeg sa jo 19 og mellom 19 og 20 000 en gang.
I just wonder when you pull back here and
look at
sort of a relieved market in the last 48, 72 hours here, how much of it has to do with specific headlines versus the idea that Scott Bessent has won the battle of who gets Donald Trump's ear?
Well, I don't think you can say that anybody is seriously trading on the idea of Scott Bessent winning the battle, because that can change in a moment's notice. We know that the president could come out at this lunch and say something against Scott. And so I think the relief is that more bad things haven't happened. And while they're still out there, they're still out there. They're not maybe as imminent as they were. So we're going to trade in the meantime.
Men du sitter short ennå?
Come back the same way very quickly.
Du sitter short?
All right, Michael G,
short og long, begge deler.
Economics and policy
Okay.
correspondent here
Short
with
også,
Washington
ikke
on a
litt
busy
long start,
IMF
ikke
World Bank
på litt short.
week-long
Short på nytt nå,
extravaganza.
bare
Thank
sånn
you, and of course, as
småtrening,
Mike
ikke så
alluded to,
mye.
you never know what we're going to hear in the Oval
Jeg
Office, but
tør
we're about to hear
ikke
more
gå
of
short
something as the press is
før
heading
jeg
in
ser det
now,
bryter ned.
as the president,
Ah.
of course, gets ready once again to be sitting across
Det
from
blir
the
bare
Prime
at det
Minister
hedger meg
of
litt
Norway.
på oppsiden.
That's right, elbows high as we pile in to the Oval Office. We saw them earlier before their lunch, Kaylee. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the Secretary of Treasury.
Jeg ligger på det nivået her nå I nesten 4 timer.
Waltz, the National Security Advisor, spending time with the delegation from Norway. We've got the Prime Minister there. We've also got Jens Stoltenberg, the former Secretary.
Tror du vi skal ned snart? Nei, ja, altså. Ned og ned. Det ligger jo... Det har jo nettopp brøtt ut ifra litt større timeframe, så kan godt fyke opp til ja, rundt 20 000. Var noe på 19.004. Så har du ja, noe på 20.000 I 2009. Ja, og akkurat 20.000. Det kan gå opp dit, tenker jeg, før den eventuelt snur.
Ja, spørsmålet han snur da, hvis han Trump skal prate hver eneste dag, og best.
Ja. Utsikten snur I hele tatt.
Nei, for vi skulle ha falt på de nedgraderingene I dag, men vi har ikke gjort det I det hele tatt.
Definitely, we get along very well on trade. We'll do something, but I think the Prime Minister knows that over the years, the United States has been very good to a lot of people, and it's time for us to benefit also. So we're going to have a good relationship on trade, and we discussed...
Microsoft opp 3% I dag. Tesla opp 1,9 nå. Så har du en lead opp 3,5 denne greia, men Microsoft opp 3% ganske mye. Broadcom opp 5,5%.
We come here early in your term, appreciate that you
take time. Der har vi Gahr Støre, The Satan from Norway.
Ja, jeg fikk nettopp melding om at han snakket med Prime Minister of Norway. Han som har logget på nyhetskanalen.
I have saluted the president for his initiative to make progress towards something that can be a ceasefire and an end to this terrible conflict. It is a complex picture, but it needs political will and push, and we have exchanged ideas on that, and then I think the president and his team have been open to hear our perspectives. And on trade, we have also emphasized that we can benefit, both of us, by trading. And we can find good solutions. But first of all, I appreciate, Mr. President, the spirit and the tone of this conversation, which has been confirmation of a very strong partnership.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any
questions?
Yes. First, Mr. President, have you spoken about the tariffs that you want to impose on Norway? Is there a chance that you can lower
We spoke about
Nå kan vi sikkert få et pop-up her nå, så han sier et eller annet.
We understand each other very well. I think we'll have no problem.
You think that you can get an agreement?
I think we'll have no problem whatsoever with Norway.
Mr. President,
did you discuss a possible visit to Norway? Did you discuss a possible visit for President Trump?
We didn't, but I love it. I mean, I've been there, and it is a beautiful place. They have.
But I told the president that, you know, he is receiving us early in the term. He's welcome to visit Norway. We would like to have him, and it will be another way of emphasizing this strong friendship.
This strong friendship.
Norway has been staunchly since the Russian invasion in 2022. Has something been discussed here today that...
Botox, forklar volumjuletreet. Hos juletreet.
No, we want to, very simply, I have...
Jeg har ikke noe her, jeg har noe der. Den ser du ikke.
I have allegiance to saving lives.
Nei, jeg postet bildet I chatten av ordreboka, er det?
Ja, det var det. Du kan ikke se på den. Ikke på indeksen.
As you know, I got started because the money that's been spent on this war...
Det er bare ordreboka, det JD. Yeah.
It would never happened if I were president. But Biden spent $350 billion on this, and it's a shame. And that's what got me involved.
Det 11 000 kontrakter på salg på 19.050.62.
Sjekker du mange som har long og short nå, Stig? Jeg tror det var ganske blandet nå. 50 omtrent-ish.
Nei da, det 61,39.
Hvor mange var long?
61, så longs minske. Så det går jo opp på grunn av det.
Continue to lack support from
interesting, but that's for another day. I think we need that for international peace.
What are you expecting of your
And if you
allies?
don't have that, I think it's a big threat to our world. So I think Greenland's very important for international peace. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, this morning in a Truth Social post, you used the words, Vladimir, stop. That seemed like a slightly different message, a personal message. What is your level of frustration with President Putin?
I didn't like last night. I wasn't happy with it. And we're in the midst of talking peace, and missiles were fired. And I was not happy with it. That's what I meant, and that's, you know, what it is. I assume that's what you mean.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If the bombs keep falling, will you consider additional sanctions toward Russia, or what will you do if President Putin...
I'd rather answer that question in a week. I want to see if we can have a deal. No reason to answer it now, but I won't be happy. Let me put it that way. Things will happen.
Mr. President, why are you not putting more pressure on Russia? I know a lot of Europeans would like to see that.
You don't know what pressure I'm putting on Russia. They're dealing. You have no idea what pressure I'm putting on Russia. We're putting a lot of pressure.
Can you maybe tell us that? What kind of
We're
pressure
putting a
are you
lot of
putting on
pressure on Russia, and Russia knows that, and some people that are close to it know, or he wouldn't be talking right now. The Prime Minister understands that better than anybody. He wouldn't be talking right now. He's talking, and we're putting a lot of pressure. I think he wants to make a deal. We're going to find out very soon, but it takes two to tango, and you have to have Ukraine want to make a deal too, and they're being hit very hard, and I do believe they want to make a deal.
Mr. President, you've said that the Ukraine have to give some territory to win peace, among them Crimea. Do you stand by that? And I know that the former NATO General Secretary today has told you that he does not agree, and he believes in territorial integrity of the Ukraine. How will you deal with that with your allies, and do you stand by that Ukraine have to give Crimea to win peace?
Happens to be right here, you know, so they can't put words in his mouth. He's been a great general, frankly. It was because that's what you are. Really, you're a general. But he's been a great Secretary General. We had a tremendous relationship, very successful, and I think he can speak for himself. He's right here.
Do you still agree that Ukraine have to give some territory away to win peace?
Well, it depends what territory. They've been fighting. They've lost a lot of territory. And we'll do the best we can, working with Ukraine. We'll do the best we can, but they lost a lot of territory. When you say Crimea, that was during a president named Barack Hussein Obama. That had nothing to do with me, Crimea. That was 11 years ago with Obama. And they made a decision. There wasn't a bullet fired. There was no fighting. There was no anything. They just handed it over. Now they say, well, can you get it back? I think that's going to be a very difficult thing to do. That was given by Barack Obama when he was president, not by Donald Trump.
Thank you, Mr.
President.
You have a peace proposal that you put on the table. It's a 30-day ceasefire proposal. Your national security team presented it to both Ukraine and Russia. 2 months ago, Ukraine agreed to that ceasefire proposal. Immediately, Russia has not. And my question is Russia the obstacle to peace based upon that, just getting to that 30-day ceasefire?
I don't think so. I think that they both want peace right now. They're ready to do something. We'll see what happens. Complicated, very complicated. But I think they are both very much looking to make a deal. Marco, what would you say?
Well, first of all, what was put before our partners was options to discuss about things that it would take to end a war. This war is endable. Both sides just have to agree to it. We've shown them a pathway forward. We've discussed those ideas. It was a good meeting yesterday. There'll be good meetings over the weekend. We've shown them the finish line. We need both of them to say yes. But what happened last night with those missile strikes should remind everybody of why this war needs to end. It's horrible those missiles landed. What's even worse is there are today people that were alive yesterday that are not alive today because this war continues, and the president wants to stop it. And everyone should be thanking the president for being a peacemaker and trying to save lives. That's what we're trying to do here. It's not our war. We didn't start it, as you know. But we're trying to end the dying. We're trying to end the destruction. And we've shown the path forward. We can see the finish line, but both of them have to get there. We're going to do everything we can to help them get there, but they have to ultimately say yes.
And we are using a lot of pressure on both. You know, if you think we're just in there because we're nice people, and we are nice people, but we're using a lot of pressure on both.
We've had a long
What
meeting, Mr.
concessions,
President.
Mr. President, and to your national security team, what concessions has Russia offered up thus far to get to the point where you're closer to peace?
Stopping the war, stopping taking the whole country. Pretty big concession.
Mr. President, if you are going to take down the tariffs, what do you want Norway to buy more of from the U.S.?
To buy more? Well, you don't need snow. You don't need skis. You don't need ski champions either, right? You have a lot of them. We just want to keep the relationship the way it is. We've had a great relationship. I think now maybe closer than ever, but we've had a great relationship with Norway. I think just keep it the way it is, kid. You can't do better.
Really? Not even by, say,
Well, if they want to give us some additional concessions, that's okay. You can't do much better. Yes, yes.
Mr. President, you had a long meeting with Norway today. You said that Norway is doing a lot of things right, but on the Ukraine, if I can ask both you and the Prime Minister, did you find common ground today on Ukraine and the peace plan?
Totally. It's totally common ground. The Prime Minister can speak about it, but I can just say he wants to see people stop dying more than anything else, and he'd like to see it end. He's going to help us end it.
Mr. President, can I say that to move towards an end of this war, U.S. engagement is critical, and President Trump made that possible. That is clear, that is obvious, it's really happening. Now the important thing is that both parties have to know that they have to deliver, and they have to feel the pressure to deliver. Ukraine is under attack. They are defending themselves. Lives are being lost. And we believe very firmly that there needs to be a ceasefire, the initiative taken by the U.S. Some time ago. It needs to be respected. And then to move on to something which both parties can own. That is the complicated part in such a dramatic war. And here I believe Europeans and Americans working together, as we do much closer now. And I salute the team of President Trump of being open in that process. We had a good discussion on this today. And then we have to move on, and we cannot lose time because this is too much drama happening. One thing is people losing their lives, but it is a bad thing for Europe, and it's a bad thing for the world to having such a broad conflict going on. It can have ramifications far beyond Ukraine.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I forgot my question. I wanted to ask about sorry.
That happens.
It happens sometimes, yeah. No, Mr. President, I wanted to ask about the. Well, actually, Zelensky has said that he wants more Patriot missiles. So far, there has been no response from the United States. If you and the United States decides to pull out of negotiating for peace, trying to broker peace, does that also mean a no on Patriot missiles, a no on sharing intelligence with Ukraine?
Let's see what happens. I think we're going to make a deal. And if we make a deal, that'll be wonderful. We won't have to worry about your question. You can ask that question in 2 weeks, and we'll see. But I think we're getting very close. The Prime Minister feels the same way, and we'll hopefully not have to answer that question.
Mr. President,
Norway is the third country to be officially invited to the White House after Liberation Day. Why did you invite Norway so soon to the White House?
Because I like them. And I like your Prime Minister, and I like the way your government runs, and I respect the King. He's highly respected in Norway. It's a great thing, not an easy thing to do. He's done a great job. Yeah.
Would you like an invitation to visit the King?
Absolutely. You get me that invitation.
I just told the President he's welcome to visit Norway.
President Trump, first like Carmen, you said before that you like the Norwegian Petroleum Fund, and I'm wondering if that has been up for discussion today, the way that we have structured our money and whether.
Well, this fund was created in the late 1990s to save for future generations the income from oil and gas. Norwegians should continue to work as hard, dedicated, innovate, and move forward, despite having these incomes, which we happen to be in a period of our history where we can harvest, and we have transferred that into investments, half of them, by the way, here in the United States. So I think this is a model which we have been able to explore. If we can share experiences, and we do with our colleagues in the US, you never copy this one-to-one, but there can be techniques and way of working that we have used in organizing our fund. Jens Stoltenberg was the finance minister when the first dollar entered that fund. So he is a safe hand to have as a finance minister today. What do you say?
No, and as you said, Mr. Prime Minister, we are ready to sit down with the US to also work with them on if they want to establish a sovereign wealth fund, because we have a good experience with our fund. And I think that one example of how we work together with the United States is that half of the fund, close to $1 trillion are invested in the United States, mainly in equity, but also some in fixed income, including government bonds. So this is an expression of trust in the United States, expressed by the strong investment of the sovereign wealth fund. And just briefly on Ukraine, since it was mentioned, we had a very good and extensive discussion about Ukraine, the path forward to peace. And as the Prime Minister said, we commend the US for pushing forward to try to find a negotiated solution. At the same time, we need to continue to support Ukraine, and therefore I'm proud that Norway has actually tripled the military support to Ukraine, and this year we will allocate close to $8 billion to Ukraine. That will strengthen them and also their hand on the negotiating table.
If I may add to that, if there's a peace, and there will be a peace, we have a common responsibility in securing democratic Ukraine for the future. And the best security guarantee they can have is the ability to defend themselves. And we are investing in that.
Mr. Prime Minister,
Mr. President, as it relates to tariffs, Mr. President, when you unveiled your reciprocal tariffs on April the 2nd, the tariff rate for Norway was 15%. Based upon your conversations that you've had today with the Prime Minister, do you see that tariff rate coming down from what you proposed just a few weeks ago?
Well, they have a great fund of $2 trillion. It's a big fund, and they don't have any debt. So I think they'd probably be willing to pay us more than that, I hope.
Are the terms in agreement?
Mr. President,
Yes.
in 2018, your former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo called for an end to Russian occupation of Crimea. Why does this administration, why has this administration changed its stance on territorial concessions for Crimea?
Well, the war started. It would have never started if I were president. This is a war that is horrible. All wars are horrible. This one is in particular bad. And I don't know that you can ever say there's going to be a winner to this, because so many lives have been lost. Not only soldiers, a lot of lives have been lost. I think that we want to do one very simple thing. It would have never happened if I were president. Zero chance it was going to, and it didn't. People say, how do you know that? Number one, it didn't happen. We never even discussed it. I would talk to Putin about it. It was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of Putin's eye, but there was never even a thought that he'd go in. And I think he understood that I would not be happy if he did. And it was only when I got out, and when you mention what happened to Ukraine years ago under President Obama and a vice president that was also president later, unfortunately for this country, what happened is large chunks of land were given up, and it was called Crimea, and that was a big thing. That was a big moment. But this isn't my war. This is Biden's war. This is a war that Biden was president when this war happened. But I'm trying to put out the fire, and I think we'll be successful. And if we do, we're going to save a lot of lives. Otherwise, and the Prime Minister had a statement. He said, "This is just a point in time. We're very lucky because this is a point. And if this doesn't happen, this could go on for a long time."
Mr. President, will you have meetings with other world leaders when you're involved, sir?
Future Democrat president?
I don't think he will. I think he wants to make peace. I think he wants to end it, and I feel pretty confident of that. But we're gonna know pretty soon.
Mr. President, will you have meetings with other world leaders when you're in Rome?
Yes, I will.
Which leaders do you want to meet, sir?
Well, I'd like to meet them all. That would be nice. I'd like to take care of all of them, but we have many of them there, and they all want to meet. They want to meet about trade. And we are making some great inroads and great deals. You might want to speak about that, Mr. Secretary.
We had a very successful bilateral meeting with the Republic of South Korea today. We may be moving faster than I thought, and we will be talking technical terms as early as next week as we reach an agreement on understanding as soon as next week. So South Koreans came early, they came with their A game, and we will see if they follow through on that.
President Trump, you're around the other
you deserve the Nobel Peace Prize if you manage to create a peace.
Do I deserve the Nobel Peace?
If you manage to create a peace.
Well, maybe for the Abraham Accords. I don't want to get ahead of myself in this one, but they say for the Abraham Accords, and by the way, speaking of that, we're going to be filling it up. A lot of countries want to come into the Abraham Accords. You know, we have 4, and Biden did nothing on that one too. It's the same 4. But they're great countries, and they were brave doing it, and it's worked out very well. And we're going to be filling up the Abraham Accords. They're going to be, I think, filling it up very rapidly.
Mr. President.
Could you say something about that?
There's great, enormous opportunity to grow the Abraham Accords, but I would just point to one thing. Of all the leaders in the world today, no leader is working harder to prevent wars or end them than President Trump is right now. That's why we're talking to Iran. That's why we're engaged with Ukraine and Russia. It's the desire to prevent these wars from breaking out and to end the ones that exist already. And again, I just think it's tremendous for our country to be led by a president who desires to bring peace and establish peace and protect peace. So it's hard work.
Mr. President.
You know, Marco just mentioned something that maybe we should talk about for just a second, if we could, Mr. Prime Minister. And you're involved in it too, because you've been involved in the world and peace. But I think we're doing very well with respect to Iran, and we're having very serious meetings. And there are only 2 options, and one option is not a good option. It's not a good option at all. And I think we're doing very well on an agreement with Iran, but that one, we're doing a lot of things, I will say, but that one is well on its way. We could have a very, very good decision, and a lot of lives will be saved.
Mr. President, on the economy, there was a slowdown as it relates to home sales in the month of March, the slowest pace since 2009. Is that an economic indicator, and perhaps the Treasury Secretary can weigh in on this as well, is that an economic indicator that concerns you about the broader U.S. economy?
No, they had very good numbers on housing today, extremely good numbers, and that's despite interest rates, because, you know, if you look at what happened, everyone said, oh, I said I was going to get prices down. I did. Energy just hit $1.98 in a couple of states. It's way down. Energy's down, and we're about $64 a barrel. When I came in, and we were looking at $89, $90, $95. And by the way, that helps us solve the war too. Having those energy prices is a big incentive for Russia to also agree with solving the war problem. Groceries are down. When I was with you 2 months ago, you were complaining about eggs. I said, I just got here. I was here for about a week when the press started saying about eggs have gone through the roof. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And they happened. They went through the roof and you couldn't get them. So we just had a big Easter egg hunt at the White House. Thousands and thousands of eggs. And the price was down 87%. So we did a great job. Housing is doing very well. We should lower interest rates. That's the Fed. I hope they lower interest rates. That's a smart thing to do. Be ahead a little bit, although already it's a little bit late. But in the end, we just have a great country. We have a very strong country, and we have every other country. I can't think of one country that doesn't want to negotiate a deal. And they either negotiate a deal or we set a deal that we think is fair. Because we don't have to go through all of these. It would be physically impossible. You know, you have so many people that really understand it, which is a very small group of people here. And we are going to, at some point, just set prices for deals. Some will be tariffed. Some treated us very unfairly. They'll be tariffed higher than others. But we've been ripped off for many, many years. The United States has been ripped off like no country probably in the history of the world has been ripped off for 45, 50 years. And countries have gotten rich by doing that with the United States. We've taken care of their militaries, and military is another subject we talk about. We're not going to make that subject to any of the deals, but you know the same countries that I do, where we virtually take care of their military, and then don't get treated fairly on trade. So the people, and I don't blame those countries, I blame the people that sat at that beautiful desk right behind you, because those people didn't do the job for this country, and they let us lose $4 billion a day on trade. We were losing $4 or $5 billion a day on trade when I got here, and now we're going to be much better than breaking even, and we're going to be making $4 or $5 billion a day on trade. So, I don't blame any country, not the worst of them. And we were abused by countries. I blame the President of the United States that happened to be sitting when these deals were made. Disgraceful. When I was here, we had a great 4 years. We had the most successful economy in the history of our country, my first term. And we were very tough on trade. And with China, as you know, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. But nobody else ever did that. China paid not 10 cents to any other president. And but not only China, virtually every country got away with murder. And we just can't let that happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. You have been listening to President Trump in the Oval Office there with the Prime Minister of Norway, Jonas Støre. They had a bilateral lunch, the two of them, and then, of course, taking questions from reporters in the room on a range of subjects. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. A lot of the questions initially had to do with Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, that was certainly the focus. He said, the president, he said, we're putting a lot of pressure on Russia. He was asked about Russia sanctions. He said, stay tuned, I will answer in a week. The president asked about additional Russia sanctions. He said things will happen, and he thinks Russia will accept a deal that Ukraine and Europe like.
Should also point out they talked a little bit about a sovereign wealth fund, which of course Norway has. And the president talked about meeting leaders in Rome, where he will be there for, of course, the funeral of the Pope. So maybe some conversations coming out. He also did talk a little bit about the Fed and saying that he hopes that the U.S. central bank lowers interest rates, and he reiterates his criticism that the Fed is late. So again, some of the major issues that are certainly top of mind for investors. But again, it does feel like we went back to geopolitics in a big way on this Thursday. All right, so let's talk about that, and let's start there. We have a great guest, someone we turn to often when it comes to some of the big issues that are facing global relationships. Back with us is Ed Price. He's a former British trade official. He's now non-resident senior fellow at New York University. He's advised members of the European and British parliaments. He's a former British trade official, and he writes often about politics, economic policy, and so much more. And he joins us now from upstate New York. Ed, good to have you here. How are you?
I'm well, Carol. Thanks again for having me. How are you?
Doing well, trying to keep up, and certainly taking our cues out of the White House, and specifically just moments ago from the Oval Office. Let's start with, I think, what is top of mind and what seemed to be top of mind for the discussion between the Prime Minister of Norway and President Trump just moments ago, and that is Russia-Ukraine. U.S. is expected to demand that Russia accept Ukraine's right to have its own army, defense industry as part of a peace agreement between Moscow and Kiev. How do you see these developments and where it might be going, and what might bring this to an end, if any time soon?
Sure. So I'm very puzzled about the situation in Ukraine, honestly, because it seems to me from the outside that Putin has been slowly losing this war, and slowly losing this war at least against his initial ambitions, which, as we know, included the seizure of all of Ukraine and the installation of a puppet government. And so if you go away and read about this, ask people that are better informed than I, maybe who travel more frequently over there, they'll tell you that Putin is doing pretty poorly, and that the Russian economy is not in the sort of place that could continue this war for long. And so when I see President Trump announce that he's going to come up with a deal, I don't understand why he doesn't push forward with more weapons and more supplies to Ukraine in order to push that deal forward, whatever it is. So it's very confusing, because on the one hand, Trump seems to offer carrots that Putin hasn't asked for. while withdrawing the stick. I haven't actually read the art of the deal.
Robert.
That might be how you're supposed to do it.
Well, and it does, to be fair to the president, something that he has been consistent about is the disdain that he has for the less American, something that he mentioned several times today, talking about the thousands of young people who continue to die in Ukraine each and every week as a result of this war. Could it be, in your view, that he just wants to end the fighting?
He may want to end the fighting, but I'm not sure that the same man who threatens Greenland, Panama, and Canada with possible military action truly cares about the loss of lives. I would put that down to a nice talking point that he does well to repeat because it's a powerful one. And I should be careful myself as an analyst not to enjoy or celebrate wars. And we talk about this one in Ukraine very often. It is indeed tragic. Now, that might be cynicism. I don't look at President Trump at his entire policy agenda, his entire foreign policy agenda, and think this is someone who cares about lives.
Vi er nå oppe I dag med nesten 800 poeng uten positive nyheter, på 3 nedgjøringer og alt.
So I would
det
certainly
gått
take
mer I
President
dag
Trump's concern for human rights or the loss of life with a
enn hva vi
pinch of
gjør på en vanlig dag med positive nyheter fra Fed.
And
ganske sjukt.
to be fair, it's in his maybe his quest
Ja,
to
han har vært med på hele turen.
make sure that the U.S. has what it needs
sa
for
du?
national security. And I think it's
Ja, jeg har vært med på hele turen, så.
about this at this point. He talked
Ikke
about
helt ifra båten,
Greenland,
men.
important for international peace.
Ja.
You've been
Men
traveling, Ed.
I dag
You've
det
been
sånn
not necessarily to Greenland
I dag skal man egentlig gjøre
anytime
jævla
soon,
lite,
but you
ass,
have
for
been to
det
Panama,
her
you've been
jo
to Canada. I am curious
Det vet man bare etterpå.
what you've been hearing,
Ja, jeg vet
seeing
det.
when
Men
it
du ser
comes
her
to
også at
maybe
den
a new
lager ny
global
topp, går
order.
tilbake, ny topp, går tilbake, ny topp.
Well, if there's
For
a
det ikke noe
Bloomberg
motstand, det
challenge
ikke noe
to
motstand her. Det
to
ikke noe
go to
aksje, det
Greenland,
ikke noe volum.
We'll work on that.
Så den kan jo bare toge på videre. Det null motstand her.
Canada and Panama
Ja, det det som skjer.
And when an American citizen turns up and says, look, what do you think? The answer is not much.
Så det her går jo
Those
ikke ned.
countries are very upset with the idea that the United States, the apparent champion of liberty in its 249-year history, would be threatening the annexation of allies. It's completely bizarre. And it's also something that I think is causing quite a lot of stress. Now, the Canadians and people in Panama were very polite to me. That might be because they were misled by my accent, and they thought I was British. But as soon as I said, look, I'm actually American, in a hotel lobby or even at the checkpoint, there were raised eyebrows. So we always talk about whether Trump is serious in his foreign policy script. I don't know if he is or not. I think he is, but other people abroad do.
Det gjør
Do you think
ingenting
there's
fortsatt. Hva
a
sitter
legitimate
Ole
argument for the
venter og
United
ser på?
States to want
Ja, han er ferdig å prate,
annex
er det ikke det? Det
Greenland?
er ikke noe mer Trump I dag.
No, I think it's completely...
From a security perspective, Ed?
Ja, nå må han gå og legge seg.
No, it's completely insane.
Han har pratet for det, har han ikke det?
Whatever the gain in
Jo, jo.
annexing Greenland, there would be a loss in the EU as an ally. And you can never fully sit down with the eyes and ears of God and calculate what that net calculation would be. But I'm pretty sure you could take a rough estimate and say, okay, we expand our presence in Greenland, we formally change the deed, we say we own it, and we put a few more troops in there. Just imagine how annoyed and disgusted Denmark, France, and other EU countries would be with us. I mean, they could turn around and say, well, look, if the United States is actually willing to cross frontiers and take land that doesn't belong to them, maybe a deal with Beijing, which, to be fair to the Chinese, they haven't actually done that. Maybe a deal with China is in our interests long term. So I think there's absolutely no argument for it when you sit down and do the net calculation. If you have a simple view of the world and you think this is mine, that's theirs, then you, of course, like we said before, you can draw a Sharpie around an area and say it's mine. But I don't think that that's taking into account the second order effect of losing the Europeans.
Well, just a reminder of what the president said last month in an address to Congress, quote, "We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try to get it one way or the other. We're going to get it."
One of the things I think about, Ed, too, as we are watching kind of the back and forth between world leaders, I guess what I'm most obsessed with is U.S. and China, just because they are the two big economies and determine and control, I think it's safe to say, so much. Having said that, what is the strategic balance, as China is not the China it was 5 years ago or 10 years ago that maybe needed an assist, or 20 years ago, right, when so many different global companies set up shop there. We've been talking a lot about the EV market and BYD and the advancements. that China has made technologically in this world. And they have done this largely by supporting so many of their industries and helping them develop. So I do wonder, we had the Whirlpool CEO on yesterday who manufactures about 80% here in the United States, 80% of their supply chain is here, and is somewhat, I would say, safe to say, supportive of some of the tariff pushback to help him develop his domestic sales.
He's already got the domestic production, so he's in a good position.
He's in a good position. So what is, like, as you talk to world leaders, as you travel, you know, some of the argument many would say that Trump has makes some sense in terms of developing some industries here, protecting our national security. What is the balance for any nation, U.S., China, or the Europe region, to have that and yet kind of get along on a global basis, which is necessary for things like climate change, the environment, and so much more?
Well, let's go through the exercise, Carol, and let's be fair to President Trump. I think that he deserves an A+ on his report card for identifying global problems. This is the man that's identified that the Bretton Woods trade imbalance, that is that other countries have a higher tariff rate than the US, he's the man that identified that that's out of date, and he joined the dots between that and an unsustainable fiscal position in the United States. He's also right, to be fair to the president, to point out that great power politics and great power behavior is a feature, not a bug of history, and that the United States should be ready at some point in the 21st century for conflict. So the president, from some analyst like me, gets an A+ on identifying the problems. Where we run into trouble is the execution and the suggestion that Donald Trump alone, in his sort of chaotic ad hoc behavior, is helpfully moving the United States, its allies, and the world back into a new, more helpful equilibrium. So I don't think that that's what he's doing. Yes, the United States cannot continue to borrow the way it's borrowing and subsidize the world's security, but the way to fix that is to keep our allies closer, is to do trade deals with the people that like us, and maybe even reduce tariffs with them. So he has to get, what, a D? A D-? I don't want to fail the guy outright because he's the president of the United States and his success is everybody's success.
Right.
But this chaotic approach
Han fortsatte opp.
is not going to bring the world
han
into,
går til
so far as I can see, any new
Han lager Han støtter på forrige skulder på hver eneste topp, så han må trappe trinn opp.
Trump has spoken, which is turn up
Ja,
and
det
say,
på
actually, this is what he really meant.
Yeah, it's why folks like David Brooks of the New York Times has said, the president is maybe the wrong answer to the right question, because many would say, whether it's tariffs or geopolitics or positions in the world, that he's brought up a lot of issues.
Da tenker jeg at det var litt med han, eller?
Ed, we apologize.
Jeg tror du prater litt nærme mikken, for jeg hører ikke hva han sier. Hva var det du sa for noe?
President Trump there at the White House, but we hope we can get you back.
Jeg er på å lure på om det er algoritmen hans.
Det her er algoritmen, det er ikke noe å lure på engang. Det er ikke mennesker som kjøper nå. Det kommer bare drit i.
Ikke sant.
Det her er ikke mennesketrade i det hele
Stocks
tatt.
still higher, just close to their session highs. Charlie Pellet has had a close eye on everything happening when it comes to business news in the markets. Let's get a business flash from him. Hey there, Charlie.
Hey, thank you very much, Tim. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average
De sa det til på Bloomberg i stad. Her sa det der AI-trening her nå. Det er ikke noe manuell her nå. Det går på, så sa de, tror du de reagerer på tweetene fra Trump?
After the close of trading today, both from Alphabet and Intel, complete coverage on Bloomberg television and radio when those numbers drop right after the closing bell. S&P up 101 now, up 1.9%.
Det er ikke noe volum her, ikke sant?
426 up 2.5%. The 10-year yield 4.31%, the 2-year 3.79%, gold up 1.5%. 33.36 now on the precious metal, and crude up 0.8%, 62.77 a barrel. Recapping, S&P up by 1.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Well, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is asking for public comment on allowing round-the-clock trading in derivatives markets. This is according to a statement put out earlier this week. The CFTC also wants input on offering perpetual futures. It's a type of contract that's popular outside the United States and gaining some traction in digital asset trading. So we want to talk about that. We want to talk about the overall massive derivatives market. Delighted to have with us In our
Hvis vi
Bloomberg
detter nå, så detter vi ned hit på ca. 19,7, og så går vi en ny topp, og så går vi ned
So nice
hit
to have
igjen.
you with Tim and
Så da
myself.
trapper den hele veien.
Let's talk a little bit about
Så,
the market volatility
der,
that
ned
we have
dit, opp
seen
dit,
over the
ned
last
dit, opp
month
dit,
or
ned dit,
so.
opp dit, hele
What have
veien.
you seen in the derivatives market?
Så
Amid that
kjempelitt
volatility,
nada,
trends,
ikke noe.
flows, oversized bets.
Og så har du
What can you tell
nå
us?
Sure, of course. So one
Tesla
of the
opp
things that
nesten
is really
3% nå.
important to remember about the recent market volatility and all-time highs as far as volume goes is that the markets operated in a functional and liquid manner. So we were really pleased. Of
Sier
course,
her nå
our
at the
regulators were
market is
concerned about the market conditions. You had the very
moving in a
sharp spikes,
functional
with
liquid
volatility, you
order.
had the record all-time flows of volume. But the markets were resilient. There were adequate margin levels. A lot of people have thought about what happened in March 2020 with the dash for cash. And we wanted to make sure that that wouldn't happen again. So you saw the global regulatory community come together with some margin reform, and we're pleased to see that that all worked as planned, and there were no significant operational issues. So I think relieved to see that the markets performed well throughout that volatility.
No significant operational issues.
Ja,
That's
opp
certainly great
700
news.
poeng, det
Was
lov.
anything close? Were there any issues of concern for you?
No, we were in close contact with all market infrastructures and market participants throughout the market stress and market conditions, and we had no significant issues, no issues of concern whatsoever.
Is there anything you are seeing or hearing? This is certainly your world. I guess we're trying to gauge whether or not foreign investors are pulling back on U.S.
folk du snakker om, Lena.
assets and dollar-based assets. And I'm just curious in any of the trend flows, or again, this is your world, and as you talk to officials here in the United States when it comes to trading and investing, are you
Det er
hearing
vel
or
lurt på hvordan
seeing
folk
any of that?
botter, ikke botter. Hvor du har botta dem?
Jeg var i plusses der, altså. Hva sa du for noe, Stig?
Det er vel lurt på hvor skjer det bota dem.
Spikes, but that's just all part of market functioning. And I think what you're going to see, as it has been for decades, that the U.S. is the world's reserve currency, that U.S. Treasuries are a safe haven, and in fact, the global financial system runs on U.S. Treasuries. So I'm confident that that will continue to be the case.
Are you not concerned that the U.S. is losing its status as a safe haven? Look what we saw with treasuries. Look what we've seen with the dollar in recent weeks. Is that something that's concerning to you?
Again, I think it's important not to chase the charts and be focused on the minute-to-minute or the day-to-day, but if you look overall, U.S. markets have never been safer, sounder, or healthier.
All right, so one of the things we want to talk about, and we certainly set it up in our introduction to you, is about this 24/7 trading, and the CFTC press for comment on potential uses and risks to allow for 24/7 trading.
Det er vanlige steder også nå, men det er mest botter som trader nå.
But any comments, what are you hearing, and kind of what is top of
Da
mind
kan du
when
få litt
you
andre
think about
bevegelser.
uses
Nå er
as
det ingen som
well
gjør
as
noe. Det er ikke noe volum her. Ingenting.
So I'm pleased to talk about this issue because it's something that
VIX-indeksen er på day high, gull stikker av videre oppover, rentene går videre oppover, så det er bare negativt, liksom.
An administration and a policy that was pro-innovation and pro-growth, both in new products as well as in new markets. So again, the debate around 24/7 trading
Kan skje det som skjedde i går, da. Det er jævlig usikker.
has been very active for the past several years.
Det går så trynere på close, med nesten 400 poeng.
We've had a number
Ja, så er det bare markedet som stabiliserer seg igjen.
show their interest and
Ja,
announce
men
that they're
du har fått med at det ble nedgradert, eller? De største selskapene i USA, de 3 største selskapene har kuttet guidingen sin. Ja, det er ikke sånn, det er ikke Nille på hjørnet, liksom. Det er Pepsi blant annet.
Jo, men det kan jo like så godt være priser inne i markedet etter alle nedgangen som har vært.
Incumbent upon us as regulators to make sure that the markets are functioning well. So that's what this request
Vi har jo
for comment
hentet,
is.
vi var nede på
It's a thoughtful set of
16.100 på
questions
low,
that
tror
seeks to
jeg.
understand the
Nå er vi oppe
uses,
på
benefits,
19.000
and
igjen på
consequences
halvannen uke. Det
of
er opp
extended
med,
trading
det er
hours
opp
or
med,
continuous
mye av det er opp
trading
med,
hours. I'm really looking forward to
mange
the
prosent
comments.
er det?
Again, this is
Nei, det
an
vet jeg
area
ikke.
that's been
8%
very
nå.
well debated for several years. I don't think we're going to see any surprises. And the CFTC has always been at the forefront of market innovation. We saw this with the creation of financial commodities and derivatives based on interest rates, indices, and then again with all of the new and interesting asset classes, including crypto.
Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think 24/7 trading of these products is a good idea?
I think 24/7 trading is appropriate, but only when there is enough liquidity. So look at the FX market. The FX market is already trading on a continuous basis. There's no closing hours for the FX market. What we've seen in some of these announcements
Kritisk margin level er under
crypto asset class right
100%.
now. That's also one that trades continuously today. So it doesn't change anything about the current market structure, just only that it's now happening in a regulated way. With our futures products. So I think that's going to be very key.
Folk nå skal prøve å kjøre future-markedet 24/7, eller?
And we want to make sure we're doing so in an open and transparent way with
Altså ikke future-markedet, men vanlig USA-børs, ja.
You know, what could be a lack of
Ja, den
liquidity
skal jo
during
24/7.
hours potentially if it's
Altså vanlige
24/7
aksjer, ja.
trading that leads to maybe some severe disconnects in the derivatives market. So I'm just curious, how do you make sure that doesn't happen?
Altså det blir som future-markedet, som er 23/7. Nei, 23/5.
It's so important to make sure there is sufficient liquidity. When you have something that already trades continuously like FX or like crypto, it's less of a concern, but we are looking at everything from a very product-specific perspective. We're looking at each individual product, what asset class it's based on. But obviously you would have concerns when you're looking at something that doesn't trade continuously today, something like ag futures, for example. That is something that we would be extremely cautious about before we move to anything like this type of innovation.
So it wouldn't be like across the board. There's very possible that there are carve-outs, right, depending on the market?
So this is, again, on a product-by-product basis. So we've had some exchanges that have self-certified or have showed an interest to trade certain products, and these are all at this point in time based on the crypto asset class on a 24/7 basis or 24/6 or 24/5. Some of this is future plans, so it's not actually live before the commission, but again, it's something where we're looking at very specifically on that product basis. It's not going to be where, you know, all of a sudden it's a free-for-all in the market.
You mentioned crypto, so let's go there. How is the CFTC going to work with the SEC? Of course, Paul Atkins.
Hvis det er sånn som i stad nå, så stopper vi på 19.175, så går den på ny topp igjen. Så går nå.
I think what is great about this current administration is
19.175, så går det på ny topp.
executive order on
Jeg skal ikke
digital assets,
kjøpe.
the creation of the president's working group on
Tror
digital
du
asset
noen
markets,
som
and the open and continuous
Nei,
communication
det
we have
var
with all
der,
of the
det er
relevant
ikke noe
stakeholders, including all the
annerledes syn på
regulators.
markedet nå.
I've known Chairman
Ja,
Atkins
kjøp
for a
med
long
begge
time.
hendene.
I'm really looking forward to working with the SEC under his leadership, and this really resets the
Neida.
CFTC and the SEC back to how it's always traditionally been between
Jeg fortsatte å tjene penger på det review-greia.
Har du gjort det i dag også?
Ja.
Hvor mange reviews har du skrevet i dag, da?
Skal vi se. Nei, jeg droppet ned, for jeg skippa ikke bare, da droppet jeg ned til €2 per review.
Er det noen spesifikke dere tar review, liksom?
Nei, det er bare hoteller og ja, kaféer og sånt.
Som du aldri har vært på?
Ja, i USA, London, Afghanistan og whatnot.
My efficiency initiatives at
Det
the
kommer de
CFTC
toppen
have
her
already
nå.
resulted in $18
Her er så
million in
jævla,
savings.
er så
That's about 5%
jævla
of our
tørt, ass.
appropriated budget, about 12%
Er vi
of
heldige
our
går ned til
non-payroll budget. I'm
19,175,
pleased to say
ny topp.
that this year it looks like on an annualized basis, we'll be on track to save $50 million,
Skal vi se da.
and our budget is only $365.
What are you cutting?
We have some contracts that are excessive. We
Ja,
have
men husk på
contracts
sverd og skjold,
that
Lena.
are just
Så
applying
blir det
basic
bra, det.
risk management principles. People didn't stop to think, do we really need 5 of the exact same contract for the exact same IT
Hva skjedde med
service?
10%
So
på
it is
måneden?
really just common sense,
Er du
reviewing our
frekk i
contracts,
trynet? Jeg er i
making
minus
sure
1
that we are
dag, din
only
balle.
paying for what we actually
Jeg
use.
gjør ingenting i dag når det går opp
Is
700
sometimes
poeng.
contract because to make sure
Jævla
that there's a
klovn, ass.
backup program, or that wasn't the case?
No, that's not the case.
Jeg ikke trade masse når jeg ser vet det skal ned, og så kommer det ræva nyheter, og så går det opp. På grunn av Trump prater, da gjør ikke jeg en dritt. Ja, det er veldig klart, da. Jeg også ser det går opp. Jeg gir ikke kjøpe bare fordi det går opp. Da kan du kjøpe når det går opp. Jeg skal ikke kjøpe når det går opp.
Another crypto question. We learned yesterday that the president is set to have dinner with the top 220 holders of the Trump
Sånn er det verste jeg vet.
The issuers of the cryptocurrency
Du
announced
ser det går opp,
yesterday. We saw
og du
this
sier
on
det går opp. Hvorfor
social.
kjøper du ikke? Jeg kjøper ikke bare fordi det går
Just as
opp.
a regulator, how you look at
Jeg vet jo det skal ned. Jeg bare vet ikke når, for han blir ferdig å prate.
And as a person who is
Det var fint å være med på turen opp, ikke sant?
essentially creating
Nei, jeg skal ikke kjøpe bare for det går opp. Altså, det kan du gjøre, Stig.
Our
Jeg gjorde
job
litt
is to
grann i
make
stad,
sure
men
that
bare
we
sånn
have markets that are safe and
mini-trade.
that are sound
Ja.
and that we
Ja,
preserve
da gjorde du det da. Da kan du ikke sitte her og si at du ikke gjør det når du gjorde det.
Nei, jeg gjorde en liten av våre. Jeg tør ikke gå long
Ja.
Jeg tør ikke gå long når de 3 største selskapene i USA så tar ned guidingen sin. Da går ikke jeg long, altså.
Liten eller stor, det spiller vel ingen rolle. Ikke størrelse som teller.
Jeg gjorde en liten av i stad, men jeg sa ikke
Does
gjøre
it
det
make your job more difficult?
My
Jeg må legge
job
meg
is
straks i morgen.
difficult
Vi
every
snacks.
day. It doesn't make any difference.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Listen, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. We've been talking with Caroline Pham. She's the acting chair of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, joining us from the News Bureau of Washington, D.C. for Bloomberg News. Hey, do want to mention a headline also that just crossed the Bloomberg exclusive. Harvard University's endowment is in advanced talks to sell around $1 billion worth of private equity fund stakes to Lexington Partners. Sale happening amid financial uncertainty and pressure from President Trump's threats, as well as a sluggish market for return on a liquid asset. So keep in mind,
Den ligger og stanger opp i motstander.
40% of its $53 billion
Ja, det ikke noe
to
volumet,
private
så
equity.
kan
The
det gå
sale
rett opp igjen.
began before the president's latest announcement. So again, more details.
Satt en
just
helt
head
fire
to
og stod som shorten.
Bloomberg.com or check it out on the
Ja.
Bloomberg terminal.
All right, I'm keeping an eye on the markets.
Ja, så har det ganske grei zone her, som er
has
inn
been
i
watching close, so let's
kan
get an
snu
update from Charlie. Hey there, Charlie.
Thank you very much
Han
indeed.
var nede
Higher
på
across the board with the Dow, the S&P,
19,75.
NASDAQ, all advancing.
Er
Do
det
want
han
to
skal
begin
snu
though
mot
with a
ny topp?
developing story, another headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service, keeping an eye on shares of Guess, GES on the ticker, surging now by 15.6%. Authentic Brands said to be weighing a rival bid for Guess. Guess shares popping higher now by 15.6%. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surging right now. Best level of the day with the Dow.
Ja, det kan du vet, du får bare FI, hva det heter.
Hva skjer det ikke rente og settes nå når det blir bestemt norsk tid? Det er ikke dagtid, det er det som er spesielt. Det er ikke rentekutt i dag i det hele tatt. Det var bare Bessen som pratet. Det er ikke rentekutt i dag. Det er ingenting. De bare pratet løst og fast. Det er ingenting.
Yielding 4.30% with a 2-year 3.79%.
Og hvis det ikke blir rentekutt, da blir det børskrasj. Så de venter at det skal komme et rentekutt, for USA går rett til helvete nå med tariffen. Det er resesjon i USA nå, liksom.
Hva som skjer hvis at de kommer med renteøkning?
På TikTok, men i helvete da, hvis ikke du tåler å sitte i minus en dag, så må du drite i kopptrening. Jeg er opp 55% til onsdag på low risk, og jeg er short i dag, for jeg tror det skal ned. Og jeg gir faen det går opp. Jeg bare driter i det hvis ikke du tåler det, liksom. Noen dager så går jeg pluss, andre dager går jeg minus, men jeg går stort sett i pluss. Og Trump har pratet 4 ganger i dag. Som ikke han har reklamert om.
For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you
Og
get
Bessen
podcasts.
har pratet en gang i dag, som heller ikke står noen steder i dag.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, folks, we've been watching some of the airlines. I feel like we've been watching them for a few weeks at this point, but we did have American come out withdrawing its full year earnings outlook, joining a growing number of companies that say...
Men sånn helt seriøst, JE, hvis du tror jeg skal tjene 10% hver dag, så må du bare drite det, altså. Jeg drar inn i snitt 2-3% hver dag, ish. I snitt 2-3%. Og sånn som i dag, så gjør jeg ingenting. For det er jo bare veldig lite i dag. For det går opp.
Du har vel ikke lovet noen ting etter, har du det?
Nei, men hvis han tror jeg skal klare 10% hver dag, så Warren Buffett har 50% i året etter, eller hva faen han har, det er 30%.
How bad is it for airlines
Jeg
right
sier hva
now?
du sa på TikTok.
It seems like it's stabilizing. It was pretty bad a month ago. And we've
That
been
was when
talking...
At det skal 10 ganger konto, ja, det er på det.
Yes, Delta withdrawing, we downgraded
Jeg gjør ikke
the
det på 4
sector
dager da,
to
jeg gjør det på
have
et år,
sell
ikke på
ratings
4
and
dager.
underperform ratings, but that news is sort of priced in. That's why you're seeing American and Southwest kind of tread water today, because we've seen this tape before with domestic leisure really being the soft spot.
Ikke bli sur.
Jeg blir ikke sur. Jeg vil være sånn oppgitt.
Southwest putting up 73%
Vi er opp 700 poeng i dag på dårlige nyheter. Jeg var i pluss i stad, og jeg gadd ikke ta gevinst, for det kom dårlige nyheter. Og så prater Donald Trump, og så går det opp. At jeg må forklare det, det er jo helt galskap. Selvfølgelig gjør jeg ikke noe da.
Jeg som sa det, vet du det. Jeg prøvde å si at du må betale fee, men jeg husker ikke hva det heter. Overnight fee, renta.
Det er så lite da. Det Jeg har bare en halv kontrakt. Liksom. Nei, én kontrakt.
Ja, men hvis at han Vetle har 100 kontrakter, så blir det jo en del. Jeg vet ikke om han har det, men...
har 100 kontrakter.
Nei, men det er sånn. Det blir jo litt, jo flere kontrakter du har.
Ja, og derfor ikke skal ha så store posisjoner. Du skal tåle dette her.
Men får du, hvis du er short, tjener du på å holde over natta da?
Nei, jeg tjener ikke dritt. Jeg tjener ingenting før det går i pluss.
Så hvis at du holder over natta, så er det fortsatt, så må du betale?
Ja, jeg tjener ingenting før kunden er i pluss.
Nei, ikke det jeg snakker om. Nå snakker jeg om fisen, altså rentene over natta, overnight fees.
Ja, men det er standard. Det er til banken da.
Ja, men du går i pluss når du er short, gjør du ikke?
Jo, hvis du har short så får du penger på kontoen, for du låner i posisjon. Så det koster ikke din noe.
Nei, det var det jeg skulle fram.
Not a great reveal, but we've got like 2, 3, 4 trips going out to the West Coast in like the next month or so.
Yeah, and we booked 0 tickets.
Ja, Robert, han trodde at jeg var der.
So what are the airlines doing in terms
Ja,
of pricing?
trønder. Ja, tydeligvis.
I heard there's some softness and it was so expensive, I think, to go to Puerto Rico or something. Like, what are we hearing in terms of pricing?
Well, I haven't checked out Puerto Rico flights. I wish I would, but I'm headed to Brazil and Paris and a Dallas trip coming up. And none of them are booked yet. You know, folks post-pandemic are booking closer in. And so you don't have flights booked, neither do I. We haven't seen that price. I haven't seen the pricing softness, but the airlines are calling it out, especially in that domestic leisure market. So if we were going to Florida in May, we'd probably get a discounted ticket. Or, you know, Southwest called out that route from Tucson to Albany. I'd like to know the guy doing that route, but that's where they're seeing that weakness. So.
We love you in Tucson and Albany, though. We're just going to say that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, different.
Jeg tror det skal være litt mer volum i dag. Hva trodde du, Stig? Eller hadde du ikke noe formening?
Nei, jeg har sjelden formening om akkurat den biten der.
You said that it's kind of holding up, but at the same time, you're hearing reports that travelers coming to the US from outside of the US are holding off, and we're seeing that fall a little bit. Is that showing up yet in results or in bookings, especially for the summer?
It seemed like, for now, international is still holding up, especially with Europe, strength there. We heard some rumblings about Canadian weakness. Folks have sort of put an end to that, saying it's only down 10%, not the significant numbers we've seen. So
10% kan dere på måned. Kommer helt an på, men jeg pleier å ligge ganske opp fra 20-50% på måned.
Canada is an area we've heard weakness. We saw some
Men sånne dager som i dag så skal du egentlig gjøre veldig lite,
versus US originated flights to Europe are still holding out pretty well, which is interesting.
Ja, Regina er stort sett kun Nasdaq.
Det følger med på alt av aksjer på US 100.
Or you know, even traveling elsewhere. Can we talk a little bit about Boeing?
Sure.
Tell me your thinking. You know, you cover the company. They reported first quarter results. Exceeded
Så når jeg trader US 100, da, så vet du hva som skjer med Nvidia, jeg vet hva som skjer på Broadcom, jeg vet hva som skjer på alle de der store selskapene. Det er derfor jeg trader US 100.
How are you thinking about next 6-12 months for Boeing, or even longer term?
I love Boeing when folks get negative. So the days when it hits 140, when we hear about people canceling airplanes or thoughts of that. But, you know, Kelly Ortberg yesterday...
Dow Jones lukket faktisk gapet for en stund igjen.
Folks are waiting 6 years for their aircraft. They've been waiting since...
Right.
Southwest is still waiting. We're all waiting for airplanes to be delivered. No one's moving out of line. The only customer who is...
Daxen har ikke tredet med siden den pisset skjedde i
China's been reducing. They've been
Nei, men den har jo fått litt
action,
fått litt bevegelse igjen.
Han begynte å røre på seg.
Ja.
It's about 15%.
Det var jo flere hundre pålegg i løpet av noen minutter i forrige uke, eller når det var.
Ja, det var da hele verden krasjet.
Ja, sikkert.
Vi var jo opp og ned med 10% på den dagen.
But they seem like things are working well with the ramp on the 37 and all the rest of the skyline.
The president sending a message on his social media platform this morning about Boeing saying, quote, Boeing should default China for not taking the beautifully finished planes that China committed to purchase. This is just a small example of what China has
Ja, det er jo sånn at Øyvind at folk forlanger som regel.
Washington involvement with Boeing
Til at man får gull og grønne skoger. Det går nå opp og ned.
Boeing just sell those planes to other countries because
Men
there
det
is such a
går
backlog? If
Yeah,
China
mer
were to
opp
dry
enn det,
up?
så
I think there was a headline about an hour
går
ago
mye
saying
mer opp
Air
enn ned.
India might buy those Chinese
Ja,
planes.
det er jo
So
det som
here's a note we
teller,
put
at
out
man
3
ender
weeks
jo
ago.
en
It's
dag,
called
det
How
spiller jo
Many
ingen
Planes
rolle.
Does It Take to Get to the Bottom of the Trade Deficit? When you think about aerospace and defense,
Kan man
it
ikke
is the
sprenge
only
kontoen og så
manufacturing
videre.
sector with a $62 billion surplus. So what can you buy
Det er
if
jo
you have a trade deficit that costs 70
risk
million or
management
400
ganske
million?
viktig.
An airplane. It's easily trackable. So we did a note
Det
where
har
we
alt
looked
å si.
at every 1 point of reduction to the Chinese-U.S. deficit, which is 295 billion, is about 50 planes. So obviously, it would take a lot of planes from China to offset it, but it's a good chip President Trump could put on the table for folks.
All right. On your radar for Boeing, last 20 seconds. Just watch what?
Free cash flow and max production. That's all that matters.
All right, great stuff.
Thank
you
you.
so much. Sheila, really appreciate it. She's Managing Director in Equity Research over at Jefferies, joining us here in studio.
Let's take a look at some stocks
Jo
on the
da.
move this week. Here in the studio with us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. Hey, I think we can transition right to another airline at the top of your list, Alex.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at American Airlines today. It withdrew its full-year earnings
Hm,
outlook.
Fattern gjorde en tabbe den gang. Han var svart på gull.
Joining some of its peers in doing that. We saw that from
Ja.
Delta Airlines.
Og så gull gikk jo bare opp.
As there's so
Ja.
Så han la jo bare på mer penger for at han skulle dekke inn marginene.
it seems to be a pull
Og han fortsatte å la inn og la inn og la inn. Det røk 70 000 før han slutta å legge inn mer penger.
Is Americans up, and we were just
Og da
talking to
røk hele kontoen.
Kayalu, over at Jefferies, and she
fy
made the
faen.
point that a lot of the we've had bad news on the airlines over the last month or so.
Så,
saying a lot
så
of it's maybe priced in
ja,
already.
det lønner seg ikke alltid å legge inn mer
Yeah, I
bare
don't
for
know
at det
if you
går
have anything booked for the summer,
at man
Alex,
sitter feil.
but Carol and
Da er
I,
det
and actually Sheila was just
Da
talking
har man
about
for stor
this. She said
posisjon.
Post-pandemic, people are just waiting longer and longer to book their flights. I don't know what that has to do with. I think also it
Well,
has
you
to do
pay
with
more, like right? Like if you
well, you pay
sometimes-
more if you get closer to the date, but I think
Right.
the flexibility now is helpful. Like you can, there's so
Oh.
many tickets you can buy where it's just like, oh, you can change that for no fee.
Yeah.
That was new during the pandemic.
Yeah, that is true,
And that
right?
stuck
Yeah,
around.
and I think also after the pandemic, there's just this hunch to try and book trips as often as possible that is just not going away. I don't know about you guys, but definitely for me.
Take me somewhere. now.
Exactly.
What else you got for us?
So I'm also looking at Comcast. They reported a pretty big loss in customers. They lost 199,000
Comcast også kom inn med
domestic
drittall
broadband
nå.
customers and
Ned 3,5%.
427,000.
Altså, det er bare ræva hele fjøla over hele fjøla.
First quarter rather. Those losses were both more than Wall Street analysts expected. Pretty bad earnings readout here. The company's earnings actually rose to 1.09 a share. That beat estimates, and their revenue fell slightly to $29.9 billion. But it was really, again, that customer metric that everyone was watching, and shares are falling today.
Får vi se om vi tar imot her
that's
og
kind of
lager
stocks
ny
down
topp,
about
eller om
11%
man blåser
also
gjennom her
year
nå.
to date.
For da kan man fort falle ned.
IBM, it's a name that we were breaking down the earnings after the
Ja, her har
close
han stått på
yesterday.
was having a good
sånn,
year up
ifølge
until yesterday's
mønsteret i dag.
report, basically.
Exactly. It just basically the takeaway from this report was that it wasn't good enough
Bedre å se
for investors. It wasn't
shorten
necessarily
markedet
bad. It's just that the bar is so high for this company. So the stock actually fell the most in a year today, suggesting economic uncertainty, expectations that
Da har du treda litt
cutting
ekstra
costs
på
to
si.
government spending might affect the business. First quarter sales increased almost 1% to
Virker som en tikkende
$14.5
bomse fra
billion,
rasene.
and profit
Ja.
was 160 a share. Again, the numbers aren't bad, just clearly disappointing investors. Not enough assurance that the business will be good.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to Brent though
Det er en grunn til at de
over,
gidder å gå
Jefferies
long.
yesterday.
Det er ikke
Who
det
said
jeg-
that Arvind Krishna is doing
Ikke gå
a
long, det er
great
grunn til at
job
ikke gå long.
of transitioning this company
Men
away
altså,
from hardware, actually away from consulting, which it's
Yeah.
been known for years,
Right.
and really focusing on moving to the AI and services in
Which
the
is
cloud.
much more, I think, profitable.
Yeah.
Certainly for the company, right?
But there's a lot of competition.
Yeah.
Competition, and also the CEO today saying in the near term, uncertainty may cause clients to
Så bra, Jakob.
That keyword uncertainty has been just coming across.
La
Are you just
han falle
allowed?
nå.
Is anybody allowed to use the word uncertainty?
Nå er han snart på
I mean, everybody's using the word.
1975.
Dictionary.
Der tror jeg han
It
kan
does
gå
seem
opp
like the
igjen.
only word in the dictionary, certainly.
Så skal du egentlig
I know
kjøpe.
we've been tracking like how many times like CEOs
Men,
are saying it on earnings
jeg
call.
sier det
I think we
igjen,
did last time.
men det er bare negativitet i dag, så skal
All
egentlig
right,
ikke
great
gå
stuff.
opp.
Alexandra,
you, guys.
Thank
Da
you
kan
so
man falle
much. She
helt
is
ned til
Bloomberg
støtta her
News
nede, som er nede
reporter
på
Alexandra Semenova right here
2
in the
sekunder.
studio.
For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Got to tell you, folks, we've got a rally underway, and we're pretty much at our highs of the session. What does that mean? We're up about 1.9% on the S&P 500, and we're looking at the NASDAQ 100 up by about 2.6%. I just wanted to pull up because we've got Alphabet
1970 kan man også stoppe
your way
opp
after
på.
the
Så man må,
close
liksom,
bell.
man
That
må
stock
forbi
too
der for at det skal falle
higher
videre.
ahead of
Hvis
its
ikke så går det på
earnings
nye topper.
It's up about
For det er ikke noe volum her.
2.2%.
Oh, we're diving into the markets
Yes.
next. We're looking at macro, we're looking at equities, we're looking at fixed income.
Så
Everything
skal
happening in
snu
our
nå
first hour
opp.
of Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
All right, for those watching on TV, the close coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. This is Bloomberg.
Han er snart nede og tester 1970. Der. Her. Der skal han snu opp. Hvis han følger gammelmønsteret. Hvis han bryter ut nå, så vil han dette helt ned til... kan dette helt ned til 1940. Sånn fort.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump says he's putting pressure on both sides to win the war in Ukraine after another deadly Russian attack on the Ukrainian
Du må
capital
bare være med
overnight.
opp til det roer seg ned, så må du shorte mer på veien
We'll be
ned.
successful, and if we do, we're going to save a lot of lives.
The president lashed out at Vladimir Putin on Truth Social today. CBS's Ed O'Keefe at the White House.
Steve Witkoff is lead envoy for these sensitive matters, expected to be in Russia in the coming days. But sending that signal through his own social media platform, one that's closely monitored by the world, to say, stop Putin and let's get this deal done. It signals that he's frustrated with both sides, clearly trying to put pressure on them, realizing that if this kind of violence continues, there's no hope for a deal.
There were a number of court actions today involving the administration's actions from DEI to sanctuary cities. Matt Piper has a wrap-up.
One federal judge has ruled President Trump's executive order that looks to crack down on sanctuary cities getting federal funding is likely unconstitutional. The injunction was sought by San Francisco and 15 other cities and counties. Another federal judge is blocking the administration from implementing a policy to end DEI or race-related school programs or risk losing federal funding. And another federal judge is blocking portions of Trump's order that sought to overhaul elections, including a provision to require proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. Matt Piper, CBS News.
The administration, meanwhile, has asked the Supreme Court to allow enforcement of a ban on transgender service members while legal challenges proceed. Scott McFarlane reports on a new FBI report that shows scammers and cyber criminals stole a record $16 billion from Americans last year.
The FBI is struck by these numbers so much because they've been taking down these ransomware networks, these big organizations engaging in fraud, yet the numbers are still going up. And there's a few reasons for that. First of all, there are more and more people carrying more and more devices, but also the techniques are getting more sophisticated. You use those artificial intelligence tools as a fraudster, you're able to perpetuate a more effective scheme.
A suburban Chicago man was sentenced today to 7 life terms for the 2022 shooting at a July 4th parade. Attorney Lance Northcutt.
Robert Crimo will rot in a cage where he belongs, that he will never see the light of day, that he will never breathe air with free people.
Police in New Jersey have charged a man with arson after he set wood pallets on fire. It's believed that sparked the Pine Barrens wildfire, the largest in the state in 2 decades. The smoke from that wildfire is affecting parts of New York City. On Wall Street, after a mixed bag of economic news, the Dow is currently up 430 points. This is CBS News.
What? Let's go.
Hva sa du?
Jeg snakker med seg gutter. Kanskje noen som vet om det er mulig å fjerne maksloss på copytrading?
Du skal fylle ut noe her. Du skal ikke fylle ut noe her.
Nei, men hvis de har fylt det ut, er det mulig å fjerne det etterpå?
Ja, det vet jeg ikke, ass.
Burde være mulig.
Du kan sikkert gå inn og endre til 0, ja, hvis det er.
Ja.
Ja.
Nå våkna amerikanerne og
A
bare
new
å faen,
study
det var
finds
dritbra
some
å ta
food
det likevel.
additives may
Trump er
raise the
ferdig å
risk of
prate,
type 2
bla, 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 bla,
diabetes.
bla.
More from correspondent Michael Wallace.
By themselves, the food dyes, artificial sweeteners, and emulsifiers don't pose much of a threat. French researchers say the risks arise when those additives are combined in ultra-processed foods, like broths, salsas, margarine, and sodas. The researchers suggest you avoid ultra-processed foods as much as you can. Tuesday, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. called on the food industry to stop using several artificial dyes. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The Trump administration is closely watching the nation's
Robin,
universities.
du kan,
A new executive order threatens to cut federal
du kan
funding
close
from
posisjonen
schools
på
that
egen
fail
hånd,
to
ikke noe stress.
disclose
Du kan tre det ved
foreign
siden av. Det
funding.
er mange som
It's
gjør
also
det. Det er
been
ikke
at
noe
the
problem.
center of the administration's dispute with Harvard. Colleges and universities are required to report foreign gifts or contracts worth $250,000 or more. The administration thinks oversight's been inadequate. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily, with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg
Gratulerer
Radio,
med salget, da,
television,
Stig.
YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are 55 minutes away from
Ah,
the
ja.
closing bell on
Ja,
Wall
helt
Street.
rått.
Also, we're going to get those Google Alphabet results after the closing bell. Right now, stocks?
Og en 60 stykker.
Yeah, we're going to get an
Det er
update
ganske
from
bra.
Charlie Pellet in just a minute,
Ja,
but we're
det er
still
bra.
seeing a rally. Hey, speaking of rallies, we're focusing on the macro, equities, fixed income, and everything happening with freight, trying to put together what exactly this economy looks like and why and how the markets are reacting.
Yeah, love, things moving around, what they say. It's an earnings bonanza. I mentioned Alphabet, Intel also reporting after the close. We've got a great group of voices to kind of give you what you need to keep on your radar when they report. First up, though, let's talk about that trade, that rally on this Thursday. Here's Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much indeed. We are looking ahead to both Alphabet and Intel right now. Shares of both companies are advancing. That Alphabet report going to be absolutely critical for tech sentiment ahead of big tech earnings. Alphabet right now up almost 2%. Intel shares advancing now by 3.3%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. And a big question for investors, will we close above or below 40,000 on the Dow? Up 403 right now, up by 1%. The pros will tell you just another big number, but yes, it is a big round number. We've got the S&P up 93, 54.68, up 1.7%. NASDAQ up 392, higher now by 2.4%. Again, keeping it all in context as we do here at Bloomberg, S&P up 1.7%. 10-year 4.30%, with a 2-year 3.78%. Gold up 1.4%, 33.34 for an ounce of the precious metal. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%. WTI 62.63 a barrel. Bitcoin right now lower, down 0.3%, 93,380 on a Bitcoin. Well, certainly tariffs a major concern for companies and their investors. Jenny Johnson is the president and CEO of Franklin Templeton Investments. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
I was talking to somebody yesterday about Canadians. They're not upset about the tariffs. They're upset about the 51st state comment, and that Airbnbs in Rhode Island are down because the Canadians say, I'm not going to come visit the U.S. So those are the unintended consequences.
She mentioned Airbnb up by 2.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, lots happening when it comes to shipping and logistics. Union Pacific shares are lower. The railroad posted first quarter profit and an operating ratio that disappointed. The management, though, did affirm its 2025 forecast. Also, Knight Swift shares bouncing around a bit, up slightly now. The company said tariffs were a drag on activity. Comments overshadowed an earnings per share beat for the first quarter. For everything, planes, trains, and automobiles, I guess we could say. We got Bloomberg Intelligence,
right?
Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst, Lee Klaskow. He joins us from our Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Lee is also the host of Talking Transports. It's a weekly podcast from Bloomberg Intelligence. Lee, we're going to get to some of the individual results in a second, but big picture, how is the freight recovery going?
It's not.
It's
being
not.
Derailed. It's being derailed and delayed because of the tariffs. So, if we're looking, I cover all modes of transport. So I cover trucking, rail, shipping, air freight. I do it all. And so when you're looking at the trucking market, which is kind of the base of all transportation, because pretty much every freight is touched by a truck at one point or another for the most part, that contractual rate recovery was supposed to happen this year, and it just seems to be getting pushed out. Knight-Swift, which reported earlier in the week, they said that they're expecting low to mid-single-digit increases in contractual rates, and they were expecting something a little more like mid to high single-digit increases. So the rate of recovery is a lot slower than what people are thinking, and we really haven't been hit by the impact of the tariffs because right now you're seeing ships that are supposed to leave in China. Those bookings have been down about 30% from China to the U.S., at least based on some press reports mentioning Hapag-Lloyd, which is one of the largest container liners. So as that freight is moving into the U.S. and comes into Southern California and onto the ports and onto the rails and onto the roads, you might see less demand out there.
Sounds ominous. Or is it just a case that so many companies, bought, I don't know, over the last month or so in anticipation of these tariffs, or as it seemed to heat up, and so tried to kind of restock here? And so is that a result of that? Or, I mean, I don't know, when you're turning ships around, I don't know what that means. Sounds ominous.
Yeah, so it's not so much turning ships around, just the demand for containers to be put on those ships is being reduced. But kind of, if you think about it, if you're listening to these earnings calls, you can almost play a drinking game. Anytime someone says uncertainty, someone's going to have to.
I mean, if you played that game, Lee, you would
be on the floor.
We would lose somebody from alcohol poisoning. Let's be honest.
Yes, you'd be on the floor.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness,
it's real,
that's
though,
the
right?
reality is it's real. Like the shippers don't know what to do. We talked to a lot of shippers as part of our research here at Bloomberg Intelligence, and some are either pausing their imports from China. They're looking for other locations or other sources. Some are just saying, like, I'm just going to be, working through whatever the macro gods throws at us. So shippers are taking various different approaches to the tariffs because we don't know are they going to be here for a while, or are these just negotiating tactics? And they're all going to be gone tomorrow, and 6 months from now, it's business as usual.
Jeg ser at Vidar kjøper en fangstbåt med 170-230 000 år, tror du? Jeg tror Vidar kan gå mye, men jeg tror at du må vente til tariffgrenene er i
things aren't
boks.
as onerous in terms of tariffs between the U.S. and other nations. Would you assume that those ships would start coming right away?
Trump har pratet.
Some shippers have kind of loaded up on inventories, and so therefore they don't really probably need as much stuff in the second half of the year. I think comparables are going to get a lot more difficult in the second half of the year because some shippers were pulling forward some freight ahead of the
Jeg kan gjenta meg selv, vi skulle ikke opp i dag. Vi er kun opp fordi Donald Trump har pratet.
In their warehouses to meet their
Det skal egentlig ikke opp.
So we don't really know, because again, it could be all over tomorrow when we wake up tomorrow from a tweet, or this could be with us for some time. But the reality is that a lot of the companies that I cover that are reported already that provide earnings estimates, Knight-Swift lowered their earnings expectations for the second quarter, and a lot of the other companies, either they maintain their near-term or longer-term guidance, which was a little surprising because going into this earnings season, we thought there'd be a lot of reductions and suspensions, but we haven't really seen that yet.
Lee, before we let you go, just 30 seconds on this UPS acquisition. They agreed to acquire Canada's Andlauer Healthcare Group.
Sure.
What does that mean? What's UPS doing with healthcare?
Yeah, so UPS is, they've been very adamant about building their healthcare logistics business. They wanted to double that to about $20 billion in revenue from $10 billion. The addressable market's around $80 billion, so they want to be a major player. They're going to be doing that through acquisitions because it's a lot easier to buy your way into that versus building it organically. And it's high margin business, at least higher margin business than getting a delivery from them at your doorstep. This is stuff that's mid-teen margin business because there's a lot of value added there. So it's a good business for them to be in, and they're doing it because the reality is their business model has changed so much over the last couple of years with an increase in business to consumer or home deliveries, if you will. relative to business. And and in what those home deliveries are, they're usually lower margin business because of the costs involved in delivering one package to your doorstep.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Our thanks to Lee Klaskow, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Transport Logistics and Shipping Analyst. I have to say, I did a deep dive on UPS, I don't know, 7-8 years ago, and that was one of the things in their massive warehouses and shipping warehouses that they had a whole thing with drug delivery, and especially that which need to be kept cold and carefully transported.
And you learn they only turn right.
They only turned right.
That's
I
the
did.
other thing.
But
That's the other thing you told me.
But it's interesting. It's something they've been building out for a while. All right. Great overview. We love in terms of how things are moved around. Tells us a lot too about the economy. Another thing that's going to tell us certainly about a sector investors love, and that's those big mega cap tech companies, because Alphabet reports after the close today.
Well, let's see what Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst Mandeep Singh is watching out for. He knows the company inside and out. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. What is it? What are the most important metrics we need to be watching?
I mean, search. I know every time I'm on your show around Google earnings, I mention search is what investors care about.
I've been doing a lot.
Different.
I can tell you, I've been doing a lot more chat GPTing than I have been searching.
You got us going. You're like Gemini, ChatGPT, got to play with it.
Yeah, and look, Gemini, they just released some data because there's a trial going on for Google. 350 million monthly active users. Compare that to ChatGPT, which is more around 600 million.
Okay.
So it's catching up. The thing about Google that I guess people don't really envision when they look at the competitive landscape is they've got 7 apps with over 2 billion monthly active users. Now, if Gemini is taking off, imagine what Gemini integration with all those apps like YouTube, like Maps, can do in terms of engagement.
Right.
So it can enhance the experience when you use YouTube. It can enhance the experience when you use Maps and Android. And that is the power of what Gemini could do. Because look, if they're catching up, even if they are second to ChatGPT right now, there is so much surface area where Google can monetize it. And these are all the apps owned by Google. So that's the potential they have. The only caveat there is it's disruptive.
Jeg tok ut 2 kontrakter.
Model, because what people really like about ChatGPT is the straight out
answer. That's what I like. You ask a question, you get an answer. You search for something, you have to find the answer yourself.
The reason you use ChatGPT is because of UI, not because of the quality of the answer. Gemini can give you
Det så ikke så veldig bra ut.
Can they seamlessly Alphabet go from Google, this search, to Gemini?
Profit, kødder du, eller? Ingen varer.
So their bridge is AI overviews. Now when you
Koster nesten 7000 for å ta ut en.
show you an AI overview. That's their bridge. They don't want to completely disrupt it because otherwise that search $250 billion run rate will definitely change completely, and it's not going up if they remove the blue links. So that's why they have to do it slowly. But what I remind myself is it's not as if ChatGPT is far better than Google Gemini. That's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
It's because Google chooses to roll it out slowly on their search page. It's going to be very disruptive if they do it right away. And they give you so many other ways to use Gemini, where if you want a ChatGPT-like experience, you can have it. It's just they don't want to change the search page because advertisers still come to that.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money at the end of the day. So I still think, they have everything in terms of the right kind of apps and all the things they need. It's just they have to manage their revenue. Remember, this is a company with over 90% plus share.
Mandeep, we got to run. Great stuff. Mandeep Singh of BI.
Gull går i taket da.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. The Dow Jones Industrial Average at 40,052 right now, up 446 points. That is an advance of 1.1%. The S&P up 99 now, up 1.8%. NASDAQ up 404 for a gain of 2.4%. The NASDAQ 100 index, full of big tech names, up by 2.5%. While the Mag 7 index, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index, up now by 2.4%. The 10-year 4.3%, with the 2-year 3.78%. Spot gold up $49 the ounce, up 1.5%. 33.37 on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.6%, 62.62 a barrel. Procter & Gamble has cut its annual sales and profit outlook, citing tariffs and volatility in consumer demand. It is raising questions about the corporate pricing environment. Lauren Lieberman is an equity analyst at Barclays Capital.
I think where we may see pricing later in the year would be in response to tariffs. One thing that P&G just talked about on their conference call is they expect to see an annualized impact of $1 to $1.5 billion on their cost structure from tariffs, and pricing will have to be part of the mitigation plans to deal with that.
Lauren Lieberman of Barclays. Procter & Gamble down 3.6%. After the bell, Alphabet and Intel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I appreciate that update, Charlie. As I mentioned, we're talking macro and we're talking equities. I want to start with the macro because we got lots of economic data today. U.S. initial jobless claims came in line with the median forecast. Bookings for all durable goods surged, though, by 9.2%. Carol, when that crossed this morning, you were like, what?
Well, actually, and then what I was assuming is that people were buying forward, but it was commercial aircraft. I don't know. Were you buying those early? I don't know.
I bought my 737 Max early this year.
Did you really?
Yeah.
All right. Good
Did
to
you?
know. No.
Okay, that's not true. I bought zero. Some commentary, too, from a couple members of the Fed. We've got the setup for a great discussion with Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News economics editor. She joins us here.
No pressure, Molly.
In the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. What do you think is the most, in terms of your world, what's the most impactful piece of data or commentary that we got today?
Today, I think, probably from Fed Governor Chris Waller.
Okay.
I think he's just continues to be a bit of an outlier, it seems like, among Fed officials on what they perceive the inflationary impact of tariffs is going to be.
So
he doesn't, as far as I know, I don't know if he's using the word transitory, but he is in the team transitory idea.
So he gave this interview to Bloomberg TV and he said that he'd support rate cuts in the event aggressive tariff levels hurt the labor market.
Right, which has not happened yet. We're not seeing that in the data yet, but he really just continues to hone in on this idea that the tariff impact to inflation is going to be temporary, which is really out of sync with the rest of the Fed right now, and so many officials are so wary of if this is going to be persistent. And of course, like, we all know how that transitory story went during the pandemic, and they got very badly burned from that idea.
I will point out this was an interview on Bloomberg with our own Michael McKee, who's down there in D.C., and Waller stressed he didn't believe the impact of tariffs would have a significant impact on the economy before July, but at that point, unemployment could rise and quickly if high tariffs remain. I'm not going to say that all Fed officials are not equal, but they're not, right? You've got voting members, you've got, of course, a Fed chair.
I won't tell him you said that.
Sorry, Chris, but what's Chris Waller's position, like, on the Fed?
So he's a governor, so he's always in the voting rotation. So this is definitely
Is he voting this time around?
Always, yeah.
Always,
Fed governors always vote. The rotation is among the regional Fed Reserve Bank presidents. So he's always there. And I think what's also interesting then about what's been coming through his comments is that when you listen to some of the other Fed officials, it seems like they are really much more wary of the inflation side of the mandate, and that's why they are so intent on holding interest rates steady right now. And Waller seems like with the comments today, what you're just mentioning, of like if there are tariff-related job losses that we're going to have to come in. Again, like that kind of seems a little bit maybe indifferent to what's going on in the inflation side of the equation, where most people are still kind of thinking like we still need to keep rates elevated, unless the job market really falls apart. I mean, that's a whole other story, but it's so hard when the mandate is going in two different directions.
How did you look at Beth Hemmick's comments? She's the president of Cleveland Fed. She said to CNBC earlier that she's essentially ruling out this May rate cut. That's not surprising.
Yeah, not a surprise.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
The Fed, though, could move as early as June.
What I thought was so interesting about her comments was use of the word move. And that kind of implies to me, it's like, what direction? And, and that's exactly what she said, until we get a better idea of the direction the economy is going. So to me, she kind of left that a bit open-ended of, well, which way are you going to go?
Yeah, she said,
does that almost open up the door to a hike? Am I reading into this too much?
No, I don't think you are. She said, if we have clear and convincing data by June, then I think you'll see the committee move if we know which way is the right way to move at that point in time.
Well, this has to play with the dual mandate, right? Like whether or not we're seeing growth slow down, the maybe job market start to slow down, right, and have problems, or do we see inflation tick higher because of the tariffs?
Right, which again hasn't happened yet. If anything, the CPI that we got for March, that was what ticked down on both the CPI and producer price index. So both consumer and producer prices both believe stepped down in March. But again, that's before the April tariff announcement came through. So the CPI that we're going to get for the April data is going to be really much more significant and beyond.
One last question. President Trump talked about lower energy prices, the gas pump. Did he talk about, was it eggs? He brought up
eggs. He's brought up food prices.
But just earlier we covered, are they down?
Food prices, no.
Okay.
Definitely not.
And gas prices?
I mean, maybe marginally at the pump.
Well, so
I'd have to look at the.
I got the chart.
The
president said they were under $2 in some states. The average, we should note, is $3.17.
Yeah, I was going to say the average nationwide is definitely still north of $3.
And CPI on food as of March 31st.
That's definitely still going up.
That is still moving up. I mean, that's been on a steady move higher pretty much since October.
Right. Yeah, the food at home category has definitely not come down.
Just to kind of lay it out.
Yeah,
in terms of the data points.
There.
Yeah. We like data. We like facts.
Huge fan.
Just gonna say.
Yeah.
Huge fan of yours,
oh,
Molly.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome, Molly Smith. Good to check in with you, Bloomberg News economics editor, giving us the rundown of the Fed talk and also the eco data points that we needed to know. So. Eco, check.
Equity markets, almost check. Let's make them check. We are off our best levels of the day. The S&P 500 up 1.8%, though. There are signs that Donald Trump is rethinking the most aggressive elements of his combative stances on trade. And the Fed spurred back-to-back gains in stocks, his combative stance on the Fed, I should say.
Yeah.
And the dollar, while soothing volatility across asset classes. For more, let's bring in Eric Weiner. He's Bloomberg News Equities America's team leader. He's got a couple books out. One of them is What Goes Up, an oral history of Wall Street from the Great Depression through the internet bubble and the 9/11 attacks. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I was just looking at the S&P 500 chart, Eric. Since the highs, all-time highs for the S&P 500, we're now down only 11% from those.
Yeah, we were down. We got close to a bear market, which is 20%.
We hit 20%. We closed
intraday.
Now we're only down 11%.
We're peeling back. It's been an interesting. So, in terms of the statistics, we love statistics.
Yeah, totally.
Best 3 days other than the 9.5% bounce one day. This is the best 3-day stretch since 2020. This will be the first time if we close up 1.5%. This will be the first time we've done that 3 straight days since 1974. The record is 4 times. So this is a pretty strong liftoff.
Yeah.
Whether it holds, we're hearing a lot of different reasons why. Today clearly started, I mean, you can see it in futures. It started with the Fed speak. But there is more hope on tariffs. I don't know if it's rational hope, but there appears to be more hope on tariffs. There appears to be more hope on trade. His Ukraine comments raised the market a little bit. So it just feels like this is sort of a more optimistic week, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. There's been a lot of things.
I mean, I know Carol's thinking. You're thinking nothing has changed.
Well, I don't know yet. I mean, because you come in the earnings, right, and CEOs are like, we're uncertain, right? We were kind of laughing about it, but no, that's what they say. So they're not saying, they're waiting for the dust to settle, because I think we've all been, fool me once, or what is it, the saying? But it's like we get something said, like progress in something, and then within 24 hours or less, like it rolls back. So it's hard to know. We thought we were done with maybe the Fed chair commentary, and yet we got some
$35 tjent på reviews nå I dag og I går. $35.
Well, first of all, with the Fed chair
Og
commentary,
30 sekunders arbeid.
Hvorfor gjør du ikke det hele dagen, da?
Jeg har ikke tid til det. Jeg kunne ha gjort det. Det hadde vært... Så følger jeg alle sammen, så det $500 om dagen.
Coming up, they just said we're not going to cut coming up. So there could be more
It's so
of
tight.
that. But just the easiest way to do this is to say.
Jeg må ta 13 in a row for at jeg kunne få inn noen flere folk. Ja.
Then they gave most of that up when he backtracked off of that and then said we may slap cars.
Det ganske fantastisk. De et selskap, og så betaler andre selskap dem for å gi dem reviews på Google. Og de betaler da kunder, eller folkene som sitter og gir dem reviews. 5-star rating.
Nobody really knows. You can't know.
Well, I think China
$5 per review.
I think the concern there
Hvilken tanke sitter det med
what
etter Trumps
happens
møte med Støre og
we have a
Stoltenberg
decline in shipping goods from China.
Jeg synes han Støre slikket Trump så jævlig. Men jeg synes Trump var jævlig kul med det han sa om Norge, da. Norge så fine mennesker, nordmenn så bra, Norge best, kongen kul, og det var liksom ikke måte på. Han var jo ganske gul til Norge, da.
Jeg skal gjøre det sånn,
But I also think Americans will not be happy about that.
No. But like this is where China can actually sort of control its population more than we can, and that has a huge effect.
I want to ask you, we talked with the acting chair of the CFTC, and we asked her about derivatives market through all the volatility. She said, everything seems to be working really well. And we've talked with you about orderly. What's interesting about this trade, if anything, or is it just purely reactionary out of headlines? How do you see it? Because you guys look at the numbers, you look at the data, you look at the internals. Is it,
61 long og 39 short.
So I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of shorts that got shoved out. And so
ja, det var det samme som I stad, ikke? Det var 62 I stad.
But there is definitely some of that going on.
62, så vi har gått ned litt.
There's a lot of
Långst minske.
If you think about the economy,
som da vil si at vi skal opp, sånn, I teorien.
Roughly about right, but what we don't know, obviously the market's a forward-looking mechanism, and Tamales
Jo flere som går short, jo høyere går det.
These things are going to be. So as, like, say, American Airlines just pulls its guidance and is like, we don't know, and the more companies say that,
Retail starter å tenke, nå skal vi ned.
And it's not
great.
That's what I wanted to get to. Thank you. Eric Weiner, he's Senior Editor, Equities Americas, right here in our studio. Folks, we're counting down to the close, talking a little bit of fixed income. That's next.
Fy faen, og kjedelig dag. Helt riktig, Lemvar, han får ikke gjort en dritt.
Jeg har snakket om 20 000 sånn.
Ja, kursmål på 20 000 ja, på det skjortet. Det var bra akkurat 20 000 nå. Det kan jo være det algoritmen etter også, altså.
Litt mer volatilitet nå hennes da. Litt mer volum også.
Jeg ser gjerne at den snur.
Ja, igjen Adrian, det er ikke Robert. Vi er 2 trøndere her.
Det er faen meg flere.
Jo, men som er inn her nå. Alle sammen tror at det er Robert som snakker når jeg snakker. Jeg vet ikke hva selskapet heter. Jeg ble bare random kontaktet på Telegram faktisk, og så bare tenkte jeg, ja, what the fuck? Så testet jeg, så ja, de har noe betalt, så det var greit. De betaler, nei, jeg tuller ikke. De betaler i krypto. Jeg gjorde det først sånn, jeg bare må, faen, kan du ta et nei for et nei, sa jeg. Og så sendte han meg bare linken og tenkte, ja, faen, bare trykk og se hva det er for noe. Så bare kom jeg opp på Google Maps, trykte jeg 5 stjerner, og så sendte jeg en screenshot, og så kom det plutselig $5 inn på kontoen min. Det er genialt.
The Dow's currently up 485 points.
Tids for driv.
Higher by 1.9%, while the Nasdaq that climbs by 2.5%. The US 10-year is at 4.3%.
Ja, det funker faktisk. Det er det for det verste.
That's a little changed. Among the main 11 SB sectors, leaders were tech and the industrials. Only consumer staples were in the red. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Salesforce and Caterpillar, while IBM fell 7% after earnings and led to the downside. Also after earnings, Pfizer fell 18% and Pepsi dropped 5% and fell to its lowest level since 2021. In deal news, Authentic Brands is said to weigh a bid for Guess. And regarding the tariffs, Trump says the U.S. is talking with China on trade after Beijing's denial. Wrapping things up, some of the names reporting after the bell tonight include Intel,
Hørte han sa det? Trump sier han i prat med Beijing, mens de sier at de ikke prat med Trump.
Live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie
For det første så finnes det ikke noen dumme spørsmål, og for andre, commission, det som regel det du betaler, altså det kurtasje. Godt norsk kurtasje, så det du betaler for hver enkelt trade. Men her på frontbroker så det vel ikke noe kurtasje, det Jones.
Det spredde den.
Ja, men jeg tror det bare spread.
Until we wrap up the trade on this Thursday, April 24th, we've got a rally underway, and we are pretty much hovering near our highs of the session, maybe just off. So as you just heard from Bill and
Det samme som når du handler aksjer, så betaler du kurtasje eller commission, da det som regel 20 kroner per trade eller per handel. Eller på Nordnet så det vel 99 kroner eller ikke annet, 79.
in the after hours by what we get from Alphabet.
Yeah, look, I promised that we would kind of go everywhere in our second hour.
Ja, Nordnet
Business Week Daily. We did eco, we did macro. We did the equity market.
Du skal vel i utgangspunktet ikke betale kurtasje, det kun spread. Det I så fall når du holder over natta, så betaler du en fee på noen få prosent.
Ja, men det swap.
Hæ?
Swap.
Ja, swap fee, men det jo renta. Renta for at du har marginer.
Den commission, den på størrelsen av altså volumet på hanken.
Ja, det jo ikke noe commission, det jo bare spread.
Ja, det mulig at det som der.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ja, ble du trekt?
På hver handel, ja.
Is that because a lot of assets are going into fixed income all of a sudden, or no?
På en helkontrakt så det 65 cent da. Og en den holder her da.
Ja, ok, da det annerledes I forhold til... Jeg vet at du I minus, men ikke at du blir trekt. Du må bare lenger ned for å gå I pluss, men ikke at du blir fysisk trekt.
Ja, riktig.
Sure, there's more volatility in long duration treasuries, but that is
Ja, det litt annet der enn hva det andre plassene det.
You know, there's a lot of areas that are in fixed income, and then the income component in fixed income is actually a good place to be for investors to, you know, to get away from some of the volatility.
Ser ikke ut som vi skal få samme å selge opp.
Talk to us about the flows recently. As you said, over the last year, you know, definitely assets have grown a bunch. But I mean, what have you seen as of late?
Ja, kommer de før I?
Environment that, depending on the day, depending on the hour, can change pretty dramatically. And we've talked about, you know, certainly some of the disconnects that we've seen between what we see in certain asset classes versus, you know, the equity market versus what we're seeing in fixed income, in particular U.S. Treasury. So I am curious, what are the flows that you've seen? Let's go the last 2-3 weeks when there has been so much volatility.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of flows in our Treasury products in kind of more the short to intermediate term. We're also getting flows into our investment grade corporate products and our tax aware products. You know, I mean, pretty much across the board with private credit. You know, we're holding our own in terms of where our high yield ETFs are doing in terms of flows. But, you know, yeah, there's definitely been interest, more conversations. We're having lots of conversations right now about, you know, the solutions that we could provide with our lineup.
So I want to go back to my question about a fundamental shift in the role of
Det skal være trukket fra profitten, vet du.
Of this world order that makes it look like that the US is not necessarily the safe haven?
Yeah, I mean, we just can't get there with that right now. That is obviously, you know, that would not be a great outcome of all of this, but, you know, assuming that there is some stability that happens in terms of talks on trade and, you know, the Fed independence and things like that, those are the kinds of things that could potentially reduce some of the uncertainty. You know, because really, despite the fact that the U.S. economy is in a strong position overall, this dominant sentiment being of uncertainty is something that is rattling investors, you know, worldwide about U.S. markets, and that's understandable.
So your point that you can't quite get there, is that because you don't really believe it's happening? Not yet.
No.
Tell me.
It's not that. I just, you know, I'm optimistic about, you know, our ability in the U.S. to figure this out.
Where do you get that optimism? Forgive me, and I mean it with all due respect. I think we are trying to figure out, we're in an environment where, you know, CEOs will come out and it's one thing to say, I can't give you an outlook. It's another thing to say, here's the two scenarios, which shows very clearly that they understand that based on what happens with really tariffs, that's going to determine one growth path for the U.S. economy and growth path for U.S. companies. And then there's, of course, the other that kind of maybe takes us back to more normal. So, I mean, where does your optimism come from, or hope? Is it just that, I don't know, where does it come from?
It comes from that, you know, the fact that this kind of chaotic market environment is not something that can continue long term for our markets. And I feel like there will have to be solutions that have to come to pass, because, you know, this status quo is not, you know, the way we want things.
I know it's not the way that you want things, but we also know that this is the type of thing that the president could essentially undo at any moment, because as many analysts have told us, it's the difference in this is it's self-inflicted, right? Putting on these tariffs and talking about the Liberation Day. I think it seems like he's less receptive at this point to what many people thought coming into this presidency were guardrails, such as the bond market, such as the equity market. He's kind of said he doesn't care as much about the equity market. He did reference the bond market getting yippy a few weeks ago with that reversal on that 90-day pause, rather. But it doesn't seem like that's going to hold him back from doing something he really believes in, Joanne.
Right. Well, you know, I'm not in the mind of our president, and I just think that, you know, the sentiment is really negative right now. Sentiment could turn around with, you know, any kind of positive news and negotiations in terms of trade talks and stuff. So that's where, you know, I just, again, don't think that the status quo can continue, and that's where the optimism comes from.
Your best bet, 20 seconds here for investors who are thinking, okay, where do I go in the fixed income world right now? Just real quickly.
Well, you know, treasuries, we think, you know, this certainly the short to intermediate end is still more of a safe haven. And we also think that investment grade corporate bonds are positioned to kind of weather the volatility, considering their strong fundamental position. And then we also like private credit with its return potential with lower volatility than other asset classes.
All right, so appreciate it. Joanne Bianco, she is partner and senior investment strategist at the fixed income ETFs firm Bond Blocks, with about $4.6 billion in assets under management, joining us from Chicago. We're counting you down to the close, just about 10 minutes away. This is Bloomberg.
Den beveget seg for fort. Prøvde å ta den, fikk på så vidt ut av den.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are coming up on about 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Thursday afternoon. We've got a rally underway, really up 2% on the S&P 500, up about 2.7% on the NASDAQ 100. And then, of course, we've got Alphabet coming your way. That stock's up ahead of earnings. It's up about 2.3%. Intel also coming out after the closing bell. That's a big one, too, going through a lot of stuff. It's up more than 4%. Man, it is on a tear. Holy schmolies. Can I say that?
Watch your mouth.
That's clean. I am looking at
busted.
All right.
What are you seeing?
Hang on.
What are you seeing? What are you seeing?
I got to do some calculating. 14% higher this week.
And it's only Thursday.
Well,
we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Where do you want to go?
Which one do you want to do? They're both good, aren't they? Let's start with the news. Harvard in talks to sell $1 billion. What's going on? You're speechless.
Why is there American Girl doll in my chat?
Oh, because she wants to talk about, that's Elizabeth, and she wants to put...
Is there a story?
There's a story about chickens. Elizabeth.
What?
This is what happens, okay? Hold on. Okay, this is Elizabeth,
so where are we
one
going?
of our producers.
Where are we going?
We're going to go to Harvard first.
Let's go to Harvard.
And then we'll go to
chickens.
chickens.
This is a really incredible story. Okay.
Harvard's endowment is in advanced talks to sell roughly $1 billion of private equity fund stakes. This at a time when the school faces financial uncertainty and pressure from Donald Trump's threats and a sluggish market on returns for illiquid assets.
I gotta say, it's gonna be a little bit tough because everybody's been anticipating the big M&A rush, and for private equity and private credit, those worlds, they've been looking for the markets to kind of come back, and so deals could be done, companies could be sold, companies could go public, and so it's not necessarily happening because the environment is still uncertain. Right, a lot of uncertainty still out there because of stuff coming out of Washington. So having said that, if Harvard's looking at maybe not getting some funds from the federal government, they're looking to maybe do a cap raise. What?
The story does say the efforts to sell the secondaries portfolio began before Trump's announcement of tariffs and the latest twists in his fight with Harvard, according to one of the people who was consulted for this story. I wonder what, and we saw also Yale's endowment also exploring secondary sales. Evercore's advising that.
There's a fair amount of secondaries happening because I think because things aren't, companies aren't going public or companies aren't being sold, and so
I thought this was supposed to be the year of M&A and the year of exits.
Were you not listening to me?
I'm always listening to you.
It doesn't sound like
I don't understand why they're selling secondaries and not selling public equities or not selling from fixed income or other alternatives that they have. But, as we learned a few years ago when you and I were at Milken back in 2022, I believe, in a down market, you see the asset allocation for private assets go higher because they're not marked to market every day. So it looks like the value, so the asset allocation actually increases. So in order to get it back to where it's supposed to be, maybe?
Here's maybe potentially why. Again, speculation. Welcome to Speculation Afternoon here. But no, what's interesting is the endowment at Harvard has allocated almost 40% of its $53 billion to
so maybe that's too much.
That's a lot. So maybe you're looking at your portfolio and saying, okay, I mean, we don't know.
Well, especially as the value of other assets have gone down, so they're less of an allocation in the portfolio. You want to talk chickens?
Yeah, I want to talk chickens.
Okay.
There we go.
This is one of the most read stories. We just have about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, let's go.
Red Brown with the byline on this story.
Good job, Red.
The nationwide egg shortage and subsequent surge in prices is pushing many Americans to try their hand at raising a chicken flock of their own. Tractor Supply. Do you see this?
Yeah, go.
Tractor Supply expects to sell a record amount of chicks this year as customers expand their broods and first-time timers seek to avoid record-setting egg prices.
Yeah. I gotta say, I once did a whole small business show on a company, and I can't remember, but it was all about raising chickens. And I went out to their business out in Connecticut and
Når Google-tallene kommer her, er det rett etter børs, eller så kvarter etterpå? Og så vet det?
Ja, cirka.
Kvarter etterpå?
Okay.
Ja, det var noe sånt.
You know what? If that's true, you should ask them for eggs because they're probably gonna have
Det
more.
bruker vel å komme sånn med en gang.
My CSA for the summer, Elizabeth, is out of egg shares because demand has been so high. I'm on a wait
My
list.
husband keeps saying we're getting eggs. Nope, not a problem. Do not go anywhere. We're heading over to our TV colleagues, counting you down to the close and counting you down to Alphabet earnings.
De kommer klokka
Action. It starts right now with our global simulcast.
Klokka halv.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you through the closing bells with a global simulcast that starts right now. Carol Massar and Tim Stanovic join us from the radio booth. Alex Seal on assignment in Oklahoma City. Welcome to our audiences across all of our platforms, including our partnership with YouTube. Carol Massar, yes. Stocks up for a third straight day. Stocks at session highs. Why are you so pessimistic?
I'm not pessimistic. I constantly ask what fundamentally has changed because I know we're watching everything out of Washington, but I mean, you still have a lot of CEOs coming in on earnings saying uncertainty. So I don't know. It's an interesting move. 3 days higher on the S&P.
I was surprised to find that we are only 10.7% off of all-time highs on the S&P 500. Remember, it was just a couple of weeks ago that we hit that bear market. We didn't intraday. We didn't close there. But now we're down barely 11%.
Yeah, but that's where numbers really mask a lot of the bigger issues. Is it doesn't feel anywhere close to our being near record highs, right? There have been a couple of people we've talked to, I don't know if you guys have heard similar, that are comparing the economic damage we're experiencing right now to what we saw during the pandemic, just that there's no virus this time. And I find that an interesting comparison, or at least an interesting frame of reference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But this gets to this idea, though, and I just
Ja, vad var det
focus on earnings for a second because we're now going to get the real mega caps coming into play. And then next week we get Microsoft, Meta, and a few others. And it gets to this idea as to how are they weathering the storm so far, and what are they expecting to do over the next couple of quarters?
Yeah, the one thing I want to mention in terms of the S&P 500, Eric Weiner of our Bloomberg News team said up 6% in the past 3 days, best 3-day stretch since 2020. If you back out that big rally after Liberation Day and all that mess.
Well, the S&P closing out the day higher by about 2%, and that is certainly impressive to be sure. A key technical level to keep an eye on is that 5,500 level. We closed right below it, 5,484 and change. The NASDAQ composite higher by about 460 points, or 2.7%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average adding about 1.2%, and the Russell 2000, a really decent day here, up 38 points, or 2%.
All right, and the S&P 500, no surprise, pretty broad-based here. You have about 405 names to the upside, Scarlett, 97 to the downside.
All right, a very broad advance, too. We're looking at tech, communication services, and consumer discretionary, leading the gains. The weak link here is consumer staples. It has been the best performer since April 2nd in that it's little change with at least 1% declines for all the other sectors.
Yeah, and it's kind of fascinating to see some of these earnings that are coming out in the companies, like Alphabet. It's up about 2.5% in today's session. Alphabet's up more than 4% ahead of earnings. So interesting to see the enthusiasm by investors kind of ahead of some actual
What did you
numbers.
say about Alphabet? Up 14% in the last 3 days?
Känner en massa rapporter i alla fall.
S&P up 6%. Oh no, Intel
Alphabet.
up 14%.
Oh, it was Intel. Thank you.
All right,
Mobile,
guys, Intel earnings across
business
from the wire right
first.
now. Let's get right to it. The company in the most recent quarter saying
Oh.
that adjusted EPS did come in at about 13 cents
Oj,
a share.
jäveln det ska ut.
I'm not quite sure if that's a beat or a miss. We'll have to come back to that in a second.
Jag köpte
On the revenue
lite.
side, the company
Intel.
beat there, 12.67
Åh,
billion.
fy
The street
fan,
was
det
looking
var,
12.3 billion. The guidance
Revenue
for the second
beat.
quarter, the current quarter,
Right,
huge
that
revenue
makes sense.
range, 11.2 to 12.4 billion, so a wide range, but the top end of that range is below the average of street estimates. The street looking for 12.9
De skulle komme kvart over, da. De kommer nå istedenfor.
Ja, det var Intel det, ikke Google.
Also saying that for the second quarter, it expects no EPS on an adjusted basis, basically a flat line.
Intel kommer tall. Det er ned 2,8%, men markedet gikk opp her
There's
da.
a lot to go through this release, but we should point out that
Ja, de hadde revenue beat, rev beat. Ja. Guidinga var lavere.
As he tries to map out a plan for the future. Intel shares moving lower right now, down by a 2%. And I'm looking right now, and I see Alphabet crossing the wire.
Yeah, let's go to that right now. Alphabet's first quarter EPS beating analyst estimates $2.81. That is 80 cents higher than what analysts had anticipated. Like with like. Revenue $90.23 billion, better than the expected 89.1 when you back out the traffic
acquisition. Bevegelse på den. Og mer på Intel, faktisk.
Analysts were looking for $75.4 billion. Google Cloud revenue. This is the big one because it's, of course, a driver here for revenue overall. $12.25 billion, $12.26 billion. Analysts were looking for $12.32 billion. So that is a miss on the Google Cloud revenue. In addition, Alphabet announcing a 5% increase in its dividend. And Alphabet as a big tech company having a dividend is already kind of mind-blowing. But the fact that it's increasing its dividend, that just shows you how the state of the world has changed a lot. The stock right now moving higher in after-hours trade by about 5.5%.
Of course, AI being called out by Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, calling out Gemini 2.5, specifically calling it the most intelligent AI model, our most intelligent AI model, breakthroughs in performance and an extraordinary foundation for future innovation. Search saw continued strong growth, boosted by the engagement we're seeing with features like AI overviews, which now is a 1.5 billion users per month, driven by YouTube and Google One. They surpassed 270 million paid subscriptions. Cloud grew rapidly with significant demand for our solutions. So perhaps not a pullback in build as some were concerned about?
I don't know. Let's talk about that and just continue to watch because you got Alphabet up about almost 6% here. Just real quickly, I want to mention T-Mobile also out with their results. The company raising its 2025 financial guidance. Also, a red sticky from us here at Bloomberg. T-Mobile postpaid phone net adds 495,000. That's a miss in terms of what the street was expecting. Street was looking for a higher number, 6,557. In terms of the outlook, fiscal year core adjusted EBITDA of 33.2 billion to 33.7.
Google har buyback av $70 billion.
Again, T-Mobile remained just down just a hair in the aftermarket.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see those results out of T-Mobile, specifically on the back of a pretty solid beat that we had out of AT&T a few hours ago. I do want to go back to Alphabet, of course, the biggest company in the S&P 500 to report earnings so far. They really did.
Ja, det är inte någon lek, det är trading, Arne.
More so on the guidance, less so in the current quarter. And I just want to break down specific things. When we talk about the ad revenue of this business, which is still the big driver here, you're still talking about near double-digit percentage growth. I think it was 8.5% to be specific. And then, of course, on that services revenue side, you're at growth of about 9.8%. So for a company of this size to be posting up those types of numbers is pretty good. YouTube up about 10% as well. One thing, though, that an analyst talked to me about this morning that he said that we should really pay attention to is the company's Waymo and the sort of rollout of the autonomous driving and how that could actually be a net benefit to the bottom line relatively soon, in his words at least. So it'll be interesting to see if that comes up on the conference call.
That would still be in the other bets category.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, they don't break it out, so we don't know.
Other bets operating loss was $1.23 billion. That was up 20% year over year. The estimated loss was $1.12 billion. Still relatively small when we're talking about Alphabet, but I think that's an area where a lot of people are optimistic. But make no mistake, this is a company that makes its money still on search and advertising.
Let me just jump in really quickly because we also have Skechers, the shoe company, reporting results. First quarter adjusted EPS $1.17, beating the consensus estimate by 1 penny. Net sales $2.41 billion, coming in lighter than had been anticipated. Full bottom line EPS, when you include a gap, it's $1.34. That is higher than anticipated.
Yeah, I want to go back to Google. You continue to see this up in the aftermarket. I mean, we talked, the company also saying first quarter Google Cloud revenue, $12.26 billion versus an estimate of $12.32 billion. What Mandeep Singh said is that it is all about search. That is still the business, and that's what you want to see in terms of strength.
But I just want to go back. I mean, you guys kept interrupting me. I was supposed to rebut Tim. By the way, Tim, that fly is still in the men's dressing room. If you can deal with that, by the way. It's driving me. There's a gigantic fly in the men's dressing room.
All right, do you have something to say?
I do, actually. So we talk about the valuation. So I just want to get to this point on Waymo, though, because this was Brian Nowak over at Morgan Stanley who was talking about this, and he did publish a note, so this is public. He talked about this idea of how the Waymo unit as a standalone could be valued at something like, $45 billion minimum, and that's based on the last funding round. So in his idea it would be a lot more than that. But compare that to what we learned out of the trial, where they're saying that the Chrome standalone browser would be valued at $50 billion. So at least if you believe what Brian Nowak has to say, you're talking about a Waymo unit that is still relatively nascent, that in theory, at least on paper...
Og så tar vi sammen tanken at det kommer en pullback, så kommer ikke en pullback.
I just have to say something else. We mentioned the 5% increase in dividend. It's now 21 cents a share. Also, an additional buyback program authorization of $70 billion. Maybe that's why the stock is moving higher. I know that we reported this beat on revenue and everything, but at the end of the day, investors are looking for stocks that can deliver, that can return cash to shareholders, and this is exactly what Alphabet is doing. If nothing else, it's got a ton of cash sitting there, and it can use it in this way.
Can Romain and I talk more about Waymo? Because
how about the fly in the dressing room?
Romain, have you been in a Waymo?
I have not, because I'm chicken.
It's incredible. I've done it twice in San Francisco. Look, they're growing, they're expanding, they're in other parts of the country. I think one concern people have is they don't know how much these Waymo vehicles actually cost to build. The Jaguars, the technology is, we think, really expensive. Max Chafkin has talked to us a lot about that, about we don't know what the numbers are there and if they're adding up to something that is, look, obviously other bets lost money, but if it is something that can be scaled at a relatively, I mean, we're talking margins for a tech company, right? This is really expensive hardware. This is not like the Chrome browser.
That's why it's going to be stuck in other bets for a long time.
Yeah, it really has.
All I'm going to say is, as you said, Romain, this is one of the largest market cap companies out there. When we talk about the Magnificent Seven, like this is one of the companies, if it was disappointing, this would be a bit of a bummer, right? In this market environment. For it to come out with these numbers, for it to do the buyback and all these, like to feel like it can do these things, it's pretty impressive.
And we've been here before, right? I mean, we've been here where a lot of investors have sort of discounted, if you will, some of these mega cap companies, saying that, they've kind of gone too far, too fast. And usually we get a course correction. I mean, course correction back to the upside, where these companies let it be known that they could pretty much just throw off cash pretty much as they please, at least when it comes to Alphabet, to maybe to a certain extent Microsoft, and maybe to a smaller extent Apple.
But their numbers weren't bad.
No, they weren't. And I really think that the way Sundar Pichai puts it in the commentary that he gives really showcases how the focus has moved away from
Ligger du mye I minus, Robert?
AI towards the fundamental strength of its core businesses, whether it's AI gets a mention, but beyond that, it's really about, hey, we're executing on all fronts.
Så har jeg tatt ut to hele. Jeg tok ut dem på den duppen som var I stad. Sier at den med margin her.
Ja, du short ennå fra I går, eller når det var?
Short fra I dag, fra nest. Nei, bare den første inn omtrent. Det har vært med hele veien opp. Sett shorten for til legen til morges og litt før det, og etterpå så ble det klasket på 3 stykker til, så jeg har gått opp med 4 I tillegg til botoxing. Så I dag
companies and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business,
liten rød dag.
and tech news as it happens.
Hva sa du?
Ja, en liten rød dag.
En liten rød dag, ja. Ja, jeg tar greit nå, det råd til.
Ja.
Jeg har fått varmen I mikroen nå, så skal jeg gjette det.
Nå har vi ikke råd til sukker, eller?
Nei, jeg må ha til meg mens det var ute.
We talked to Mandeep Singh earlier, and he said, this is an important number. Watch the search business. So again, it seems like it continues to give a big boost when it comes to Alphabet's results. Intel's another one we got here in the after hours.
As good. It's down. Excuse me, I didn't have the microphone on. Not looking as good. It's down 6% in the after hours. The company gave a big forecast for the current period and announced it's cutting workers to bring costs in line with the business's smaller size. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Intelligence senior semiconductor analyst Kunjan Sobhani. He joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Kunjan, it's only been a couple minutes since the numbers came out. Revenue is going to be between $11.2 billion and $12.4 billion. That compares with an average analyst estimate of $12.9 billion. Analysts do not like to see that. Shareholders do not like to see that. Is that why we're seeing the stock down 6% in the after hours?
For the reaction so far, yes, but we suspect that as we get into the earnings call and start listening to the commentary,
Det mange fine
sentiment will be
långmuligheter.
driven more by the strategic changes that the new CEO likely will announce, more sort of a color on the second half uncertainty rather than the 1Q, 2Q numbers.
I mean, it's going to be messy for a while, right? CEO just got back, or got into the spot. It's been a busy week. Like, I was kind of floored the last 3 days. Intel's up about 14%, right? Getting rid of some things and kind of trying to figure out its way forward. It's going to be, do we give the CEO some allowance to kind of reset Intel's future here?
I mean, you have to, given the short time he's been in his seat. To his credit, though, he has been, what I think folks really like is his decisiveness and the speed which he's taking actions, whether it's exiting the non-core assets like the Altera deal, whether it's cutting costs both on the OPEX and the CAPEX side as we are seeing on the wire, and taking the key product, the AI product segments within his direct command. So I think we see a lot of right steps in the right direction so far. Of course, it's not going to be easy, especially as they're faced with uncertainty from tariffs, from US-China trade relationship. Remember, China is still a huge portion of the market for this company. So he will have to navigate the near-term macro, but so far what we've seen from him is positive.
How much do they get in terms of business from China? Just so that we remember those numbers.
We don't have the exact stat. It has to be somewhere between 30 to 40%, top of my mind, which is, again, significant because if you still think of Intel, it's still the dominant share in PCs, right? Their key business segment, which drove the beat for the 1Q numbers that we just saw.
I'm wondering about this headcount reduction because earlier this week, we saw news that they were set to make cuts by about 20%. Now we're learning that the company doesn't have an estimate for the one-time expense associated with the cuts, but it expects operating costs to be reduced to about $17 billion this year and $16 billion in 2026. When we spoke to Ian King about this earlier this week, Kunjani basically said Intel has a lot of employees for its sales. Like if you look at competitors, if you look at like NVIDIA, for example, they have on a proportional basis. Intel has many more employees. Is 20% the right way to think about this? Or in your view, does it have to be higher?
I think the magnitude of the percentage is not that a direct correlation rather than the areas that he's focusing on, which is he's going after, again, non-core teams, eliminating bureaucracy by eliminating layers of management, which was a big struggle with the old Intel because decisions just took a lot longer.
Jag tycker jag ska åka ut televideo och slår dig så jävla.
You could argue could have been made last year, right? The Altera exit has been dragging along for a while. These cost cutting in these other non-con programs, you could have done that sooner. So I think going after the right cuts is more important just than the magnitude of the cut.
All right, so it's the first conference call for the relatively new CEO.
Så det är så illa, annars har det gått in väldigt
What is it that do you think he needs to answer? What are the questions that must be answered when it comes to Intel?
I'm sure he'll get a lot of question again on the miss on the guide and the second half outlook, as we have seen analysts ask in all the earnings calls so far. But more important, I think, will be beyond that, the questions around status of Panther Lake, right, and how 18A is doing. Commentary around now that we have heard from TSMC that there is sort of no deal as of right now between TSMC and Intel. Are there any potential JV with its customers that is possible, or how does he think in that direction? And it's sort of roadmap for foundry business going forward. Remember, next week they are going to have a big foundry event, so he might hold off sharing some of that foundry-related, answering some of that foundry-related questions to next week, which we would like to hear this week.
Can you think Intel can turn it around? I mean, we've been talking about the Intel turnaround story.
They're still planning to spend
for a very, very long time.
Yeah, still planning to spend about 8 to 11 billion in capex this year. So,
you think they can do it, Kunjan?
Yeah, I hope they can do it. I really want them to see them succeed. I mean, it's a national American champion, right? Since my early days when I was thinking about semiconductors, it has always been the North Star for the industry. So I really hope they can.
Is it important for U.S. national security?
It definitely is. And it just, even all overall ecosystem, right? Like if Intel suddenly dies from this technological landscape in foundries, you just have one player really left. It also impacts with the speed at which the entire ecosystem progresses.
All right,
Altså,
good
du,
stuff.
du har på
Listen,
mute
thank you
mikrofonen.
so much. We know you're got to write some research and get on that call as well. Kunjan Sabani,
snakker
who
kanskje i
covers
telefonen.
the chip area. He's senior semiconductor analyst here at our Bloomberg Intelligence team. Shares of Intel, folks, down about 5.7% here in the aftermarket. This as the company, which is working on a comeback, gave a weak forecast for the current period and said it is cutting workers to bring costs in line with the business's smaller size. So it's a redirect, right? And kind of trying to get the pieces in place.
Well, it's a different story when you look
And
at.
it's been on a run.
It has.
In the lead up to earnings. Here this week.
Yeah, this week.
Just
14%.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I'm kind of obsessed. In the
Okay,
last 3
we'll
days.
see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. 3.8% to the upside is where we see shares of Alphabet, the parent company of Google. The company reported first quarter revenue and profit that exceeded analysts' expectations. It was buoyed by continued strength in its search advertising business. And that's exactly where we want to go now. We've got back with us Mark Douglas. He's president and CEO of Mountain. The company is software that helps companies target advertising on smart TVs. He understands the ad spend market. He joins us from Miami. Mark, good to talk with you again. Does this surprise you given the trends that you're seeing when it comes to advertising?
Not given the trends. I think the trends I want to talk more specifically about Google.
Yeah.
I think we started the year, and I think literally everyone was very optimistic about the economy. Q1 and Google's reporting on those results. I think
Jones,
they did very
du
well.
har på
I think
mute
there
på
were
mikrofon.
Concerns and continue to be concerns about whether AI on their platform, meaning in your search results, is going to in some way negatively impact the search business. But I think as an investor, even there, just provide some comment on that. Look, I'd rather have Google competing with themselves than allowing other people to compete with them. So I think even that's a positive.
Jeg sitter i telefonen. Ja. Det er ikke så rart.
Well, it's funny that you say that, and I'm looking at our right through by our Davey Alba, but this whole idea that, Alphabet, Google has to show, right, that it still has momentum in search advertising and cloud, but at the same time show that as it makes incredible investments in the AI build out, as the world kind of shifts in that direction, that it's also there as well. It's really tricky. And this is what our Mandeep Singh said. This is a company that's got 7 apps with over, I think, 2 billion monthly active users. Its bread and butter is still Google, right? And its search business. But as people move to ChatGPT or Gemini, that's a tough transition. It's got to juggle a lot.
Yeah. And like I said, I think if I'm an investor in Google, I always say to my company, better we compete with ourselves than we allow someone else to do it.
Right.
So if I'm an investor, what I'm looking for is that the management team is awake, they're alert, and they're ready to compete. And I think Google's showing that in what they're doing with Gemini, and they're showing that they can still navigate search. Also, with a company with that scale, you mentioned the tremendous scale they have. Honestly, you can always squeeze out more revenue and as a result, more earnings. So I think it also shows that they can manage the business in order to find those extra dollars if they need to, while they might be challenged in other areas.
Is this the classic innovator's dilemma, though? Google's core search business is so profitable and it's so entrenched and it's so ingrained in pretty much almost every country in the world. We have to say almost. Yeah. That there is a concern that it doesn't want to cannibalize that with investment in Gemini.
Yeah, that's what you don't want to see.
Right.
You want them to be like you almost want it to be 2 separate companies, and they just go at it, and may the best part of Google win. The other thing,
as long as Google wins, that's the point,
yes,
right? Like you said, you like to be competing with yourself. Forgive me. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, exactly. The other thing to remember, mobile was a big threat to Google. Google was all desktop, and you have your browser out. That's still, obviously a huge part of their business. And people were very worried about whether, people were going to search on mobile, and if they did, whether they were going to respond to the ads. So, I mean, it's not the first time Google has been challenged by new technologies, and they, honestly, kudos to them, because they're not. I expected Gemini to possibly cause some problems in Q1, and in terms of their revenue, and obviously it hasn't.
Hey, one last question. On the upcoming call with analysts, what would you be asking? What do you want to hear?
I would be all about Gemini and how AI results at the top of the search page, which essentially have replaced the paid, the click ads, the paid ads at the top of the search page for a lot of the searches. I would want to ask every possible question I can on data related to how that's impacting their search revenue, their search results, responses to the searches, everything, and try, if I'm an analyst, try to model that out.
All right. We're talking, of course, with Mark Douglas, President and CEO of Mountain. We want to bring into the conversation Mandeep Singh. He is Senior Tech Industry Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Just coming in the studio, it's a little crazy, so he hasn't heard everything that Mark had to say. But Mark said, he's curious about Gemini, something he's going to be looking at on the call. Mandeep, I've been quoting you.
You told us what to do, Mandeep, and you were right.
I've been quoting you nonstop because you said it's all about search. So walk us through what they got in and how it looks for you, because investors like it.
Yeah, I mean, the Google services revenue was a slight beat, but what was really impressive was the margin beat on the Google services. Mm-hmm. And a lot of it is because everyone thought because they're adding AI overviews, that's going to hurt the margins of search. Well, it didn't happen.
Why didn't that happen? Because you have to explain this from the perspective of a Google user, like the experience. If we get the answer with the AI overview, we're not looking at ads. We're not clicking on things.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it hurt?
Because they have so many different types of queries on Google search that some of those queries, they are able to monetize it just through ads on AI overviews. Remember, Google never went away from ads. Even though they integrated LLMs, ads has always been a core part of the Google.com offering, even with the AI overviews. And they somehow weave the ads in a way where they're able to charge for those ads. That's what makes them so special.
I never look at an ad on... Like, what is wrong?
I don't know.
When I look at an AI overview, all I'm looking at is the answer.
It depends on whether it's an informational query versus an e-commerce query or a travel query or an auto query. The page change is so dynamic that they are able to weave in the right ads with the right kind of targeting.
What about with the Gemini app and like the app experience? Are they able to make money doing that yet?
No.
Does that matter?
I mean, you have to remember, Google does 5 trillion searches a year. 5 trillion.
It's like off the charts.
Even if they monetize 20 to 25%, which is the case, 75% of the queries are not monetized. Imagine how much power they have in terms of the targeting they have with the ads, as well as the number of queries. Even if ChatGPT is taking some volume, 5 trillion is a lot.
Mark, I want to bring you back in as we've got Mandeep Singh, brilliant part of our Bloomberg Intelligence team. Mark Douglas, President and Chief Executive Officer of Mountain, really great perspective in terms of advertising within this world. But you mentioned something about Gemini that you want to hear on the call. Just lay it out again for Mandeep so that we can kind of dig into that with him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar comments, which is the Google as a company. I think what's most important to see is that they let the different parts of the company compete. So Gemini competes with search results, because if they don't compete with themselves, then OpenAI and others are going to do the competition for them. And so I think it's important that they let them compete. It appears they are. And I also agree with the other comment that he just had in terms of scale of their business, is like, you can increase search results, paid search results 0.5% and beat. They have a lot of levers to pull, and I think they're doing a good job pulling them to be able to navigate this climate right now.
Yeah, and the point about Gemini, not only does it there's a competitive aspect, but also you learn so much more about the user. Yeah. Imagine they are on Gmail, Maps, Search. Now you have got one more app where you have your user, you are learning about their type of queries, how good their ad targeting becomes suddenly because they are interfacing through Gemini now. So there's one more surface that you are adding, and it complements their ad targeting.
Mark brings up this concept of, great to compete with yourself. And so essentially that's kind of what Alphabet's doing, right? With Google search and then Gemini. But is it a guarantee that everybody who's been using Google is just going to easily just kind of segue into Gemini? Can we assume that will happen?
I mean, Google is still the verb. And I don't think it's changing anytime soon. Yes, you can say ChatGPT for certain informational queries. And for certain queries, ChatGPT does a great job. But if you're thinking about the Google ecosystem, you know, all the apps that you are used to using on the consumer side on a day-to-day basis, it's hard to take yourself out completely from the Google ecosystem. You'll still be using Gmail, apps, YouTube, even if you use ChatGPT. I mean, a lot of times ChatGPT shows you a search result, and then you go to Maps to search for, you know, the exact address that ChatGPT is showing.
Right.
Hey, Mandeep, Alphabet shares up 4% in the after hours. Meta Platforms up 2.3%. Amazon shares are higher by 1%. All happening because of what we heard from Alphabet. Is this just a huge sigh of relief when it comes to mega cap tech?
I mean,
is everything okay? Are we out of the woods?
I'll wait for the call because remember, Liberation Day was April 2nd.
Yeah.
This is through March 31st. We don't even know what the impact of
Google har allerede kommet med tall om King Kong.
So we may
USA stenger klokka 22:00.
Too far-fetched in thinking, you know, we're out of the woods, but it's a good trend.
It's a good point. Mark, come on back in. I'm curious if you have a question for Mandeep Singh. Like, you know, you follow this market, you follow this company. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I actually want to take the conversation slightly to another part of Google's business. One of the things, you know,
Var det noe forecast på dem, eller?
Ja, jeg husker ikke hva det var. Det står når jeg postet det lenger opp her. Ligger i skjermen. Litt lenger opp.
And that's not something I think many people are talking about today, but that's potentially, you know, setting up from some really good results in that part of the business in the future.
Some other revenue beat.
If you have any thoughts on that part of Google.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to the point about, you know, them having this huge infrastructure that powers their family of apps, also powers the cloud business, and 30% growth on a $50 billion
guiding lower.
Is very impressive. Right. The problem for Google
på
is
Intel.
it doesn't generate the same kind
Intel,
of profitability that search does, and that's why investors don't care that much. But look, I think they could even grow faster on the cloud side. They're probably
Du har lagt ut en på Google, hadde du ikke?
Ja, den er rett nedfor bildet. Google EPS, står det.
Der har du det.
We've been talking about how the stock has really popped in the after hours. It's off some of its highest levels in the aftermarket, Mandeep, but still up about 4%. But that point that you said, this is through March 31st, not before kind of the stuff hit the fan, right? Yeah. And has really kind of changed the environment. Is that a very, very
Nei, det kommer når USA stenger King Kong, som da 22.
Tech companies that were like, what do they have to say in this environment? So I'm just curious if you have to be kind of smart as we go through their results.
And not to take both sides, but on the top line, I think search beat wasn't that impressive as it was the last time around. It's more the margin expansion because everyone thought AI overviews would hurt margins. So clearly they have executed very well on that. Right. The buyback and the dividend is good capital allocation. But in the end, you know, search beat wasn't that impressive, you know, for a 5% increase.
Would a 5% boost to its dividend happen if Alphabet were concerned about the environment in the current quarter and for the remainder of the year, Mandeep?
I mean, clearly...
is that an indication that things are pretty good, if we look at that as a potential sign of guidance?
It's more the fact that they trade at a much lower multiple than their peers, you know, Microsoft and Amazon. So from that perspective, you could say management feels their stock is cheap. But look, they're making this acquisition of Wiz, where they're paying $33 billion.
It's a lot of money.
It's going to close next year, so it's not going to affect the free cash flow this year. But if they spend $75 to $80 billion in data center capex and then $33 billion in this acquisition, then you know, you're not able to fund all these buybacks and dividend with your free cash flow anymore.
I wonder if both of you, I'm looking at our Markets Live blog and our macro strategist, one of them writing that the headline is a beat, but it was driven by advertising where revenue rose 8.5% from a year earlier. That's not going to help the rest of the Magnificent Seven very much. Mark, you have any thoughts on that? Because we are getting ready to have all of these names and numbers and results coming at us, and we know investors love to know what the Mag 7 are doing.
Well, I think it indicates that Q1 was a healthy environment for Google and likely for other companies, especially in tech. I think the question on Q2.
Jeg tror ikke noen flere som kommer med tall nå.
But I think for Q1, I think maybe people are mixing these quarters together in their mind. Q1 solid for Google. I'm guessing is probably educated guess solid for these other big tech stocks also.
All right, Mark, we're going to leave it there with you. Thank you so much. So good to check in with you once again. Mark Douglas, President and CEO of Mountain, joining us from Miami. Your thoughts on that, Mandeep, in terms of what's to come? I mean, there's Alphabet and how they make money, and then there's the rest. Is there any assumptions we can make or not really? They're all kind of different.
Yeah, I think after the call, we'll have a better sense of how they are viewing the environment. I mean, the whole thing about Chinese advertisers pulling back.
Yeah.
And Alphabet in general has a broader swath of advertisers on their platform. When you think about Meta, even though, it's a duopoly, and Meta probably is more skewed towards, I would say, retail, and it doesn't have as much autos exposure as Alphabet has. So there is some nuance with regards to their advertiser base. I would say Alphabet is more diversified. So if Chinese advertisers are pulling, that will hurt Meta more. For sure.
Alphabet doesn't give guidance. So what do investors look for on the call to understand the current climate?
Well, so
CFO commentary. I mean, is there anything there that could move the needle?
I think whatever they say around ChatGPT and LLMs and just overall color around competition, because this is the first time everyone cares about, comments related to search. I mean, up until
really
2 quarters back, it was like, oh, okay, Google is a monopoly. Everyone knows that. Ad pricing may go up and down depending on the cyclicality of the economy. But now the competitive threat is real.
But the competitive threat's the competitive threat with AI and LLMs. What about the idea that if it's an economy where there's uncertainty, marketers pull back from advertising? That would hit this company very hard.
Yeah, but I think what they showed in the print is ad pricing actually went up.
For the first quarter.
For the first quarter.
This is not the second quarter.
It's not gonna, again, if you think about online ads, Google is the last place where advertisers will pull back because it's the highest ROI ad spend.
You pay for what you get, essentially.
Yeah,
you're not buying
if
huge.
If you're looking for customers online, it's still the best place because it's the most effective. Remember, they collect data from 8 apps that you're interfacing with, and that's why the ad is so targeted. Meta also has 4 apps, but then Google
Bare ikke lurer på hvordan det går med kontoen din, Robert.
targeting you. That's why they're so
Hva
effective.
sa du?
Jeg bare ikke lurer på hvordan det går med kontoen din.
Ja, takk, bare ræva.
Det er ikke noe vi vil snakke om, sier.
Jeg gjorde jo det nå.
Ja.
As always, Mandeep.
Jeg har nå fortsatt en del short igjen.
Analyst with our Bloomberg Intelligence team. Shares of Alphabet, folks, up about 3.9% in the aftermarket. Definitely off its best levels of the day. Sales beat estimates on Google search advertising. Analyst call coming our way in just a moment.
Yeah, in just a few minutes, we're going to be speaking to Ed Ludlow on Intel because shares of Intel in the aftermarket down
4 shorter her, ja.
6.3%.
Hele.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lots of earnings to cover after the close of trading, and we are on it. Google parent Alphabet reporting first quarter revenue and profit that exceeded analyst expectations, boosted by continued strength in its search advertising business. After hours, Google now pushing higher, Alphabet up by 6.9%. Also reporting after the close of trading, we heard from Intel. Now, it gave a weak forecast for the current period and said it is cutting workers to bring costs in line with the business's smaller size. After hours, Intel shares right now trading lower by just about 6%.
Oi, har du problem med PC-en her, skjønner du? Intel ned 6%, Alphabet opp 4,5%. Intel kutter guidinga om å si opp masse ansatte. Så det er prisnegativt, og derfor kom ned på det. Alphabet tjente penger på Google Ads. Så derfor ikke, det er ikke noe bra tall. Intel ned 6%, det er liksom, det var den viktigste dag. Så er spørsmålet hva skjer i natt. Er not godt i ku, men Intel har I hvert fall dritræva. Det er den største.
The 10-year 4.31% with the 2-year 3.78%. Spot gold today, we had gold moving higher by 1.7%. 33.44 for the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 62.75 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin on an update for the rest of the market. Bitcoin down 0.3%, 93,393 on Bitcoin. So again, recapping after the close of trading, we heard from Alphabet. Alphabet right now up by 6.7%. Intel after earnings lower now by 5.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, shares of Intel are selling off in the after hours, down right now by about 5.3%. It's attempting this comeback under a new CEO, Lip-Bu Tan, and it gave a weak forecast for current period. Also said it's cutting workers to bring costs in line with the business's smaller side. With more on Intel, we head out west to talk to the co-host of Bloomberg Technology, Ed Ludlow, who caught up earlier with Intel's CFO to talk about the earnings and the outlook. He joins us from the Bloomberg San Francisco News Bureau. What did you learn, Ed, from Intel's CFO?
Yeah, I think quite a lot. Intel is still very far from where it wants to be, from where its customers want it to be, and the only way to get there is to readjust the makeup size of the workforce and also, you know, look very closely at the balance sheet. And so the major step that they're taking is pulling back on OPEX and CAPEX. They confirmed our reporting that there is going to be layoffs, frankly, and that those layoffs are going to be in middle management. But it's really a story about a company that has a new CEO who's like, you know what, we are going to just get focused on technology. Although, as I said, actually, I've got a bit of sense of deja vu. I was just talking to Ian King about Bloomberg's Ian King about this. It's like, what is the single headline on Intel? What is the new focus? And where are they going to pull back? You know, Pat Gelsinger really wanted Intel to be a contract manufacturer to the world, right? Do what TSMC does alongside having its own products. Lip-Bu Tan has just sent an email to employees this afternoon that we've seen and read, and basically reading between the lines, I think that is not a priority for him, the contract manufacturing bit. I think he's acknowledging, and Dave Zinsner went through this on the phone with me, that customers want one thing right now, right? Which is AI accelerators, high performance GPUs or AI chips that are involved in the training and inference stages of large language models.
Dette er dårlig både for Nvidia, og så er det dårlig for Taiwan Semiconductor og alle de AI-chip-makersene. De tar nå fra Intel, så er det veldig dårlig.
which is interesting because like they're kind of late to
Den
do
er
that
5%
in,
nå.
in all the names we covered.
Alphabet som sagt tjente penger på
They haven't been coming to the
Google
office
Ads.
4 days a week?
Is this the recipe
Intel må
for
si opp
making
masse ansatte,
Intel,
så det er jævla negativt.
again, a dominant chip player?
Så der kan være med å droppe
I
ganske mye da.
I don't want to confuse our audience, but basically, in the history of Silicon Valley and the world of technology, Intel is at its origin, right? When we think about the early days of semiconductors and the cutting edge of semiconductors and an annual cadence where technology got better, Intel was like the leader there. And for a long time, it has not been. It has fallen away. And, you know, Zinsner, when we was on the phone with me, and, you know, there's a reason that Zinsner, the CFO, was on the phone with me, right? Lip-Bu Tan is very early. He's just been at the company a couple of weeks. But they are trying to address culture. They think that basically that the culture that needs to be there to be like ruthless and win and get ahead in the world of technology is not in place. And so, yes, there will be a reduction in force that will target middle managers. But I was surprised as anyone to see that part of that strategy is getting people to come back to offices, not just here in the Valley, but around the world.
Is the reporting that the Bloomberg News team did earlier this week around the layoffs, that was confirmed today? Are those numbers,
we discussed it.
Are those numbers consistent with what we learned today publicly from Intel?
So what Dave Zinsner, the CFO, said to us on the phone was, I'm paraphrasing, but it was an interesting number because I don't quite have one yet myself. But the reason he doesn't is that he knows what the OPEX and capital expenditures targets are now. Those are firm, right? And you guys may have gone over those on air, but they've reduced OPEX and CAPEX for the full year. CAPEX by about $2 billion, and then OPEX came down a similar amount as well. And from that, and knowing where in the org they're going to cut middle management, Dave knows what the end goal is, but he says, I don't have a percentage of overall workforce, you know, net what the layoffs will be. But they were confirmed. There will be a reduction in middle management. You know, the quote was very simple, that they are going to cut out the bureaucracy that currently is in that company as well.
So the CEO saying in a statement, I'm taking swift actions to drive better execution and operational efficiency while empowering our engineers to create great products. We're going back to basics by listening to our customers and making the changes needed to build the new Intel. So it's top customers, Dell, Lenovo, HP, Microsoft, Amazon. What do those customers want? What do they want from Intel?
They want better products that where the technology can do better things. And on the phone, Dave was pretty forthright in saying that trust with their customers is not really in a great place at the moment. You know, Lip-Bu Tan in that statement you just referenced said that a lot of their problems right now and the reason that he's going to have to take severe action is due to prior actions the company has taken. And I think he was, of course, talking about the last leadership team. You know, the story of Intel is the stock's down 5%, right? Well, almost 6%. We should be clear that things have not improved, and nor would you expect them to. It's only been a few weeks that the new CEO has been in place. But you know, they beat in the first quarter, where very simply there was a pull forward, right? Those customers you just listed ordered chips in advance of tariffs coming, and hence the outlook for the current period is not great, because they took from what they would normally order now into that first quarter, and the second quarter is not great. You know, so there's a lot that needs to be done here. Designing and building cutting edge chips is what they plan to do.
Can I talk about Waymo with Ed?
You can do whatever you want. This is America. You can do it.
Ed's been riding in these forever. You know, it took me till my last, a couple trips ago to San Francisco to do this.
I gotta say, he's a changed man.
I am
Ed,
a changed man
ever since
after this.
he rode in a Waymo.
But Romain brought this idea up on the close that, you know, it's in the other bets category of Alphabet. And there are, you know, questions about how much these vehicles cost. What is the current valuation? You've written about this a few months ago. How is Waymo valued as a business?
I listened to your conversation with the close anchors and with Mandeep as well. Astonishing what you guys got through. That Waymo, what we reported in its most recent private funding round, is $45 billion. But there are a few things that I think Romain in particular I'd love to discuss this with. Waymo has outside investors, and it is a material hardware company that's very different to Chrome.
Yeah.
And, you know, what Romain was talking about is the valuation that Chrome was assigned in the course of this antitrust trial. That $50 billion Chrome valuation was given by the DuckDuckGo CEO. But at the core of Chrome is that its underlying technology is open source. So Microsoft's Edge browser is made on the same code base that Chrome is. They're not tools. But he is right in that long term, like Waymo has a viable future, many would think. It's just that, like, that is far away.
It is
super far away.
Well, Ed, appreciate you joining us. Great perspective. Ed Ludlow, co-host of Bloomberg Technology in San Francisco.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up on the Thursday edition of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. As we've been talking about, we've got continuing to see Alphabet move in the after hours. So we're looking forward to that analyst call. That stock up about 3.8% as we speak. And Intel, also one of the big ones after the closing bell. And just taking a quick look where we are, we're down almost 6% here in the aftermarket. So we'll look for some more commentary on the analyst calls.
Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. Denitsa Sakova is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We got to start with Intel.
Let's start with Intel. We had a good start of the week for Intel. Today, obviously, things are not looking so good. Down more than 6% in late trading. It comes off a weak forecast for the current period and saying that it's cutting workers to bring down costs. We had a headline from Bloomberg News that they're reducing their ranks by more than 20%, which was well received. at the time, but now we're seeing first the second quarter revenue will be between 11 billion and 12.4 billion. So that's where we're seeing some disappointment. It was short of the about 13 billion estimate we saw from the street, and that was one of the biggest disappointments. Of course, we have a new CEO taking over the company. There has been a lot of optimism based on that. The company is actually up year to date, one of the few tech shares that are up. It's up 7%. We saw some good parts in the reports. Quarter sales came in at 12.7 billion, topping predictions. It's more when it looks to guidance and the future and those weak forecasts, suggesting that the uptick in demand maybe is a blip. We know that there has been a lot of rush of orders right ahead of the tariffs, so analysts are worried about that. But yet, it's
Jo, Joachim, jeg tror mikrofonen din av.
And I was obsessed because Intel was up about
Ja, bare jeg har installert meg en PC her, skjønner du.
Into earnings, so there was a lot of buying going into these earnings reports, so definitely lower. Where do you want to take us? Alaska Air?
Yeah, let's talk about airlines. They've all been taking a lot of pressure lately. Alaska Air tumbled about 10% today. After the carrier's second quarter forecast for adjusted earnings trailed the average estimate. We've seen all those airlines bring back.
Har du noen tanker om hva som kan skje over close? Tror du fortsetter videre opp, liksom?
And that's definitely putting a lot of pressure. The company said it would not
update
its full year 2025 guidance.
Har du noen tanker om hva som kan skje over close? Altså, tror du den fortsetter oppover?
Men alt går må huske på en ting nå. Nå kom et av verdens største selskaper, tech-selskaper, leverte griseræva tall, og de må si opp mange ansatte. Det kom akkurat nå. Intel nå ned 7%. Kom nå etter børs. Hele verden har sikkert håpet at de tallene skulle være dritbra. Alphabet kom inn litt bedre ventet. Ikke på AI, men på Google Ads. I dag så har det kommet 3 nedgraderinger av guidinger på svære selskaper som Procter
Still, we'll wait and see. Consumer
Gamble.
the US has pulled back.
Gamble. Og så kom det også guiding på hvem andre var det som var grisesvær? Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Pepsi. Ikke Coca-Cola, nei, ikke Finn, men Pepsi. Så er det 3 største selskapene i verden som sier fuck, det går til helvete. Og så har du nå Intel, et av verdens største chipmakere, som sier fuck, det går til helvete. Vi må si opp masse ansatte. Det går ikke som planlagt. Er det 6%? Mens Nasdaq, som er basert på chip, Magnificent 7, er oppe i dag med 700 poeng på grunn av presidenten har pratet 4 ganger i dag. Og Bassett. Vi har pratet 4 ganger i dag. Hver gang man prater det gått opp. Så det kan gå opp, men alt av nyheter er dritt. Alt av nyheter er dritt. Det er ikke noe som er bra her. Så man må bare se på hva man er komfortabel med. Og på natta nå så kommer marketmakerne til å prøve å sette alle stopplås. Så jeg er ikke sånn der jævla engstelig. Altså Intel er ned, vi har Intel ned nå. Intel er ned 6%. 6%. Det var opp 4% i dag og dro med seg indeksen.
Men hvis vi kommer i en resesjon nå, så går vel alt i helvete.
Jo, men vi gjør jo det. Det er derfor Donald Trump snakker så mye som han gjør nå, for å få ned renta. Det går til helvete. Jeg bare ler at det går opp. Det er litt kjedelig da, når du først sitter short, liksom. Men vi var nede i dag med nesten 200 poeng. Det gikk rett til helvete i dag tidlig.
Ja, så du har troa på shortsa vi er inne nå, liksom?
Ja, men jeg hadde aldri trodd at vi skulle opp med 700 poeng i dag på dårlig netter. Jeg hadde aldri trodd.
Oh, wow.
You see it?
Play-Doh.
It's stuck.
Exactly. So I'm just looking at the different brands that Hasbro has. They have a lot of games too. So
Og IMF sa at det var 80% sannsynlig for resesjon, sier de her. IMF tok jo nedgradert hele verden i går.
Carol's favorite though is Barbie, and that's Mattel.
Det er ikke så folk glemmer en ting. Det er bare å se at det går opp. Dere må vite hvorfor det går opp. Hvis det går opp på grunn av støy, så skjer det i går. Hva faen er det stress med da? Jeg er ikke short bare fordi det ser svagt ut. Jeg er short fordi det kom dritttall.
Maybe when Mattel comes out. right,
Og det brøt ned.
Good stuff.
Så helt jævlig ut.
Thank you, Denitsa Sakova. She's
Og så prater Donald Trump. Og så smeller det opp. Verden er helt lik, selv om han prater. Det er ikke noe nytt nå. Det er jo ingenting. Og i tillegg til det så kommer jo IMF-en, og så kommer Intel nå med drittall. På toppen av det hele. Hvorfor skal det gå opp da?
Did you remember which one it was because we do so many each day? You did remember?
Ja, altså se på chartet at det er støttende noe her, og støttende noe der.
Look at you, Carol.
Jeg ser jo alt det også, men jeg bryr meg ikke om det, for det har gått opp på ingenting. Det har gått opp på hva han har sagt, så han har ikke sagt noen ting. Han har sagt at han håper på rentekutt før Fed gjør det, liksom, for ellers så går alt til helvete. Kan hende han får rett, jeg vet ikke. Nå stengte det. Jeg er åpen natt, så ser jeg. Hvis det går videre opp i Asia, så setter jeg en helt time.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power.
Jeg tror også at det mye åpne var også spekk på Google og Intel. Hva tror du da, Stig?
Hva er det?
Tror du at det mye åpne også er på spekk på Intel i dag? Ja, 5% for 12 da.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences
Ja, det er godt det. Altså, jeg føler jo ikke med det enkelt takk sånn. Men
det her kommer til å gå ut av Nvidia morgen også. Skal vi se om Nvidia falt.
Det så jo i går ut som at det skulle videre opp.
Det var nedover, altså. Det var ned 200 poeng i dag.
Jo, men du har en breakout på de større timeframene på oppsida, så. 200 poeng er jo ingenting. Det er jo som 20 poeng for normalt. Ja.
Our new reporting tonight on the administration's demand Putin accept Ukraine's right to military force and the concessions it wants
Ja, men da logger jeg av. Jeg går på klokka 12 i hvert fall, så ser vi hvordan det åpner opp i Asia. Ok, my friends.
Alright.
Yes, takk for laget.
Greit, takk skal du ha.
Hei da.
Well, they had a meeting this morning, so I can't tell you. It doesn't matter who they is. We may reveal it later.